for a lot of the amazing streams and Disney Lore kind of coverage that we've seen. So, oh, there we go.
Speaking of stream, it's back. We're back. Oh, as Zeke tries to go and with a competitive spirit, try to give us a fist dap, and Mai slaps it away and says, "No, now we're competitors."
That's
I
funny.
love it. Okay, all right. So I missed what was ink, but we do see that there's a palace guard hitting the table. Interesting. Is that purple? Is that amethyst steel, Liam? Yeah, it is amethyst steel.
It must be. It looks like those color combos are correct, and we know the blurple's right because we see the Inkwell on that side. So, I mean, this is a matchup which I've seen a lot of it. I don't know if you've seen a lot of it over the past. Well, everybody's seen a lot of it.
Yeah, seen and played. I'll tell you, seeing and playing it, as we do. Yeah, so I mean, generally speaking, it is considered. It's interesting because the consensus kind of changes here. If you ask a Amethyst Steel player, they'll likely tell you that they have a really tough time into Blurple, and if you ask a Blurple player, they'll tell you, well, you let Amethyst Steel get away with it, and they might take this whole thing. So this is one of those matchups that I feel that the other side will say that the other one is favored. It's a weird one.
Yeah, it is a weird matchup, and I think the consensus is that Blurple generally has an edge, but you're right, it is player dependent because when you have players who are really, really good at piloting these decks, they will confidently tell you that they have over 50% into the opposite here. As we see, is that a Tigger coming down here, bouncing your card back to hand?
That is a Tigger, yeah. So, and we also see Gigi on my side of the board. Gigi born in, I believe it's called Born in Anger. And that is an alert card. That's kind of replaced the Lawrence from the previous format, as we see Strength of a Raging Fire telling Tigger, hey, you're going to bounce all the way out of here.
Yeah, so definitely Winterspell cards. We see them making their impact here already. Tigger, Gigi. We're going to see some others come out here. Let It Go, a card we absolutely see purple deck, one of the cards that kind of makes this deck go. Speaking of cards that make this deck go, Cheshire Cat coming down now. One of those innocuous cards that everybody saw and they're like, oh, this is fine. And then it did absolutely menace last set. And we see it on my side of the board as well.
Yeah, this is fine. That's what I know a dog that says that in a very popular meme. That's how I feel whenever I see Cheshire Cat come down. This is in fact fine. Cheshire Cat able to just completely swing games, and to your point, something that just seemed inexplicably, no pun intended, inexplicably just kind of came in where originally thought to be like an okay card, actually turns out to be a very, very good card. As we see, is that a double dock all the way across the sky? I believe it is.
That is a clink of docks popping down on the board. You love to have one, you hate to have two in hand. So my dumping one out without activating it, then emptying her hand, thereby emptying her hand so you can play the second one and draw two cards. One of the ways that Amethyst Steel needs Amethyst Steel is running on a 3-phase game plan. Step 1, 2, 3, or step 1 is to 1, 2, 3, 4 into the strength. Step 2, though, the mid game really needs to recharge his hand because at the end of the day, this is a deck that wants to go wide in the end game, dropping down like medium-bodied characters and just flooding the board. But if it doesn't hit, genies, docks, things like that, or Dumbos in the mid game to refuel, it can be problematic. So happy to see that dock there at the right time, and now with 3 cards in hand after the draw, is feeling not too bad in the mid game here. But this is where Blurple really starts to stride. We are at 7 ink on the other side of the board. That's Hades territory. So, but this is a great here. A little bit of control.
Yeah. I mean, Mai's doing exactly what needs to happen here in order to keep the Blurple at bay, as we see the Elsa being used to turn that genie sideways, and Gigi, of course, with that alert ability, able to deal with that genie as we are questing with those docks. I was going to ask you, Liam, are you? I've seen it different ways. I've seen people play the one dock and then empty their hand of that second dock. I've seen what Mai does, where they play the 2 docks. Are you a fan of like double dock play, or are you a fan of dock discard dock? Like, what's your go-to?
No, it's a great question. To me, it all depends on what I'm doing in that moment. If I'm digging for a particular card, or if I'm in a scenario where I need to find something in particular, perhaps I haven't hit like any card draw, or I need to find that Elsa or something like that, I may just dump that first dock, leave myself a little extra, or I don't know. In general, though, I'm a fan of dropping that first dock, establishing a presence, because this is a deck that relies on character synergy. That Strength of Raging Fire is fueled by characters on the board. So sometimes, especially in the end game, where you're going to find high willpower characters on the opposite side of the board, getting that one extra character can make all the difference. It may draw anything you can't play. So generally, I think I'm a fan of dropping that dock and then emptying into the second dock.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a gambler. I think I'm a fan of just dropping the first dock and discarding the second one because, of course, whatever's in my deck has got to be better than this other dock, right? It has to be, and I'm going to draw the perfect card that I need so that I can use that extra 2 or 3 or 4 ink. So I don't disagree. I think that the safe, the more conservative play, of course, is to play that second. Is to play both docks. Board presence matters, especially in this matchup. You mentioned that Strength of a Raging Fire. Strength of a Raging Fire is powered by the number of characters on the board. So hey, that you've got these 2 characters that can be played. Why not do it? But I gotta say, I like to play a little risky. That's just me.
Yeah, it's the play style and situational things for sure. And I and again, this is one of the things that makes Lorcana a ton of fun is because sometimes we look at particular play lines and play lines and decks can feel pretty scripted, where the move on every turn is known. Early purple game where you're opening, or even this early Amethyst Steel game where you're 1, 2, 3, 4 into strength. It's very formulaic. But scenarios like that, that's just a perfect example of where different players may take different tacks and it changes the whole game whether or not you choose to wedlock. And speaking of
Yeah.
changing, we see a change in boards here with that Cheshire Cat doing work.
Yeah, you're not kidding. As we see, my just expertly controlling the board. I will tell you, of all the ink pairings that I've seen my play, the one that I've seen her play the most, and the one that I've seen her just pilot expertly is Amethyst Steel. She is such a pro. This kind of like tempo game strategy just plays so well into the way that she thinks and the way that she processes how to play this game effectively. So if there's anybody who can get out of what might potentially be what some might consider a bad matchup, it is 100% my. And of course, nobody knows Zeke quite like my. And I think this is the perfect foil for Zeke, as we see Zeke sitting there with a Royal Guard and a Hades making a deal, just kind of staring at a clinic of docs and their friends.
Yeah, and it's really really fun. I really love these matchups. I do think the edges with Blurple usually that's conventional wisdom, but um, I highlighting this deck very well right now, all the way up to 9 lore. And one of the ways that Purple struggles into this matchup is because Blurple is very good at dealing with big individual targeted threats, using cards like Hades or Let It Go to take out single targets. But when you have a wide board of mid game and game characters, 4, 5, 6 characters, Hades into any particular one of those doesn't feel terribly. There's other ways, of course, it does control the board. Here's that classic that Elsa exerting the pressure cat, so there'll be some challenging that can happen here. But yeah, Mai doing everything she needs to do at this point. But again, we are in like Hades Let It Go range, so Mai needs to find some more card draw and needs to keep going wide, if possible, because
Yeah.
Blurple can turn pretty easily if given the space.
They can, and Zeke is, in the last few turns, we've seen Zeke play a Tipo to try to what we call ramp in this game or accelerate his ink. That is one way that Blurple kind of outshines the strategy here. Amethyst Steel, the way Amethyst Steel generally will win this matchup is by not letting this matchup go too long. It is geared for a middle range game. It is designed to take control of the middle of the game, which Mai had done pretty effectively. But unfortunately, Zeke, with as much ink as he has right now, you can see the difference in their ink just looking across that board there. Able to now deploy 2 characters a turn, where generally speaking, the Amethyst Steel player is either playing like a 5 cost character, or they're doing things like stringing the docks together, playing a 1 drop and a 2 drop, and trying to gain advantage that way. But to your point, Liam, the more this game kind of continues, the longer this game goes, the inevitability is on Zeke's side because there's a lot of scary threats that may be on its way. You've got things like Hades, Infernal Schemer, who may come in here and control the board. And not to mention, and I haven't seen the deck list, but there's also cards like Spooky Sight. So like even though Blurple is known for controlling more of a single target kind of a strategy, it does still have ways to deal with smaller characters, smaller threats, and is doing so, Zeke, doing so effectively as we see that the board state has kind of shifted in his direction.
Yeah, my thinking through things here, the way back into this for her is, well, it's really finding card at this point because you need to
Yeah.
have multiple threats dropped per turn. Um, is that Mulan there? Yep. Dump that
It,
one card and draw a
yeah.
card. Oh, it's so there's 5. What is the Hades? Yeah.
Yeah. So it is. Well, hold on. Is it the Hades? I don't believe. It's hard to see. Unfortunately, so we'll try to get confirmation as to what it is. But we do see that the board has been somewhat dealt with. Can Zeke recover? That's going to be important. Is Zeke sitting alone with a genie wish fulfilled? As yeah, Mai is trying to maintain control of this board. Zeke not letting that happen. Let's see what he's got as we see a Hades, that Infernal Schemer I mentioned, coming down. And now we're dealing with the Elsa that was on that board.
Yes, again, he's just so punishing. Not only sending a character to the inkwell, but then questing for two with a really high willpower, difficult to deal with when you have damage-based removal. Here we have another GG coming down on my side of the board. That's not terrible. It will 4 and a Cobra right down. So two fairly well-statted characters, 4/4s right now, unless GG suffers any damage. So that will provide a little bit of board presence, but and cut off that genie questing as well. So
Yes.
buying a little bit of time here.
Yeah, a little bit, and it's difficult because one of the ways that Amethyst Steel can beat Blurple is what we generally call getting under them, and that's what that generally means is that we find ways to get really sneaky about getting additional lore. We sneak underneath them. We play a bunch of characters. We are able to spread out 4 or 5 characters wide, and we say, hey, well, you can only deal with so many threats. And one of the ways that we sneak in lore is with that Giant Cobra. So being forced to play that Giant Cobra, that's a very heads up move, knowing that there might be a Demona, which we see that Demona hit the table. So emptying your hand had to value that and say, you know what, I need to just get these characters on the board. I need to establish board presence. I have to anticipate that Demona's coming. She was right. And so she's rewarded for that decision with 3 bonus cards that hopefully she can do something with, as that Hades Infernal Schemer is just wreaking havoc on Maya's board right now.
Generally what you see in this matchup are these wild boards back and forth. And talking about this color combo again, what you see in last meta, and you see a little bit in this meta, or it's a little bit of the same this meta with these amethyst mirrors, but you're getting a little more variety this meta. But amethyst is a color with a very, very solid core. The all of the core amethyst pieces run from one deck to the other. And basically what you're trying to do is figure out which color pairs the best with amethyst based on what you're trying to do. And there's different reasons you run different color combos. To this point, the biggest reason you run Blurple, and the Blurple is good, is it gives you that solid amethyst core, but you splash in a little bit of ramp, which lets you, go move faster than your amethyst opponents. And then you also get some targeted removal with Hades and now Let It Go, giving you a little bit of an edge in the removal category. The reason you run Steel, one of the bigger reasons, is because of the targeted damage removal that you get, and you also get this little bit of a lottery card draw in the mid game with Doc. But it's Strength of Raging Fire is such an important card that's one of the primary reasons you play Steel. And so finding one of those at the appropriate time on turn 4, ideally, if not sometime in the early mid game, is really important, because it does help you deal with your opponent's biggest threat. And I haven't seen Mai find one this game at all. And generally, I find any Amethyst Steel matchup, when you don't find that particular card, it's a little bit more of a stretch to fire your way through and win the game. We'll see if Mai manages to do it. This Demona is going to help here, exerting Zeke's side of the board and giving her a little extra card draw. So let's see.
Yeah. And of note too, so, people often say that the game swings at the play of Demona, but it actually swings on the play of the second Demona, because what that Demona does is give Zeke cards going up to 3 cards in hand, which means Demona cannot exert, because as we know, as the song says in the Gargoyles show, stone by day, gargoyles by night. So Demona is frozen right now as Zeke is sitting with 3 cards in hand.
Absolutely. So it feels pretty good. And once again, we'll point out Mai has managed to push her way all the way to 11. This Dumbo feels pretty good here, though. And another Demona coming down. Oh, a couple of gargoyles. Is that what they're called? I'm not sure.
Yeah. What do you call a rock garden? Because I feel like that, like, is there like a term? Is there is that like a Zen garden? No, Zen gardens they don't have rocks in them, do they? I don't know.
A couple. Hades now cracking in, gonna do with that GG, and now we're down to just the Cobra and the Demona on my side of the board. This feels tough.
It does, and to keep in mind, facing the same thing that she put on Zeke. She's got 3 cards in hand, which means, granted, she had 2 characters, but that Demona is frozen right now. It is daylight, and that Demona cannot do anything until Mai gets down to under 3 cards in hand, which isn't difficult to do. I mean, that's Amethyst Steel's whole thing, is empty your hand onto the board and keep doing that over and over again. So we'll get out of it, but take a look at Zeke's side of the board. You've got 2 Demonas, you've got a Dumbo, you've got a Genie, you've got a Hades. It is hard to argue that Zeke may have found this pivot point and maybe trying to stake a claim in control of this board at this very moment here.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see if Mai has an answer. I mean, again, doing what she needs to do with the lore, but she'd love to be even a little bit higher here. Um, Still ways back into this. You've got to find some docks. You've got to be able to hit multiple card draw.
Yes, yeah. I mean, nothing
Tough.
quite like a string of docks to keep you running if you can find them.
Cure your ills, right?
But we do know that we've seen 2 already. 2 came up a little bit earlier, maybe too early for Mai's liking. So the chances of finding 2 more is going to be difficult. In fact, a lot of these builds, they don't run the full 4 set of docks. Some of them will run 3. So it'll be interesting to know whether or not Mai is running the 4 docks or the 3 docks. Because what you don't want is, you don't want the cards to clutter in your hand, and that's always a concern, especially with a card that's uninkable. Getting cluttered or having a bunch of uninkables in your hand might force you into a deck building decision that sometimes, the majority of the time is helpful, but in moments like this, you might kind of wish, like, man, if only I had a 4th dock, my life might be just
Yeah.
a little bit easier.
No, that's a great point. People look at docks sometimes as one of like the critical components of Steel, or one of the cards that gives you an edge, and it kind of does. But when you talk to Amethyst Steel players, what most of them will tell you is it's really not a card that you want to see in the mid game. You actually have other things you want to be doing with Genies and Dumbos and ways to refill your hand. And if you're at a point where you're dumping your hand in order to play a dock in on turns like 5 and 6, something is not necessarily gone wrong, but it's not where you want to be, because it's a lottery at that point, hoping to draw into something that you need. But speaking of fun cards, I believe this is Angel Gabe.
It
This
is.
people are really excited about from Winterspell.
They are, and interestingly, I think what we've heard, well, at least what I've heard a lot. I'm curious what your thoughts are, but I've heard a lot of stories about using her in something like Sapphire Steel, paired up with a card like Goliath to kind of keep her fueled up. So it's interesting to see this in an Amethyst Steel strategy. It doesn't generally run Goliath because it's trying to keep its character cost a little bit lower, at least its curve rather. So Goliath kind of pushes that curve a little bit higher than what most Amethyst Steel players are comfortable with. However, while Amethyst Steel isn't running Goliath traditionally, she might be. And of note, there's still a lot of card draw. We talk about the dock. There's still a lot of card draw to be had, and you might just need this Angel to swing the tempo just a little bit, just enough to sneak to that beautiful number 20 for that lore.
Yeah, absolutely. So fun card here. She does have resist 2 while your hand is empty. I believe I can't quite see.
She's
I
got
believe
she's got at least 1 card in hand, at
at least
least
one
one.
card in hand. Those those Demonas. Yeah, so let's see what the game plan is here.
Yeah, now the 2 Demonas on Zeke's side, that Dumbo, the thing about Angel's ability is that, while Mai has no cards in hand, to Liam's point, Angel would have that resist, but the other effect, which is a really interesting one, allows you to discard a card so that you can deal 2 damage to a character that is on the table. Those Demonas are pretty hefty. They've got a lot of willpower. As we see another Infernal Schemer come down, choosing to prioritize the evasive threat in Genie. So Zeke identifying that you've got to be able to win this evasive war, as it's often called, in order to stay control of the game. As just slowly creeping back control of the game, trying to get to that number 20. As we see magical maneuvers bouncing back. Wow, that's it. Wait, am I? Yeah, it's magical maneuvers.
It is.
And hold on, does that banish the card? I believe that it would send it back to hand, doesn't it?
I think so too. I think what they've done there is prioritize like the vanish ability on the Cobra.
Yeah.
Although I think like the card resolves before banish would take effect.
Yeah, production. If you can pause that game for a second,
Oh no,
because
I'm
that
sorry.
might.
Return chosen character 0 strand to exert chosen characters. Yes, that worked.
Oh, it does work. Okay, yes, you're right. You're right. We chose to exert the giant cobra, and because we chose the giant cobra to exert instead, because of the vanish effect, it goes away. That's correct.
Yep.
There you go.
I didn't see what was bounced there, but fair. Now Basil Fair on fun card. So yeah, all of a sudden with one card left on board, plenty of ink now. Zeke doing plenty of inking for her. But here's another Demona here. I think that's the fourth one we've seen, if not the fifth. So my would love to have those cards in hand, especially when she has that angel kicking around there. So, but again, at this point, you'd rather be playing those to board. You want to go wide,
Yeah.
but and those Demona is so well statted, so challenging to deal with when you're removing a damaged base. So
Yes, absolutely. As Zeke is taking a moment to take a look at Maya's discard pile, just wanting to make sure, see what's still in play, what's not in play. You know, when you think about high level play in Lorcana, it isn't just throwing cards on the table. You're kind of doing math in your head, and you're in a statistics class. You're saying, okay, what are the chances that Maya will find an answer or an out to a thing that I want to put on the table? And so Zeke doing that, doing his due diligence, taking a look at the discard pile to say, hey, what outs are still present in my deck, what outs are waiting for me, and based on that, what should I play? And that's kind of the game we're playing at a higher level when we talk about Lorcana at a competitive pace.
absolutely.
As we see Zeke mulling over the decision, this is a term. The term that we often call this is being in the tank. We're deciding what is it that we're going to do. We don't know. What we're doing is in our head. We're playing out every scenario. We're going through the play lines and we're saying, "Hey, if I play this card in my, if I play card A, this series of things will happen. But if I play card B, then this series of things will happen. And which one do I want to do?" As my finally putting down the is that the new genie? Is that I believe
It
it
is.
is the new genie. Oh,
Yeah,
very cool.
it's
Very nice. Yes, yes. I'd love to talk about that one. We're going to pull that one up so we can give you a little bit more detail on that one.
yeah.
Apologize for not knowing the subtitles off the top,
No,
but we'll
yeah,
figure it out.
Genie, I'm quick on the computer. Genie Magical Researcher, where
Yes.
he gets that sub name, 3/4 boost one. But he's one of the ways you can finish this game is he does get an extra one lore for each card under him. So really, really fun card. At this point, been boosted once, so it does have two lore. And in a game where Mai's hoping to close things out, she just needs 8 more to finish things off before Zeke turns the corner. If that genie can stick around for even one turn and quest for 3 on Mai's next turn, that feels really good because now you're a couple Cobras and another sneaky quest away from closing things out. So
Y-
great card. I think we saw one earlier that didn't stick around terribly long, but both of us didn't register what it was. I didn't because of the glare.
Yeah.
But now we see this one here, and
Oh
it's not going to stick around.
no.
I'm willing to bet it is the target for this Hades Infernal Schemer coming down. Zeke thinking though, do I want to prioritize the stats, or do I want to prioritize the lore? And I'm willing to bet that that genie is a tempting target for him right now.
Oh, you gotta imagine it is. I mean, you know, right now it's not that scary. Two? What's two? It's no big deal. Demona has two. She's questing for two. What's the big deal? That's a big deal. Yeah. Oh, and Zeke's saying, "Hey, you know what? I am gonna prioritize my board. So we are gonna deal with the Demona. So the threat of Genie isn't enough to scare Zeke. Now, what I've learned in this card game and what I've learned from playing many card games is oftentimes when I make a decision, sometimes they come back and they bite me, and then I don't make that decision again in the future.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the case here for Zeke? I don't know. We're going to find out.
Yeah, at this point, prioritizing the stats, Zeke, if we do the math, Zeke has 8 lore on board. So with that 4, he's 2 turns away from winning the game if he wants to turn the corner. And so at this point, perhaps prioritizing the race and saying, hey, I'm going to quest next turn. And that'll force you challenging my board and dealing with me. That Demona there shuts down that easy removal on that Demona, and which would turn a 2-turn clock into a 3-turn clock. So at this point, Mai needs to think about, yeah, I need to get closer to shutting the door here. Questing for 3 with this genie, it seems like a really good idea. Go up to 15. But then how do I stretch Zeke's clock out just an extra turn to give me one more turn to find a Cobra, to find something that I can stick to keep me, or to let me run away with this game? That looks
And
like Elsa.
that is an Elsa. Yep, that is an Elsa, the fifth spirit, a very popular card, very well known, a mainstay in Amethyst, exerting that genie and dealing with it effectively.
Yeah, and then what card is this that we just sent to the discard pile here?
That's an Olaf. The one on my side is
Oh,
an
it's an
Olaf.
Olaf. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. It is an Olaf. Yeah.
Yes, another card that I love seeing in Amethyst Steel. Some interesting strategies that I've heard and seen. The new Tigger that bounces cards back to hand. One of my favorite things that I've heard is you can play a dock, you play Olaf, and then you get the value of that dock that first time. What people were doing prior to Winterspell is they would play the Olaf and then use it to attack or get some way to get off the board so you can draw the dock and then play that dock again and draw more cards. The new thing I've heard people do is they'll have the dock, they'll have the Olaf, and then they'll play Tigger and they'll bounce the Olaf, which triggers and then allows you to bounce the dock so that you can do it all over again, which I think is a really cool interaction for Winterspell.
Yeah, and here we see Zeke trying to do some board control. What we had happen there is Zeke challenging into that Stitch or that Angel Mai, reminding him that it has no damage, therefore it has resist 2, and will only take 1 from that Hades. And so them talking about that interaction, and it looks like, we have had the challenge go in anyway after thinking about it. So Angel will only take 1 from that. And then the Demona now, I think, thinking about that Genie. Um, and there it is. That'll take that out. Just too big of a
Yeah.
threat there. It'll be able to quest for 4 and win the game next turn. So have to get that off the board. And there we see that first Strength of Raging Fire that we've seen all game heading to the discard
Oh
pile
my goodness.
after being boosted under. But not just wanting not to top deck that now because that would be a really bad card for this scenario. But my now, I mean, again, rough position board state wise, but at 16 lore, able to go to 17 with this Angel, and now just top decking into Cobras would be great. Not a great top deck there, though. I think that was a Calhoun.
Whoa.
No, what was that?
That is a
Another
Demona. It was
Fantastic
Demona. That was
top deck.
that's a great top deck.
What a top deck. And drawing into a couple hooks, that's okay. We've got cards we can discard to the Angel to do some shenanigans here, build up a wide board, and now threatening to put on board here. I don't know if she drew into a Cobra. That would have been nice, but if you didn't draw into it, you're 1 card closer to it. So this feels all of a sudden like what was a narrow window before, a narrow lane to victory seems like it's looking pretty good.
It is, and all of these Hades that Zeke has been playing. Oh my! As we see a combo, a Smee Captain Hook. How wow, how fitting! A Smee Captain Hook combo hitting the table as well. The Hades kind of coming back to punish Zeke. Giving Mai all this lore. Amethyst Steel traditionally would not put this much ink down. They generally can be fine with very little ink, but Zeke helping out Mai, able to now play multiple characters, 3 characters in fact, because of all the ink that Mai's been sitting with.
Yeah, and to your point, that might have been the calculation with that, not choosing the Genie there, not wanting to send
Yeah.
3 ink to Mai's Inkwell. That feels pretty bad when you power your opponent that way. But again, speaking of being punished, I mean, it's interesting to go back and look because now that was a 2 lore swing potentially. Although a 1 lore swing actually, because Demona would have quested for 2 anyway. So just giving up the 1 extra lore there, but I think that was probably the calculus there.
Yeah, that does make sense, and that's why these players are playing, and that's why we're talking because Zeke is thinking about these things and really making these decisions using some of the testing that he's done and really making these high level decisions. As we see, speaking of high level decisions, Zeke kind of mapping out what the sequencing look like. I will tell you that the decision from the judges today is that there will be no takeback, so the takeback rule is not in effect today. So Zeke wanted to make sure that he is sequencing correctly, thinking through how to properly map this turnout.
Yeah, and at this point, every single nuanced decision matters. Every single lore matters. 17 lore. There's
Into the unknown.
the only target there that exerted. Let It Go, a card that was
Oh
reprinted.
my goodness.
We see the original printing here coming down, sending the Demona into now. So now I think 3 or 2 lore left on board, unless I'm mistaken.
Oh my goodness. Yes, it's I didn't catch the exact number, but that Let It Go is big. That is a card that a lot of people, as we see Cheshire Cat, inexplicable, also hitting the table. Just Zeke saying, "Hey, well, you think you think you're the only one that can put characters on board? Well, so can I." And boy, oh boy, what a character is Cheshire Cat. As we see, wow, just 5 characters, the looming threat that Zeke is putting on the table. Can Mai get out of this? All she needs is 3 more lore to be able to eke this game out.
She has 2
She's
on board. Will we find the Cobra? No. Looks like
no.
something else. Another
That is an
Elsa.
Elsa.
Cat.
That is a 5th spirit Elsa that just hit the table, which made that Cheshire Cat exerted.
Okay, that is okay. We need to get as much to stick on the board as possible. We can go all the way to 19. Elsa will banish that Dazzle, preventing that support ability from being leveraged. Although at this point, the lore is more threatening. So
Yeah, as we see my turning another another
oh,
Domona.
another
Oh my gosh.
Domona.
This is insane, Liam. This is so like she is just finding every answer off the top of her deck. Anything that's keeping her just in this game is coming to her, just floating to the very top.
Yeah, I don't know if she's played all 4 Demonas at this point, but I think maybe. Um, I
We're gonna have to call a deck
3.
check on her. I mean, there might be 5 in there at this rate. It's difficult to tell.
It's fair. But now a little bit of board control here. Instead of prioritizing the questing, what that tells me is perhaps we have a Cobra sitting in hand. And my knows she's going to have that 2 lore next turn. Another fun
Potentially,
card for Winterspell. This is Christopher Robin.
it is.
To cost 1/3 with 2 lore. He does have the underdog ability, which doesn't come into play here, but it is a 2 lore. And at this point, it looks like
Yeah.
that's it.
That is, yeah. So Zeke opting to go to game 2, understanding that this game is just not for him, and we'll try to recoup and try to recover. Zeke will now have the chance to be able to be on the play. He'll be able to go first, which generally is the place you want to be here when you're playing a game of Lorcana. And so Zeke going to try to see if he can maintain. He's going to start the game with the tempo. He's going to see if he can maintain that tempo. Mai, of course, is going to try to steal some of that tempo. The way she's going to do that, of course, is with potentially running that 1, 2, 3, 4, singing of a card like Strength of a Raging Fire. If she is still playing Thunderbolt, potentially use that. But I've seen a lot of players remove that from their list, trying to make room for some of these really cool Winterspell cards. Cards like Angel, of course. So we'll see where Mai ends up in terms of her deck building decisions and whether or not it will help her to take or steal the tempo from Zeke as he starts this turn by inking a card. Oh no, sorry, just kidding. He's still doing his mulligan. I saw a card go down face down. I thought it was an ink. No, he's mulliganing. I apologize.
Some fun. I'm getting a glimpse of what's in Mai's hand. Worth noting, we do have that Christopher Robin there with that underdog ability we just saw at the end of last game. Now we're going to see it in the early game. I think she kept it, which means this is a fun catch-up card, and she will be on the draw this game, so able to try to put some early lore pressure on. If that Christopher Robin can sneak out a couple quests in the early game, that could potentially be a huge difference in the late game. So we'll see if Mai wants to take that route.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And if you think about like what that card kind of replaced from the previous format, I think some of the builds in Whispers of the Well included a card like Timothy Q Mouse and was utilizing the evasive characters to try to gain some really early questing speed. So Christopher Robin's a great way to do that. It allows you a little bit of flexibility too. It makes it where if you want to build a deck that uses a bunch of evasives, you can, but you don't necessarily have to. And if you are on the draw, at least it gives you a little bit of a catch up as we see 2 of these mouse detectives hitting the table on Zeke's side of the board.
Yeah, what an interesting play. Like that Christopher Robin could have done significant damage with the way these decks usually run, unless you have unless he was running the Tipo for ramp. Instead, able to drop that second Basil down to shut down some sneaky questing from that Christopher Robin. So not able to benefit from that. And Zeke doing what Blurple decks don't usually do and kind of going wide in the early game here.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, and only able to do that because of a card like Sail the Azurite Sea, such a powerful card. A card that often is really kind of touted as one of the main reasons why you've been playing Sapphire. The ability to use your 2 ink, play Sail the Azurite Sea, you get to ink an additional card that is available to use right away. As we see that, I believe a giant Cobra, hit the table and using its effect, discarding a card, trying to get some early lore, and back to Zeke's turn. And that is Tigger hitting the table.
Yeah, Tigger going to bounce that Smee back to Mai's hand. Interesting play from Mai there, prioritizing that lore early. You don't often see that. Leads me to believe, though, there's probably a dot kicking around there. Mai knowing at some point she's going to want to drop that down before she drops again. And here we are going to see a Genie replace itself. I think we drew into a strength there. Unfortunately, this deck wants to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then strength. That line was available, except for that Tigger bouncing that cat back, because now that Genie, not a target, she's able to choose with that strength. That would have been fantastic there. But now just one short with that Tigger Smee shenanigan happening earlier.
It is, yeah. Bouncing all the way Tigger is a very interesting card in Winterspell. There's a bit of a discussion online around whether or not it is a card that is meant for Blurple for Amethyst Sapphire. Some saying like, is that really what you want to be doing with 4 ink? And I think a lot of people that are opting to play it are putting it in because they're hoping that it'll give them a little bit of an edge, especially in a very fast matchup against something like potentially a dogs matchup or something that's just really quick. But I think seeing even here, just being able to put a hold and slowing down the power of a strength, just like Zeke was able to do here, that could have been all the things that Zeke needed in order to keep holding on to the tempo, which is exactly what Zeke is doing here. Started the game out, starting with the tempo, maintaining that tempo, not letting it go. And Maya is just trying to find a way in. She's just trying to inch her way in and just take a little bit of this game to be able to say, hey, I've got control of this game. I can be 50-50 with you and maybe even win this thing on the play. As we see a Dumbo and an Olaf just hit the table. And yeah, so let's see what Mike can do with that.
Yeah, such an impactful play. Like that Tigger's so impactful. I'm just stuck on it. It completely changed the flow of this game. And now, even though now my managing to level up the board state here. Now Zeke though we are in 7 that Hades able to come down, and Hades kind of a double-edged sword though. Oftentimes a lot of these decks playing with Blurple now will kind of restrict their inking decisions, kind of counting on Hades coming down later on to power them in the end game. So it does feel good to get your opponent's biggest threat off the board, but Mai with a little extra ink to work with now. I see another Cobra in hand. I think that's a strength again, which would have been so incredibly impactful earlier. A little more rough now. And now am I thinking about? Yeah, I don't know what that other card is. Well, we're gonna see it pretty quick.
So the glare is a little bit difficult. Was that
Demona.
a doc? I believe that was that a no? It was a Demona.
It was
Yeah,
a
she turned
Demona,
six.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a Demona. Yep.
So exerting everything there.
Yeah, so I mean, it's still we want to be able to get to answers. We want to see more Cobras. We want to be able to continue to allow ourselves. If we're we want to be able to contest the board. We want to put Zeke in a position where questing is not an easy thing to do. And so cards like Demona make Zeke think about, hey, so do I really want to turn these characters sideways? Am I really ready to part with them? Now, Zeke, of course, ahead on lore, not by a whole lot, as we see that Olaf being used to challenge that Basil, bringing back. Oh, I believe was that the Cobra that we brought back? No, what card was that we brought back? I missed it. I missed the card we brought back, but we did bring back a card for it.
Probably that Christopher Robin earlier.
That's right. Yes, thank you. Yes, it was that Christopher Robin that has not been able to do a whole lot since it's been down because we've been concerned with the double Basils and just any time that we would turn that Christopher Robin sideways, it would be gone. As Elsa hits Zeke's side of the table, turning that Demona sideways, followed by a Royal Guard.
Yeah, and Zeke here just solidly in the beatdown role, forcing Mai into the control role, and just
Yeah.
the problem is there's not a lot of wide removable available for Mai, especially with these high world power threats. So it's going to be really tough sledding here to put enough on the board to control things, while trying to turn the corner. It's rough going here.
It is rough going. I mean, Zeke currently has enough characters on the table right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, way more than enough to win this game next turn if Mai does nothing about it. So Zeke, of course, presenting the story here, the end of the story. But the giant Cobra, not to never one to give up. Mai is putting up the good fight as we see that giant Cobra come down, getting Mai to 6, trying to see how far can she move. But I got to say, this does not look fantastic. I believe this game is pretty much locked up for Zeke, given the current board state. Can Mai prove me wrong? Mai has proven me wrong in the past. I will tell you that. So if there's anybody who can prove me wrong, it's her. As we see that Genie. Okay, so we are going to slow down that clock just a little bit as we see that Genie leaving here. All right. Yep. And Zeke is going to go ahead and he is going to draw for his turn. Oh, into the unknown on that Demona. Oh, that is rough as we see Cheshire Cat hit the table. And of course, Zeke identifying, hey, I am in the position now. I just need to go fast. Turning his character sideways, gaining that lore. That puts him all the way to 19 and one away as my draws her card, sees it is not enough, just not where we want to be. So you know what we're going to do? We are going to go to game 3 where Mai will get her chance now. Again, she is on the play, so she has got the advantage here. She's going to try to maintain control of this game. Can Zeke take it away from her? Liam, what do you think? I need you to pick a favorite, and then I'm going to tell them what you said.
Huh. I think that there's an advantage here, and no, it's tough. I honestly don't know who has that. I think I'd give the edge to Amethyst Steel here on the play and watching how Mai piloted that first game. But this is touch and go. And the one thing I will say, like I'm still stuck back last match to um, that Tigger
I'm telling you,
changes everything.
it is
Uh,
so impactful. It's funny because it's one of those cards where you see it and you're like, this is an okay effect, but when you think about how it like the inability, like telling an Amethyst Steel player, hey, that thing that you thought you were going to do, like getting that 4 damage that you thought you were going to get, actually it's going to be 3. It's actually going to be 3 damage, and it's going to be, you're going to have to figure out a way to try to sneak out some additional damage. That's a big deal. Like that's like the whole linchpin. That's the whole reason why you play Amethyst Steel. And suddenly Tigger has created an opportunity, a window where it's like, well, no, I'm going to have to work a little bit harder if I want to deal with this board. Terrible.
absolutely devastating, that play. And here we are going to get the alter now, that aggressive Christopher Robin not available because the underdog ability makes him just a little bit worse. Let's see. But really, I mean, I'll go back to it. The key here, for my really to run away with this, you want that 1, 2, 3, 4. Now on the play, you can pull it off because you're hitting that 4 before the Tigger comes out.
Yeah.
Just the play draw disparity looming really large with that line in that scenario. So we'll see if Mike can find that. That's one of the ways that Steel wins the game, is by that powerful opening,
Yeah.
and shutting down the genie after. Let's see.
What I think what you have to do, like knowing that there's a Tigger in play, like an ideal line would be, instead of playing 1 2 3 4, it might be 1 2 3 1 1, or 1 2 3 2 2, to try to still get out that 4 damage, like in order to get a full powered strength. What it does put you behind on is, if you are playing a card like Thunderbolt, you're kind of hoping that maybe seeing it with that 4-cost character, not able to do that. So you're gonna have to ebb and flow a little bit. You're gonna have to make some concessions, especially in this format with a card like Tigger, if you want to still be able to get that kind of quote unquote full value strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, these players moving fast here. We have the 1-2 on both sides. We did hit ramp on Zeke, so we will see a game. And now that Genie coming down here on turn 3, a card that can be very aggressive.
Yep.
We saw what it can do last game. Now, when you play it on curve, you're not able to boost it right away, and so it is just a little bit slower. But it's one of those cards that will continue to build as the game goes on. And here we're going to see that Genie doesn't have extra power, but it can sing. We'll see if we can drop that card here and then Genie. That is a combo killer. That's what I wants to do. We will have the 4th card, and it is the strength. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 strength. That's exactly what this deck wants to do. The judge reminding her to draw that card off the Genie there. And this is a huge tempo swing. That is the script, and Mai is perfectly on it. Now we're into the Amethyst game.
Yeah, and a huge shout out to the judge team, by the way. I gotta tell you, we got some very high level judges out there. We have Nassif, who made day 2 at DLC Milwaukee, and the head judge today, Liam, is Freddie, top 16 of DLC Richmond. His loss to Fungus, the person who would eventually win DLC Richmond, and so yeah, so we got some very high powered judges out there, even crazy enough.
That's fantastic. I love seeing the community that's building, or the South Florida community is great anyway. But I love to see what Triad is doing, trying to bring all these incredible players in this community down together and provide a hub now for some high level competitive play. Now, one thing to note, by the way, take a look at the clock. I think the game clock has kicked in, and now I'm not surprised to see 8 minutes left in the round, if that is accurate, which explains why these players are moving so quickly. That first game going so long. Now we see this demo coming down at the right time to activate that Genie, draw an extra card. What do you think, Gabe?
Yeah, I mean, I got to say that Mai is executing the plan that she needed to do. There was no Tigger to slow it down. Bouncy, 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 all the way back somewhere. Hiding in Zeke's deck is what Tigger is up to right now. But yeah, I mean, I think just being able to fire off that strength allows Mai to just keep playing the game that she needs to play. Zeke, of course, is got 4 characters on board. I mean, we're talking about 3 smaller characters and a Cheshire Cat, which Cheshire Cat can be problematic. And Zeke might be able to turn a corner here pretty easily, given the fact that he was able to hit that ramp on 2. So it's still anyone's game. This is still anybody's game. Mai hasn't really utilized her advantage to gain a whole lot of lore right now. She's sitting at 3, so it's still anyone's game, I think. And I think Mai needs to be able to make some huge swings here. So let's see what Zeke can do to try to sneak back some of this tempo.
Yeah, it is a great point on on the lore side of things. My doing what she needs to do in terms of board control and card draw. Speaking of control, we are going to see an Into the Unknown send that genie to the Inkwell, uh, playing it.
Yeah, as we see. Okay. Yeah, just so using the characters on the table expertly, using that Basil, of course, to help that Cheshire Cat challenge effectively. We see Tipo. Normally, Tipo it kind of hangs out, but actually being used effectively again with the help of Basil to deal with a Captain Hook. And Zeke, of course, making a mistake that I commonly make, which is I just assume that if Tipo is challenging, that whatever I'm challenging into must be strong enough to deal with Tipo. I mean, he is just a little boy after all. Poor little guy.
He's
So I mean,
growing.
poor little dude. He is still growing, but no. Tipo was able to stand up to that bully Captain Hook and continue to stay here, not be banished, and still be able to do stuff.
Yep, and now all of a sudden that board, which was pretty wide earlier, Zeke managing to do a lot of work, control it. My having to rebuild now. Let's see
Yeah,
what we're gonna start with.
and Zeke, of course, committing just the ultimate, just mental warfare right now. If you take a look at Zeke's board, I think just one of the most atrocious things you can do is have one of your characters turn in a totally different direction than your other 3 characters. As we see, Tipo is tapped in a different direction than the other 3, which is just absolutely killing me right now.
He's a rebel.
He is.
Tipo, he doesn't
Yeah.
like to play by the rules.
He really doesn't. He really doesn't. And Zeke is doing this, I think, because he's trying to get in Mai's head. He's just trying to get whatever angles he can to win this game.
Yeah, Demona coming out now. We'll draw some extra cards, and yeah, what a corner we have turned.
Yeah,
But
it's rough going. It's rough going for sure.
it does feel similar to where we were in game 1, minus the strength. But at this point, managed to, due to the slower gameplay of Zeke in that game, her way up to, I think, probably about 6 or 7 lore at this point. By the time Zeke managed to establish a pretty wide board, it did feel like Mai was sitting at 9, 10 lore, in kind of a more comfortable position. But now, that is not the case. So we do have a demo board. We're drawing cards that probably won't stick around, but um, we're gonna force Zeke to respond. And I will say, healthy Inkwell, healthy hand for this point of the game. So Mai's still definitely in it.
Yeah, so you're right, still in it. And interestingly enough, I just saw going into the Inkwell in Isma, a card that I kind of entered into play during Fabled, and then it sort of went away with a card like Hades looking for a deal in Whisper of the Whale. So to see it come back, I think is an interesting deck choice to be made here. You got to wonder what kind of concessions we're seeing in the meta that says, hey, maybe it's a good time for Eastman to come back. But yeah, I think that's an interesting call out for anybody who may be watching this game. Like, hey, Yzma might still be a thing. It might still be a valuable card to play in your deck.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It was very, very popular for a while, but even in DLC, I think it was Richmond. There were a few players on the fringes sneaking her in, claiming that she was their secret sauce, and yeah, I do love seeing her. It's incredibly powerful card, especially when you're running docks, which, well, especially when you're cards that incentivize you to empty your hand. Um, Cards like Angel running around, which you want leverage to which you can use to leverage your hand size. Wow, sorry, first cup of coffee kicking in.
It's working like a charm, Liam.
Yeah.
It's working beautifully. I wish
Uh,
we're down here in South Florida. I wish I could send you a shot of Cuban coffee. I apologize.
I love that's my favorite thing about visiting. It's those and the what are the ham
Ah, empanadas.
Yeah, the empanadas and all the pastries.
So good, so good. That's why I can't lose any weight here, Liam. It's difficult. You would think I'd be at the beach all day, but I can't because I'm too busy eating empanadas and staying nice and fluffy. So it's just it's very difficult for me.
I
Oh,
need to visit more. So we do see, my did stick a Cobra earlier. I think discarding a card to push her lore total up a little higher, up to 6 now. Zeke's board is pretty wide, but not a lot of large threats over there. Those Cheshire Cats can do some shenanigans, but even they're not super big bodies, so nothing incredibly threatening, especially in terms of lore. Mai on the other side has some bigger bodied characters, some higher lore characters. Speaking of lore, Zeke dropping that genie on the board here will draw a card, but that does represent a 2 lore quester and can threaten that evasive character on my side of the board. So
yeah, yeah. Zeke, of course. I mean, it's just frightening. Like looking at Zeke's side of the board here, we got two Basils, a Tipo. Both of the all those three characters alone just have been on this board since the beginning for Zeke. Just so much value being gained from them. Basil, to great effect, helping Zeke to control Mai's board, and just the fact that they've not been able to be dealt with by Mai is very very scary because that's I mean when we talk about how do you win a game of Lorcana, it's all about value. It's all about how do you get the most value for the amount of ink that you're spending. And I got to tell you, if I had to guess which of these players are getting the most value, to me right now it's clearly Zeke.
yeah, absolutely. Mai now playing Demona, exerting a Zeke's side of the board, will draw some cards. I didn't see how low she'd managed to get her hand, so how many cards will benefit from that Demona. One of the interesting things, Demona forces the presence of Demona in Amethyst forces, players in matchups to play this hand sub game where both players are eyeballing the opposing hand and trying to keep their hand to the point where they will benefit when either player plays those Demonas. So we're not able quite to see all the time um, how that sub game is playing out, but a little bit of board control being done here by Mai. Let's see.
Yeah, and just of note that Cheshire Cat was actually so the two boosts under the Cheshire Cat, it was a Hades and an Elsa Fifth Spirit. That to
Ooh.
lose those just for being boosted is tough. I will tell you that a lot of players right now there's another conversation online about, hey, well, do I just boost to boost? Is what if I lose a really good card? And you can't. It's difficult because while you might lose a really good card, like you might just happen. What happens to Zeke is you might lose a Hades and an Elsa. You could just as equally lose something like a Tipo or something that may not be useful to you. So, don't ever let when you're boosting, don't ever let this fear of like, oh, losing a good card, because the chances of you seeing a bad card under that is equal as seeing a good card, and you got to trust the boost.
Gotta trust the boost. I feel like that needs to be a mug.
That's right.
Let It Go, a card that Purple players were really excited to see reprinted coming down here again, sending a card to that Demona, I think, to the Inkwell. And Mai now with plenty of resources, having benefited from all of that extra ramping Zeke's doing for her, will continue to try to dump threats on the board here. But I will say importantly, still only say that now jumping that Christopher Robin to the Cobra at 8 lore. Um, so, so and emptying her
Oh,
hand with the Demona, that's a full 3 she'll get. Um, really good hand manipulation there.
yeah, the only thing worse than stringing together Docs, Liam, is stringing together Demonas. That's terrifying. That's just absolutely scary. To be able to string together Demonas in a way that lets you just draw as many cards as you can possibly need to, because not only are we getting those three cards, but again, look, this is the way that Mai is going to win this game. We're seeing a series of challenges now. Maya's going to get to control how these challenges happen. Zeke's board is in danger. We've got a Rafiki, we've got two Basils, and of course we have to be able. Oh yeah, of course, Olaf, of course, challenging into the Rafiki who deals no damage, and Zeke, at a one strong board, looking at two detective mice. Those two detective mice, they just won't go away. Oh my goodness.
And they're all game. And they're all game. But what a board swing now. And again, these matchups here, these Amethyst clones, they can be so swingy. And at one moment, it feels like one player has the advantage, and then all of a sudden, one, two, or two key plays will swing dramatically in the other direction. Speaking of swing, Zeke's here offering a deal to Mai, saying you can keep that Demona if you let me have 2 cards. And Mai feeling about it because that is a very well stated character, also represents 2 lore, but instead going to go to the discard pile. That Olaf now will allow Mai to bounce she wants. We'll see if she wants to send that Cobra back. It looks like
She's
no.
opted not to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I would either. I mean, to just be completely empty of characters on your table is difficult. Although that Cobra is one to bring back if you could. But I think Maya's valuing having that character on the table, as we see her also making a deal. Will you shake this poor sinner's hand? I don't know. It looks like Zeke said, "Sure, we're going to send Hades back to the bottom."
Yeah, the Cobra is interesting. It depends on what I'm sitting on. For me, oh, double Hades.
Oh,
Yeah.
Zeke saying,
And
"You know what? I already made this deal. Let's just do it again."
yep, and that's why you keep that Cobra. You're gonna get a quest out of it anyway, and get the perfect amount of ink to banish Zeke's entire side of the board with both those Hades. One note: the timer at the top does show that we are at time. Um, we now it's oftentimes what you see on camera versus what's at the table are different for a variety of reasons. So it looks like both players are still playing with alacrity, indicating that your time is short, but we're not at turns yet.
Yes.
Um, and okay, on the other side, Zeke established that Tigger and nothing to bounce though will establish a Dumbo as well, and another Demona here. Um, Zeke will get a card. Mai will get two, I believe. Um, uh, and then what are we doing
Oh,
here?
she had a bit of a dexterity issue. She tried to sing an Elsa with her Hades. She meant to sing Strength of a Raging Fire.
Yeah, Elsa card can't sing it, unfortunately. But Strength looming really large here. One of the cards that makes the difference in this matchup, getting that Dumbo off the board, and now Hades is going to challenge it as well, leaving Mai unopposed again. Going to quest here and just dumping character after character on the board. Is that a cat over there?
That is a
So
Cheshire cat. Inexplicable, in fact. It's hard to explain. That's why it was difficult for you to see it.
fantastic.
Zeke playing Hades, looking for a deal on the Demona. Oh, Maya almost took the deal. No, she is taking the deal. She took the deal. She said, "Fine, take my friend, take my buddy."
Yeah, just really both players here, just knowing the danger of giving your opponent two cards in this matchup into the unknown, sending that Cobra into the inkwell. Now my left two questers will be able to go up to 12 this turn if she chooses, but so much ink available here. Is this another a lot of ink being exerted here? Is that LC?
It is, yeah. That's what we tried to sing. Yes, as we see in the Great Illuminary, Elsa sings you. So we see that we have turned this sideways. We are questing with the Cheshire Cat. We're questing with that Hades, looking for a deal. And yeah, just trying to get to there. And to your point, Liam, the clock may not be reflective of what these folks are doing. And we were having some of those technical issues. Stitch was in the wiring, so I believe that may still be a leftover here. But to your point, they do the timing has got to be pretty close, which is why they're rushing through it. As we see, okay, Demona, another Demona coming down. Zeke effectively emptying of the hand to draw 3 fresh cards to play Rafiki and reestablish his board.
This feels really good for the Amethyst, and this is one of the ways that Amethyst Steel overpowers Blurple is, especially when you get to this point in the game. There's so much ink over there, mostly because, or a lot because of the ramping that Zeke has given to Mai. Mai can dump so like when Mai draws cards, you can oftentimes dump three really well statted mid range characters, or things like Genie, which replace themselves. And the wide board looks a lot more oppressive than what Zeke can do, which is sometimes drop maybe a Hades plus one other character, or go wide with things like Rafiki. So the mid game feels, this scenario feels a lot better for the Amethyst Steel player. Yeah, so we will see a couple Genie followed by a Cobra, that's 12 ink worth of things, and two Strength of Raging Fires. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yes. I mean, every time Zeke keeps presenting pressure on the board. Oh yeah, Zeke identifying that this game is over. Mai has effectively been able to beat Zeke, which means I don't know. I don't know who's sleeping on the couch, but whoever's sleeping on the couch, I'm hoping it's Mai, because she'll be able to enjoy this beautiful victory as she now will go into round 3, still currently undefeated, 2-0. Zeke will have to fight from behind. Will have to fight from behind going into round 3 with a 1 loss. Can Zeke recover? Can they meet each other in the finals? Only time will tell.
I'm hoping
As
for it. I want to
yeah,
see. I want to see a grudge match finals.
Oh yeah, that'd be so awesome to be able to recoup, to see how these friends come back. Yeah, so I think hey, look at that, we're back. As I'm
Yeah.
back in, look, my cell is now well lit. It's a well lit cell now, Liam.
Oh, that's nice. They've given you some creature comforts in there. That's
They
kind of
did.
nice. I appreciate that so much. What a fun match. I really enjoyed that quite a bit. And we got to see two decks that we know and some of us love from the previous couple sets, but with a sprinkling of Winterspell in there, changing what they do just a little bit. And I don't know. I think the conventional wisdom is that in this set, Blurple is kind of the big bad and the one that's going to kind of run amok for the next few months until we get something else into the wilds. But here am I showing that it is not just possible, but I think in the case of the third game, easy to take down Blurple if Amethyst Steel is on its game plan. And I don't know, what do you think about what we just saw?
I think it's going to be interesting because it's the beginning of it's the beginning of a new format, beginning of a new set. So we're excited to see anything that we may have seen a bunch of times before. I think that it's important to note how these games are going to be different because that's going to determine how we build. So seeing that Tigger really kind of change the pace of that game in game 2 for Zeke is going to be interesting to note because people are playing 2 of that Tigger in Amethyst Sapphire. So if we anticipate seeing more Amethyst Steel in the meta, does that mean we go to 3? Does that mean we go to 4? What does that mean for the rest of our deck? So I think we're kind of seeing this moment. Also kind of being able to see cards like Angel be somewhat effective. It didn't feel as effective in this matchup for my had it and it did some things. In fact, I don't know if it was as powerful as it might be for this pairing. Maybe it is meant to be kind of a Sapphire steel deck with something like a Goliath or not. This is one game, so like it's difficult because you don't want to base this on a case study. You don't want to base this on just one game, but at the same time, these are seeing these games on stream allows us to kind of extrapolate. We're experiencing this maybe in our own testing at home with our friends, with our family. We're watching other people experience that. So I think getting a moment to see that is going to be cool. I do want to take a second here. I do want to talk a little bit about Triad, and then what we'll do is we'll likely cut to a short break. But I want to talk about Triad for just a second. I want to let everybody know that Triad Cards and Games, they are a store location based out of Deerfield Beach. They are a local South Florida store, recently opened. They are veteran owned. And what you're seeing here is card games. Other things that Triad sells, though, they sell all kinds of collectibles. So card games is not their only business venture. We will be running an ad so you can take a look at their site as well. They sell all kinds of collectibles, Liam. They sell things like silver and gold. They sell things like Rolex watches as well. So it's not just trading card games. It's really, if you're a collector of any kind, then they're really the company for you. So if you're interested in any kind of collecting, and a lot of people who enjoy Disney are collectors of all kinds of stuff, including Disney merch, by the way, including Disney stuff. In fact, a really close friend of the Nieves, Christian Nieves, who owns it, and the family, is Peter Raimundo. Peter Raimundo is a really, really close friend of theirs, and some of the prizing that these players are getting to play for back there is play mats with Peter Raimundo's art and signatures on it, which is pretty cool.
I gotta take a look at plane tickets and see if I can get down there now.
Right.
I did not realize it was part of the prize pool.
Yeah, in fact, what I'll do is when we come back for the next round, I'll see if I can grab some so you can take a look at some of the art, so we can show you that as well. What I want to do now, though, is we're going to take a short break. We're going to run a bit of an ad. We want to give Triad a chance to, of course, if there's anything on their site that might interest you. It'll be a short break, very, very short break. We're going to go ahead and throw to that in just a second. But thank you all for tuning in. I know you have a lot of options to watch Lorcana. Hang out with us, Liam and I. We're just vibing, dude. It's just vibes. We're just vibing.
It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
I'm hearing myself vibing, dude. Like, I'm just having a great time. I'm just glad they took me out of the padded one, and I'm here in the regular cell. So
you earned it. You earned it.
You. I've been good. So with that said, production, thank you very much. You too. A huge shout out to Stefan as well for all the work that he's done. He's been here since 5 a.m, Liam. I don't know if you know that.
I did not.
Since 5 a.m. Yeah, he's been working hard. So with that said, friends, we will be back. Don't go too far away, and we'll see you in just a little bit.
My voice is nothing when stretch my hand, but my crap just goes up.
Oh, we are live. We are back, and we are in charge. So what we have here, we have Jonathan Williams. You might know the name. You might know him. Some of you may know him as Dragon John Z, but he's known more colloquially by me as Jay Willie. I like to call him Jay Willie, Jonathan Williams, the multi-time, two-time, in fact, Golden Mickey winner. Performs very, very well in major competition. Generally known for performing second place a lot. Like if he's very much known for being a second place player. And you know what? I was I was joked with Jonathan Williams, and I said, "Man, how's it feel to always come in second?" He goes, "Well, you know what? It's better than coming in last all the time." And of course, he looked at me because that's generally where I place these tournaments. So I said, "Well, thanks a lot, buddy. I appreciate you being so kind about that." But no, it's all in good jest. Jonathan Williams, great friend of the group. You know, came down a lot to play in many tournaments down here. So it's awesome to see him back down here. It's been a little bit since I've seen him down in South Florida. And I also I'm excited because after this round is done, I want to show you some of the stuff that some of these winners might get as we see. And I will tell you, if you're looking on stream, Hector was on. This is not the same Hector. This is a different Hector. I want to be clear. This is a different Hector. So Hector Harris, who is the Triad sponsored player we saw play in run one, is not the same Hector. This is Hector King. He is a member of a Miami team known as Refract. And so he is getting his opportunity now to be on stream playing against Jonathan Williams. And so we're going to see some very high level play. I think what's really interesting is, as I mentioned before, that there was two players playing on that Emerald Sapphire strategy. Jonathan Williams is one of them. So Jonathan Williams, I feel, has identified correctly that he would anticipate seeing a lot of Blurple, and in seeing a lot of Blurple, said, "Hey, what hurts Blurple very effectively?" And it is, in fact, in my opinion, that Emerald Sapphire. You know, because what Blurple tends to do is it tends to go over in matchups. It's a control deck. Well, you know, I would argue that Emerald Sapphire is probably the most controlly of the control decks. And so, can Jonathan Williams execute on that plan against Hector? We're about to find out, Liam. We're about to find out.
Yeah, it's fun seeing him on this color combo because it's one that not a lot of people were high on coming into this set. You brought up a great point about great reasons why you would play it in this set, especially if Purple's running around. But as everybody looked at the tools that that people were getting in this set, Emerald Sapphire is not one where people were super high on a lot of the cards coming along, although there are some fun things you can stick in there now from Winterspell. And as a result, when you saw people tier rank the decks in the set, you usually found this color combo coming in, you know, like 5 or 6, somewhere in the mid range. In fact, some people dropping it very, very far down because of how aggressive people thought this set would get. So, but in a set or in a meta where Blurple is incredibly favored, it is still a great deck to bring in. And the other fun thing about it is there's multiple ways to build it. And so when you sit down against them, they don't know what exactly you're trying to do in the end game. So we'll see which way Jonathan Williams has this tech. I'm really excited to see it. He's a wonderful deck builder and a fantastic pilot, and into probably one of the strongest deck this set. So
Yeah, I will say. I mean, so far from what we've seen, I've seen a perfect gentleman Donald Duck. I've seen Tipo. So it feels like what we saw Fungus do well with at DLC Richmond. So far, I haven't seen a whole lot of what we like to call spice. Not a whole lot of spice right now. Nothing too different. But Jonathan, let me tell you something about Jonathan Williams. Okay, he is a spicy player. He loves his spice. So I would not be surprised again. But we are right now. We're still seeing kind of what's in the common recipe here. We see you're welcome entering the Inkwell to be able to play that perfect gentleman Donald Duck, an excellent card draw engine, especially if you're trying to get to cards like Clarabelle.
now I have to catch up. I was looking at something. Is that a Basil on Hector's side of the board? And did we miss ramp on turn 2?
Yes, we did. We
Yeah.
did. That's yeah. A lot of players will indicate that if you do not hit ramp in this color pairing in the Blurple color pairing, this matchup is usually over. So Hector probably is not feeling too great, especially because Jonathan Williams did hit ramp, did hit that depot, as we see a Prince Philip, Vanquisher of Foes, hit the Inkwell.
Yeah, really, really tough. I mean, anybody who's watching knows in Blurple or anytime you're playing Sapphire and you're looking to ramp, you have a 91% chance to hit it with 8 cards in this deck if you're mulliganing aggressively for it. You throw in the 9th and you throw 93 point some odd. And you run the 9th and you get that extra 2% sometimes because hitting it is critical, and missing it can really set you back. It feels really bad. So game's not over. You know, we can see Hector's going to try to power through here, and there's certain key things that can happen which will keep him in this game. But it does feel like he's on the back foot a little bit. On the other side, Jonathan Williams getting that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman on the board. Now we see the Tipo, so we'll get the extra ink now, but definitely messes up the curve. But again, not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, the thing about the blue green strategy, the Emerald Sapphire strategy is, you know, like the hitting the ramp is fine, but hitting the ramp is not really what wins or loses that matchup for Emerald Sapphire as badly as it does for Blurple. What really messes up Emerald Sapphire is not hitting a card like Clarabelle, not being able to be able to do things. And of note, last turn, Jonathan Williams not really able to do a whole lot with his ink. He basically he hard casted or paid the full value for that. You're welcome. He paid for it in ink because he didn't really have anything else to do with his ink. So, I would say that in terms of their hands, they're probably about average. To your point, we did get to see that ramp later, and maybe with this stutter step that Jonathan's experiencing, depending on what he plays now on his ink 6 turn, that might really dictate how this game goes.
Yeah, that's a really critical turn here. I mean, turn 4, last set we're used to seeing as the critical turn for a variety of reasons. But this game is weird now because we've missed the ramp and Jonathan hasn't, hit the Clarabelle shift line or anything else. So this turn here feels pretty important. We're just gonna play that one Clarabelle now. Are we sneakily? Here it is. Yeah, basically reducing the cost of the Clarabelle by 1. So finding that Clarabelle feels really good.
Yes. I love this play, by the way. This is one of my favorite things to do with it. In fact, on many, I played a lot of Emerald Sapphire. I played it I played it at multiple set champs. I played it a lot. I was a big fan of this color pairing. I was not brave enough to bring it to DLC Richmond. I opted for a safer strategy, and I tried to play Amethyst Steel. Little did I know that wasn't very safe at all. However, this is one of my favorite moves. Is this like on turn 6 or on that ink 6 turn? Is rather than exposing your Clarabelle, that 1-drop Clarabelle, early and like giving your opponent a chance to deal with it or force it into a weird spot, you wait till that turn 6 and then do that kind of shift on the same turn situation. However, punished for it. Hades, of course, coming down and saying, Clarabelle, you got one good draw at the end of your turn. Now the question is that one good draw that Jonathan got, is he going to be able to capitalize on that now that he has basically ramped him, or has been ramped by his opponent by 2, going all the way to 8 ink, which is crazy in this color pairing.
Yeah, I mean, it's downsides to Hades. And one of the things that players count on a lot of times now when you're playing against Purple is the fact that you're going to get ramped by your opponent. So making perhaps different ink decisions, counting on that, 7th, 8th ink later in the game, earlier if you get hit by an Into the Unknown. But plenty of resources here to leverage and getting a good draw off that Clarabelle. So we'll see. One thing that's interesting to figure out, and we'll see if that could allow Jonathan to run away with the game. One of the reasons you play this color pairing is if you're running Bend to My Will. Sometimes you usually run 1, sometimes you run 2. If you're really looking to capitalize on it. But one of the cards that could shut down this game really quickly. Jonathan now developing his brain, taking a look in hand, 1 card on the bottom. If you're just joining us, we are watching a round Triad. Jonathan Williams or Dragon John Z on the left there, piloting Emerald Sapphire as the graphics indicate against Hector on Bull.
Yes, and I mean this is both players with, I mean, I would say relatively average starts. We see a Hades on Hector's side of the board, which dealt with a Clarabelle. That Donald Duck, of course, getting a lot of value right now, just for both players, really, if you want to be entirely fair. But of course, the argument here is who's going to get the most value from that Donald, from that extra draw. And I would have to think that while, Blurple is a control deck, while it does have a pretty healthy top end, you build your Emerald Sapphire deck for that Donald. You build it for that Clarabelle. And so your top end is usually much heftier, way heavier on your end. So you would have to think that that Jonathan Williams is getting way more advantage from it. But we see just more and more of this, just kind of like slow start. I mean, like just both players kind of like taking a moment here, like one dealing with a card, the other one playing a card, dealing with another card, and just slowly gathering value from their cards, seeing what they can do, where can they be, because this game doesn't really get started till each player feels like they're at about 12 ink. It feels like sometimes.
Yeah, and we're going to see some really, really swingy turns here. A lot of top end in these decks that they can take advantage of in this scenario. And one of the things I'll note is when you're playing, oftentimes in this meta or the previous metas, we say that Blurple is the deck with inevitability because of its incredible top end. It wants to get there quickly, and then it just has some really powerful removal options, which can allow it to close out the game. I think in this particular matchup, I think inevitability is with the Emerald Sapphire deck because it's control. It's not its control. It's card draw in the end game. cards like Clarabelle paired with other cards like You're Welcome and Basil, cards that bounce cards back to Hector's hand, enabling some really powerful draws off Clarabelle, followed by perhaps a Bend to My Will, is a really, really powerful way to close down the game. And so Jonathan Williams happy to stretch this out. And we saw a sequence a couple turns ago where the Basil was played to bounce Hades back to hand, and then Hector spent his entire turn playing the Hades to send that Basil into the Inkwell. And those types of exchanges where we're stretching out the game by another turn, I think feel really good for Jonathan. I feel really good for Jonathan.
Yeah, I would agree. And we see some decisions made. So interestingly, with that Cinderella hitting the table with that Prince Philip, another thing that really differentiates the Emerald Sapphire deck from the Blurple deck is that, I mean, just that combination of cards, right? It's nothing new. We've seen it a lot. We saw it all through Whispers in the Well, but that Prince Philip Malicious Mean and Scary combo is still there. You know, it feels as though because of cards like Raging Storm, because a lot of the tools that are out there, there's a lot of people that have like lost their attention. The new shiny toy feels to be in other places, and so that might be attributing a little bit to why Emerald Sapphire's kind of fallen off in terms of its meta share, or at least the attention that it seems to be getting. But I'm sorry, there's just no way to deny the power of that combination. And to your point, the inevitability in the form of card draw, the reason why it's so important in this color pairing is because there is that looming threat of just that 3 card, sometimes depending on your ink, 2 card combo, which is we're not too far off from. We're not too far off from being able to afford it as a 2 card combo by playing a Vanquisher of Foes after we have sung Malicious Mean and Scary with something like that Prince Philip or that Cinderella that is currently on the board.
Hades now gonna sing that Let It Go, send the Donald Duck to the Inkwell. That Donald Duck around since turn 4. I think both players have drawn like 6 cards off of it so far. Hector, not a big fan of giving Jonathan Williams an extra card every turn, but also even though he gets extra cards off of the Donald Duck as well, threatening to give Jonathan some benefit out of that card when he's only able to play a couple per turn. So clearly recognizing that threat, sending it to the Inkwell with that song, establishing a couple Dumbos now. But Jonathan's still clearly in the driver's seat, way up to 8 lore, and plenty of cards in hand, plenty of ink.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I you know, we've got the 2 Dumbos on the table. Of course, that is the 9th wonder of the universe. And so, Liam, you know what I'm going to ask you. If you've got 2 of them, is that the 18th wonder of the universe, or is that the 10th wonder of the universe, the second one?
I think it's multiplied. So I think it's 9 times 9.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I think that's how the Dumbos work.
9 to the power of 9.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Sure.
So the 81st wonder of the universe sitting here on this table with these 2 Dumbos. That is wild. As we see, what is? I don't recognize that card on the right there on Jonathan Williams' side. Is that a new card, or is that an old friend coming back? Am I missing something?
What? Chat's gonna let us know eventually here. Yeah, I need to.
Oh, I love it. We love the new set. We love new formats. This is great. So much fun. As we wait to give confirmation as to what that card is exactly. Oh,
Yeah,
I know what it is. It's Chernobog. I believe it's Chernobog.
Oh, yes, it's exactly what it is. It's the new Chernobog with art by Kendall Hale. There you go.
You see, I knew eventually it would come to me. And that Chernobog, what a very interesting card. I think that's another card that's got a lot of questions regarding you know, whether or not it's valuable. So the way that card works is when you play it, you choose a character, you send that character, I believe it's under your deck, if I'm correct, and then you choose another the opponent who's been targeted by that Chernobog goes into their discard pile and would choose another character to put into play. But see, here's the trick: if you don't have a character to put back into play, or maybe you have something like a Tipo or like a Basil or something, and you're replacing something pretty big. I mean, that's not a very good trade for you. Yeah, that's a tough time for you, as the way I see it.
Yeah, really fascinating card to see worked in here. I just pointed out it's a little bit of a gamble. It also takes an uninkable slot. It's hard to see with the camera, but it is uninkable. So it's a little bit of a risk there because it's a card where you may now you can choose it. You can play it without using its ability, and in that case, it's a 5-cost 5/4 with 2 lore. So having 2 lore on the board isn't terrible, but gambly card and on those uninkable slots, you know, when it's a card that you're forced to play, Yeah, really interested to see how many Jonathan's running here. I would venture to guess there's probably two, one or two.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I think one of my favorite things to think about too is like, okay, well, if we're playing this card, then what card is it that we're, giving up on? So like, what did we are we giving up like is it a John Silver that we gave up for this Trinabog? What or is it? Are did we are we if we're having if it's an uninkable card, did we cut into our potentially our Hades count? Which if you're following builds like Hades has kind of found its way out, like it seemed to be unnecessary already. So are you not running Hades any more than you were before? It's that's the stuff I like seeing. I'm a big fan of like the deck building element of any card game. So I would love to pick Jonathan Williams' brain about this deck list to see, hey, what did you put? What did you take out for this Trinabog, buddy? I want to know. And if I find out, I'll come and I'll tell you all. I promise.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the nice thing about this color pairing is there weren't a ton of uninkables in it anyway. You do have the
Yeah.
Hades at the top end, but sometimes you don't run four in this deck. Purple runs four. This one doesn't always. You also work in bend sometimes, but you're working in one or two. In that case, the only card that I think is really a must include that you often see is the Cinderellas at four cost if you're working those in, or at least last set we saw a lot of them. Other than that, I mean, there's Under the Sea. There's a couple other tech cards, maybe a spooky site that you can work in, but you do have some room to play, I think, with the uninkable count. So, um, yeah, it is fun to see it played though.
Oh yeah, 100%. As we see, double Hades, two Infernal Schemers, and an Into the Unknown, just giving Jonathan Williams more ink, but at the value of reducing his board state. It's all about, can you take advantage of it before Jonathan Williams takes advantage of all this ink? I mean, Jonathan Williams has so much ink at this point. It's like, I mean, how much more do you need, right? Like, what else do you need, buddy? Like, so you know what? Maybe we take it as we see Sail the Azurite Sea, yet another way to get additional ink down. But really, the value here is it gets to draw a card. So let's see what we draw.
Yeah, just at this point, looking, we're gonna get a song here. Probably oh no, it's a quest up to 15. Um, and then John Silver coming back all the way from set one, reprinted and fabled, going to give Reckless to that Hades, that upright Hades there. Hades will have to challenge.
Yes, it will. And yeah, so and so John, we do see at least one John Silver in this build. So, it might not have been the card that was sacrificed for that Trinabog. Again, I'm actually, once this thing is over and whenever we take another, I'm gonna run over there and take, and I'm gonna make him show me. I don't care. I'm gonna force him to show me.
Yeah, I'm really interested because there are different ways you can tech it. I'm interested about bends. Are we running those?
There was one. We saw one bend, so we know there's at least
Oh,
one
okay.
in the deck.
I was spacing out.
I think he did reveal one. I saw it in hand.
Fascinating. Hades now offering a deal. Bevy of Hades over there. What do you call those? An underworld of Hades. I don't know.
I mean, they're deities, so I guess it is a pantheon of Hades, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
good.
it'd be a pantheon. As we see Demona, okay,
Demona
Demona
feels
hitting the table.
pretty good right here.
It would, but the thing is that Jonathan Williams was at one card, and of course, I guess with that Clarabelle would allow them to boost up a little bit more, get more cards. So I don't know if it was the best value Demona you could have, but it's still a 6/5. It is still a two quester. I mean, that is still a character that is a tour de force to deal with.
Yeah, trying to go wide here, establish enough. The problem is, one of the reasons that people um, love this color combo Jonathan Williams is playing is because you have that board wipe combo available to you. Going wide always a danger, especially when your opponent has all the ink. Literally, I think half the deck in the inkwell over there. Um, I shouldn't say that. It's less, but there it is. I mean,
There's the Vanquisher.
and Scare coming down, putting one damage across the board, and then Prince Philip coming down, removing all damage characters in play. So, you don't need to be prepared if you can assemble one at home. And that's what Jonathan Williams has done here, following it up by a Prince Philip and a Clarabelle. So, Hector there showing what he has in hand, not enough to deal with everything. And I think we're going to game two.
Yeah, I mean, you let it go in a Hades normally isn't a bad hand. I mean, that's usually pretty solid, but in this case, it's just losing your board is just crazy, And you mentioned like building your own board wipe. We used to call it build your own B prep, but I guess we call it build your own Raging Storm now, because that's the thing now. And I feel like maybe in terms of ink cost, it's about the same. Yeah, so they're gonna get to shuffle up. Hector's gonna get to go first. Will this advantage matter? Will being on the play matter for Hector? I mean, you got to think about some of the things that put Hector behind already in this game, right? They both had pretty average starts. It did feel as though Jonathan Williams kind of drew into that Clarabelle, but didn't get a lot of value from it. Hector got ramp about 2 turns too late. So can either of them get a hand that puts them slightly above? That's really the name of the game here, because both of their games don't really start until that Tipo comes out and until they kind of start establishing that board and getting things ready. So both of them are going to be operating pretty slowly. But yeah, we'll find out now as they shuffle up and they get to do their first mulligan. Lorcana, notoriously known for having the most generous mulligan of any trading card game, which one of my favorite things about this card game is the mulligan.
Yeah, I love it. Some people, you have a variety of reasons why you might like it or hate it, but I like consistency, and so
Yeah.
being able to get your deck to do what it wants to do more often in the early game feels pretty good to me. One of the worst things is, especially even when you're watching, is seeing a game that's a non-game because the deck is just completely off script. Now you want that variance in a TCG, but let's take for example, talking about Hector missing ramp last game. The generous mulligan allows him to try to find 91% chance of hitting it. And if you're going to sacrifice 8 cards in your deck in order to hit that ramp, it feels like that's a great percentage. But the TCGs allow for that 9%, that 8% of you missing it. So I don't know. All that is to say, I like the mulligan.
Yeah.
So Hector missing it last game, he pointed that out. Jonathan really kind of on script hitting the ramp and then hitting that Clarabelle right on curve by sneaking it out with that shift. So yeah, we'll see if Hector. I really hope Hector's on script here because I really want to see what his deck can do with the Jonathan Williams build.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I think that one card that Jonathan Williams has set to the side there by his left hand, if I'm correct, I believe that was a Sail the Azurite Sea, is what I saw. So sending back 6 to keep that Sail the Azurite Sea, that seems pretty on pace with the Emerald Sapphire strategy if you're trying to string together a better opener, but keeping that ramp. So I mean, if I'm Hector and I saw that I only sent back 1, or sorry, that I kept 1 and sent back 6, I would have to immediately assume that it was a Sail or a Tipo.
Yeah, absolutely. So both players here mulliganing up. Yeah, this is gonna be really fun. I do hope. I'm really excited for you to sneak out and talk to Jonathan about his thoughts about this in this set. Um, Hector, though, as you pointed out, another great player. I don't know. I'm just excited. I'm just excited to watch good Lorcana. If you're joining us on YouTube, there, I see about some of you folks in here. Welcome to this Triad tournament here. It's a 5K tournament being run. 5Ks? It's 5Ks?
That is, it's a 5K tournament. Yes, that is correct. 5 cases.
5 cases. I want a case. I want
Well,
one case.
listen, come down here and beat Jonathan Williams for it. That's all I got to tell you.
That's fair. That's fair. 5 tournament we're running out of South Florida. Some fantastic players here. You do see Jonathan Williams, aka Dragon John Z, on the left, Golden Mickey winner, showing what he is bringing in this Winterspell meta. 5 cases is no small prize to play for if you're local or heck, if you're anywhere. So I don't know. It's really, really fun. This is my first chance to like watch and broadcast and really experience the Winterspell meta. So thanks for hanging out with us here while we do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. I mean, and you'll hear us fumble through some of these cards, especially the newer ones. But hey, that's half the fun. Half the fun is figuring out what exactly is this game all about. We mentioned earlier, for those of you that have been with us for a little bit, you have so many choices. Especially today, especially this weekend, especially this month, really when it comes to like how you can watch Lorcana live, through various means. And so if you're hanging out with us, huge thank you, like seriously huge thank you. Let us know in the chat where you're at. Let us know, let us know who you are, and talk to us in the chat as well. We'd love to hear from you as we see a Woodchuck's guidebook hit the table over on Hector's side of the board.
Yeah, it feels really, really bad now. We missed ramp again here on turn 2.
Oh no!
This is a catch up. About this card here, it can catch you up just a little bit. Now you're going to be off script, but if you're digging for ramp here, you can pop that guidebook, and you have the extra ink after inking for turn to play it if you find it. So again, being off script feels bad, but really like to find it here. And if he doesn't find it here, oh,
That's tough. That is
feels so bad.
So we have a mulligan of 7 cards. So we saw 14 cards at the start of our turn. We drew a card. We played Woodchuck's Guide, so that was 15 plus 3. So we've seen 33.33% of our deck and did not find ramp. That is wow. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, just the math here. I'm no statistician, but it's got to be like 97, 98% of finding what you need at this point. So again, not out of it, but part of the problem here is that Hector, not able to play terribly many cards, and drawing extra cards with these woodchuck guidebooks are playing right into Jonathan Williams' kind of strategy of working towards that early game Clarabelle, where Jonathan's going to benefit from all of Hector's extra cards in hand, especially if Jonathan manages to dump a bunch of extra cards board here by the
Yeah.
time he plays it. So Hector clearly not out of it yet. This card advantage, feels okay. But oh, look at all the guidebooks. The
So
library of
many. There's so many learnings happening. We're just so smart today. We're just learning so much. As we
Oh.
see Iago, hey, it's my buddy Iago. He's down. We love to see it. That giant spectral bird, making its first appearance in this tournament. I was surprised we haven't seen it sooner with as many amethyst cards that we've seen. I mean, the giant spectral parrot is still a great card. From what I've seen so far, there's less cards that really are out there in the meta that kind of deal with it effectively. A lot of focus on cards like Let It Go, which would send it into your inkwell anyway. Doesn't really give it the opportunity for that vanish to fire off. So I'm surprised we haven't seen more of these, if I'm being entirely honest with you.
Yeah, very, very well statted for the cost. Really good into the amethyst mirrors, especially when genies are running around. But at the they're probably just dumping, the biggest body he can on the board, and there is that Clarabelle shifting out.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna get to see how much Jonathan draws off of it. One, two, so just two,
Okay.
but still, at this point, this is where these Emerald Sapphire decks can really start to pop off. Jonathan, his removal involves sending cards back to Hector's hand, which is where you'll see him benefit even more from that Clarabelle. So let's see what Hector's answer is here. Is that an Elsa? It is.
It is an Elsa, yes. And the question becomes, yep. Oh, we sing into the
Oh.
unknown. There we go.
Into the unknown feels pretty good to get that off the board, but ramping Jonathan by 2 does feel pretty bad. And now the ink disparity, especially with Hector missing ramp here, is very, very clearly on display. In fact, Jonathan here laying it out, perfectly for us, showing the 5 of matching Hector's 5 over there, and then showing the extra 3 on the other side of the board. So there, that Chernobog is going to come in that we saw last game. Again, love to know how many he's running, but 5 cost going to send 1 card to the bottom, or shuffled into the deck, and then Hector can be able to play a card from the discard for free. But guess what, Gabe?
What?
No characters in the discard.
Oh, that's a tough one. That's why that Chernobog is so powerful, because to the point that you were just making, right? Like the whole strategy of Emerald Sapphire is really about sending things back to your opponent's hand. It's really not about banishing things. You're not really banishing anything. You're sending things to the inkwell. You're sending things back to your opponent's hand. So it does feel like this Chernobog card, like Chernobog, actually is very well suited in this Emerald Sapphire strategy. We've now seen it used twice to great effect. That is actually kind of scary when you think about the ability to send characters into the bottom of your deck. So not only can you not redeploy them if they have a enter the field effect, not only can you not gain the benefit of getting inkwell, it just goes to the bottom of your deck. It just disappears with nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it feels. We watched it play in game 1. We saw it in the later game, where it feels a little bit more of a gamble. But seeing it played like on curve here, actually feels really, really good into Blurple, when there's just nothing down there for them to take advantage of. The only time to me feels like thinking through when it would feel like a huge risk. The only time it feels like a really massive risk and a real downside is when you're playing against dogs and they've managed to hit an early street smart dog. But or even, one of the ways that if this card becomes more popular, people are going to start playing around it is by playing cards like Lilo, Bobby Zamaruski to dump an early powerful card into the discard pile, making this a really bit of a really rough play. But I really love seeing it on curve here. It feels really good.
It does, yeah, and I think you did make an interesting point. Like you're talking about that tramp, like that street smart tramp. I think like this really does tell me, and I'm so excited to talk to Jonathan about this. But this really does tell me that when he was really thinking about his deck decisions and his deck choices, you have to imagine that what he said in his mind when he's putting this in the deck, he's saying things like, I don't anticipate seeing a lot of dogs. I'm probably going to see a lot of Blurple. I'm going to see a lot of, playing characters on cost, a lot of turns being taken off, not a lot of character interaction that sends characters to discard pile. So that's got to tell me a little bit as that, oh my goodness, that bend to my will, just coming in and sending, oh no, Hector's hand into the discard pile. Just kidding. Now there's a ton of characters in his
So many
discard pile,
characters in there, right?
but it's a little bit too late. So ouch.
Yeah. I think, if there was a script against Hector's deck, and I do think Jonathan Williams is teched to face a lot of Blurple today, and if there was a script that he wanted to be on, he's clearly on it. Hitting that ramp, hitting the Clairol early, then the Chernobog as well, followed by the Bend at this point in the game feels really good. And now just everything from board state to board state. We'll give Hector the board state, but hand size and inkwell size definitely in Jonathan's favor, and as well as the momentum.
It is, yeah.
So this is gonna be tough.
It is. I mean, and like even that, so you mentioned that arguably like the board state was in Hector's spot, but even seeing that, like Hector was put in a position where he needed two characters to deal with that Donald Duck. Anytime that you have to give up two characters to do something to take care of one, that's always in the benefit of the player that's losing the one to the two. Now, granted, we didn't lose any characters on Hector's side, but that's lore that he could have gained. That's damage that now makes it even easier to deal with. And let me tell you something about damage. Malicious Mean and Scary is a scary card, but there's another way that one of my favorite things to do is I like to taunt my opponent. So like I'll play a bunch of T-Pos, I'll play a bunch of small characters as Emerald Sapphire, and I'll turn them all sideways. I'll say, I dare you to, you want to deal with my board? Go ahead and attack all these little people, because guess what? I am going to play that Vanquisher of the Foes without having to even waste my time with a Malicious Mean and Scary. So, like something like this isn't that bad for Jonathan Williams, and he knows it because that's why he brought this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just use again on the ramp here. Missing ramp feels, as Prince Philip comes down, is going to clear off those damaged characters, and again, it just feels Jonathan Williams clearly in the driver's seat. You're welcome now. Going to send his, I forget what it was. Was that Donald Duck back to the deck? Draw two cards.
Yep. Correct. Yeah.
But this is why some people choose to run the 9th ramp with the one jump ahead. It's a dead card at points in the game. It's uninkable. You draw into the late game. It's terrible, but people want that extra 2 to 3% because especially in this meta where you're running into all sorts of ramp, or you need to ramp into certain cards to control early game aggro. Like when you miss ramp, you are most likely giving away the game.
Yes.
And so people, when you deep math in a tournament setting, if you are giving up an extra 2 or 3 games by not having that 9th ramp card in there out of 100 games that you play, that's the difference between top cut and not.
Yep.
So it just speaks to the importance of, now some people still choose to run 8. Some people choose gamble 8 versus 9, etc. That's a decision that a lot of top level players make. But what it does is speak to this hitting ramp in this matchup, because if you miss, you may not be in the game at all.
Yeah, you're not kidding. I mean, we often think about games and choices of the decks that you play in terms of what is considered fair versus what is considered unfair. You'll hear when it comes to card games of all kinds. This is not exclusive to Lorcana. The idea of cheating, right? Like, and when we say cheating, we don't mean that you're literally cheating. We don't mean break the rules. That's not what I mean. But like the game and the mechanics allow you to do a certain thing in a certain way. You're meant to play 1 ink every turn. You're meant to play a character for every ink that you have. So what are some ways that we cheat in Lorcana, quote unquote? We ramp, right? So we play Sapphire. We play cards like Silly Azurite Sea. We play Tipo. It allows us to get out an extra ink. What are some other ways we cheat? Well, we can sing in Lorcana. That's another way we cheat. And so being able to take advantage of that is really the key here. So to your point, if I build my deck to cheat, and my deck is geared towards that, and that's what I'm meant to do. I show up to a tournament with a deck that has ramp, and I'm not able to cheat, and I have a deck that is fair, and I'm playing fair with a deck that's meant to cheat. I'm going to lose the majority of my games. That's just the way it is. Now, conversely, there's an argument when you think about strategies like we saw Mai playing Amethyst Steel. Those decks are designed to play fairly. That's what they're there to do, and that's why they're so good, because they are meant to play fairly. They are meant to run a strategy that runs 1, 2, 3, 4, sing a song. It quote unquote cheats in that way, but ultimately your deck decisions, what you bring to this tournament. If you're not doing the thing that your deck is designed to do, you're not going to win the tournament. That's what's going to happen. And that's what we see here as Jonathan cleans this game up 2-0. Just kind of getting to the end of this thing. Both games, Hector not able to get to the ramp, not able to quote unquote cheat by getting that ramp out, by being able to ink additionally, and suffered for it, as Hector will go 1-1-1 in this tournament, and Jonathan Williams will go 3-0.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician. Those of you in the chat, do the math for me. But the odds of missing ramp of like, let's say he's running 8, so we have a 91.5% chance of hitting ramp if you alter fully for it. And let's say he didn't alter fully like one game, so you have like a 90. Let's say 90% chance. The odds of missing ramp 2 games, 90% chance 2 games, are like what? Like
It's astronomical. It's insane.
I'm gonna see this.
Someone you don't have Frank Carson on speed dial. You have to have Frank Carson on speed dial. He probably knows. He probably knows that answer off the top of his
He
head.
does. Chance of a 10% thing happening twice. I'm doing this to make Hector feel a little better. Some days it's just not your day.
Oh yeah. I know I'm gonna hear it when I go out there. He's gonna be like, "Did you see my game?" And I'm gonna have to be like, "Yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I definitely saw that. That was terrible." And then of course I'm gonna have to hear him say it like, "Oh, I missed ramp twice." I'm gonna have to say, "I know you did, bud. It's not your fault. It just wasn't your day, bud.
Yeah.
Just wasn't your day."
So out of 2 games, and this is really simple math that I just have forgotten how to do, because I don't know. You ever see that show like Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Oh yeah, I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not.
Yeah, I could probably do this math in 5th grade because they taught me how to do it, but no. So no, the odds of a 10% chance thing, so missing ramp, 10% chance happening 2 out of 2 times, is 1%.
Wow.
If you adjust and say, okay, well, what about? Actually, no, but that happened twice because we only saw a 2-game set. Yeah, so 1% chance. If you're fully mulling, and you're running 2 or you're running 8 ramp cards, you have a 1% chance of missing ramp twice.
That means that should have only happened. That should only happen to you 1 in every 100 times, and it happened to him twice back to back. Wow. That's kind of like when you flip a coin and you're like, "Hey, well, if I flipped heads 3 times, I must flip tails next time, right?" Nope. That's not how that works. That's not how math works. That's not how stats work, buddy.
Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. And so you hate to see it again. It's
Yeah.
really fun to see non-game, or really fun to see games. Really bummer to see non-games, and unfortunately, I won't say that was a non-game. Like Hector fought valiantly and tried to make a game out of it, but when you miss ramp, especially against a deck that is teched, I'm fairly certain Jonathan had Blurple in mind, cards like that Chernobog, and even picking this color combo. You had uphill sledding anyway, and then not being able to do what you want to do in the early game is just such a bummer. So shout out to Hector, shout out to Jonathan, great games, but uphill sledding for Hector here, but still definitely alive for the top cut. Jonathan at 3-0 though will be pretty much a lock to make top cut at this point.
Yeah, I would think so. And he Jonathan is about a 3-hour drive from here, 4-hour drive. So he took that 4-hour drive, and he was laughing maniacally the whole way here. He was giggling at the prospect of watching Hector miss that ramp. Poor Hector. But one day Hector will get his revenge. I promise he will. I want to show you something cool though.
Yeah,
Liam, you like cool things?
I love cool things. I mean, I have so many tchotchkes and cool stuff and
Oh yeah, you really do have. Actually, honestly, you do have some like that Wally behind you. I think it's like the coolest thing, by the way, in your layout.
Oh, actually, when batteries are in, he actually talks. It's wild.
Oh, Wally.
Yeah,
We love Wally. Well, I want to show you what the winner of this tournament will win. Aside from we talked about the 5 cases,
prestige.
right? And that's cool, right? That's great, right? There's that. There's prestige as well. There's this idea that you're like good or something. I guess that's cool too. But I think even cooler than all that is art. I love art. I love Peter Raimundo. And look at that. We get a snowball
I
fight
love it.
with Peter Raimundo's art on it. We love to see it. His signature there. This is a pretty common way that he'll draw like a little Stitch hat. Like you kind of get like it looks like Stitch is eating something, which I think is pretty funny too. Like he's just got his whole mouth on something. Like he's just devouring stuff. But it looks more like a hat too. Like this is the kind of hat you'd buy like at Disney World. So there's that. The other thing I want to show you is the custom mat that Triad had made as well. Very cool mat for the champion. You probably saw it in the poster if you've been looking for it. But look at that. You got Stitch hanging out playing with Angel. Stitch is snowboarding, of course. Angel launching snowballs, which is kind of a mean thing to do. Why are you should not be launching snowballs at somebody who is on a moving vehicle like that. That just seems like not nice. But hey, I guess if anybody can handle a tumble like that, it's probably Stitch. He's quasi indestructible, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
As you've got this snowman over here too, really cool. Love it. So there's this one. This is the one that the winner will get. They don't know I took it, Liam, so I might give it back to them depending on how I feel.
Into your cell here in a moment. Be like,
Yeah.
hey, you might go back to the padded cell now.
Yeah, if I keep doing these kind of things, they're definitely going to they're going to take my rights from me and stick me in a padded cell. But the other thing that's cool that I love that Triad did is they actually had one made as well, and they're going to raffle one away. So there's somebody who's going to get to go home with this that it doesn't have anything to do with your skill level. There's going to be one raffled away, and there's going to be one that, as of right now, if you ask Jonathan Williams, he probably thinks it's his, if I had to guess. But there's going to be people out there that are going to fight for their ability to get this thing because that's pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool stuff.
I love to see it. I love unique prizes like that. I love trophies. I love tchotchkes. I love Peter Raimondo. So really fun to see those prizes down there. I liked it too because cases are great, and I love seeing cases or cash prizes part of the prize pool because playing TCGs is expensive. So when you get free product or things with like a large monetary value, which then you can use to you can bust open and play the game more, you can use to buy more. That's great. But when you win an event like this, those cases that you get or that cash, like you spend it, it's gone. You open the case, it's gone, and then all you're left with is the memories. So when you get some sort of you're 3D printing things or like these custom mats that they're producing or these one of a kind altered cards, that's really cool because you get like a unique trophy you can add to your collection and remember this day and kind of show it. So really fun to see.
Yeah, it is really cool, and I'm also gonna bring some, like, I want you to see some other stuff too. I'll bring them, like, we'll intersperse them. I want to show you some of the cool things that Triad's doing here. I want to show you some technology that they're using. I won't spoil it, but they're using some really cool technology in that room as well. That I want to show you, but we'll talk about that at the next game. I'll give you a reason to come back and watch the next round, okay? As we show you some cool stuff. But I do want to talk a little bit more about Triad. So again, for those of you that are joining us on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out with Liam and I. We really appreciate you. We know that you could hang out with anybody. You could spend your viewing time seeing anybody you want, and you're choosing. Look at it. I guess this is like the other way to do it too. Like,
I usually do this way because like Finger Hearts is a K-pop thing, and I'm a huge K-pop fan.
Oh, me too. Me too.
So
yeah, so so many hearts and love to all the fans out there that are watching Lorcana. I'm really having a great time getting to spend this time with you, Liam. So thanks for hanging out with us as well. But yeah, here at Triad, I got to tell you that I really appreciate all the work that they've done. I do want to let you know that Triad is veteran owned. It's a veteran owned organization. So they, of course, you've got people who've made, in some cases, the ultimate sacrifice in their families as well. So huge respect to them. On top of that, very inclusive organization, very inclusive company. Just love being able to go into their store locations and seeing just all the love that they have for the people out there, and just being a really great pillar. We had a loss of some local gaming stores down here in South Florida, and it was kind of sad for a little bit, but Triad's kind of stepped in, and they've done right by us. They love their community. They do what's right. And they're hosting tournaments, and we're building back up, folks. We're showing you what can be done. And for those of you to come in here and watch this, we appreciate you. You're going to be seeing an ad in just a moment. I want to just quickly shout out that in that ad you'll see a link. Check them out. Trading card games is a thing that they sell. It's not the only thing they sell. They sell all kinds of collectibles, including Rolex watches, including silver and gold, currency, all kinds of stuff. So if you're into collecting, if you love Disney merch, if you love Disney things outside of Lorcana, even, they have all kinds of stuff like that. In fact, you know what they're selling here at the event, Liam?
what's that?
The iconic playmat from the exclusive. Yes, they were able to get their hands on some, and they're actually selling some at this event too, which is really cool stuff. So they're getting their hands on all kinds of collectibles, all kinds of exclusives, and they're able to offer it to the public at really great prices, at really fair prices too. So make sure you check that out as you see that ad run in just a moment. With that said, Liam, anything you want to share?
I do. Well, I want to before we go to a break, and because I want people to come back. I also want to shout out folks who are with us here today because we're thanking you, but I want to thank you by name because Jason Kombongos has been participating in the chat here. Praveen Manik Singh in the chat as well. Max Goof Cards, if you're still here, you've been here since the beginning. So shout out to you all who are chatting and hanging out with us here. Stick around, come back. Subscribe to Triad Game Group Events channel here. Because you're going to see more of this. And I hope to be, both of us, even after today, I hope to be back doing tournaments here with Triad again. Yeah. And as they keep scaling them up. So thanks for hanging out with us. And yeah, come back.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. I got to do here. I'm not very good at the YouTube thing. You got to slam that like button. You got to hit that subscribe. Make sure you do all the things.
Don't just
click
press
on the button.
Slam it.
Yeah, slam that button. Okay, make sure you smash that button. Let us know that you like what you're seeing by hitting the likes and the things and the buttons and the stuff. Sorry, I wanted to get practice on my YouTube. YouTube shilling.
That's how you do it.
Did I do it right? Was that good?
Yeah, that was great.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
I thought it was fantastic.
All right. With that said, friends, hang tight with us. We'll take a short ad break and we'll be right back because they're getting ready to pair round 4 in not too long. So don't go too far.
there's nothing when I'm screaming on fire. I stretch my hand. I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs. wish my head blow my cup just goes up. stretch my hand, but my cup just goes up. Nobody gives a fuck about me. That's what I think to myself when I'm alone in the city. I walk around the mall, but there's nobody with me. What do I say when there's nobody listening? I want this earth all for myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming for help. I stretch my hand. I want this earth all for myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming for help. I stretch my hand, but my cup just goes up. Nobody gives a fuck about me. That's what I think to myself when I'm alone in the city. I walk around the mall, but there's nobody with me. What do I say when there's nobody listening? I want this earth all for myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming for help. I stretch my hand. I want this earth all for myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming for help. I stretch my hand, but my cup just goes up.
Cool. Welcome back, friends. How's it going? Liam, how you
going.
doing? How you doing, buddy?
It's going. It's going. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to keep up with all the news and everything going on and what's going on down there and all of that. It's a big Lurkana weekend.
It is,
Having a
yeah,
great time, though.
yeah, I know. It's funny because like there's so much happening here, and of course, I'm a huge nerd of Lorcana stuff, and I'm trying to keep. So I gotta like catch up, and I gotta see how all my other caster friends did and watch their game. I love Lorcana. I love this. This is quite the experience. Like the start of a format. There's nothing quite like. It's hard to explain, but there's nothing quite like the start of a format when like everything's cool and exciting again, and everyone's doing all kinds of cool traveling to go play more Lorcana and do all kinds of cool stuff. I love it. I miss it. I cannot wait to partake in it, and I'm glad that I'm getting to take part in it and being part of like this opening format. And I get to spend it with you, Liam. Like of all the people in the world, I get to spend it with you, and I'm so grateful for that.
I am grateful for it too. I appreciate our Lorcana history together. I appreciate all the times we've gotten to hang out all the way back, other game stores doing other tournaments and PPG, and this is just super fun. I couldn't ask for a better person to spend, a more fun person to spend the weekend with. If we're gonna hang out together than you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'll try to be in less trouble in the future, and maybe this time I won't be in a cell. But other than me being locked away, thank you. I appreciate that. Was very nice of you to say. That was very nice of you.
yeah. So I'm just gonna shout out some folks in the chat. But while you tell us a little bit about, you were giving me some fun behind the scenes
Yes.
tidbits.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, everybody was curious about. Let me think. I was curious. I'm sure other people were too, but I was curious about Dragon John Z's list and what did he change to add in the Chernobox. Okay, so I found out the scoop. Okay, Dragon John Z has 2 in his deck. He has 2 of those Chernobogs in his deck. I won't reveal the entire thing because some of the people in that room might be watching. But what I will tell you is, if you watched DLC Richmond or if you followed Fungus's deck list, Fungus went away from Hades and went towards Improvise and Mother Knows Best. Okay, so those were the 2 cards in Fungus's list that replaced Hades. He didn't play Hades. So those 2 cards have been replaced. Okay, those 4 cards. So the 2 Improvises, the 2 Mother Knows Best, instead are 2 Under the Seas in case of dogs, and 2 Chernobox in case of Blurple. And that's what's modified in his deck. Everything else is what you'd expect to see. Everything else is pretty common. What your Welcomes, Cinderellas, all that other stuff. What you'd expect to be is in there. So not a huge. So you're talking about a 4-card difference from what was essentially ran in DLC Richmond versus what we've kind of, I guess the term we use is we've accepted it as being the quote unquote perfect 60. And yeah, just 4 cards. 4 cards change, and only 2 of them are actually in Winterspell. Or sorry, 1 of them is in Winterspell 2 times. That's it. So it really goes to show you that you don't have to go in and just completely gut your deck. Maybe it's just 1 more card that you add to your list, and you can go 3-0, just like Jonathan Williams is doing in a pretty hefty tournament in there. And like, let me tell you, it is very, very stressful in there. There's a lot of very high fought, some very well fought matches in there. What we saw on stream, Hector versus Jonathan Williams, very, very hard fought. I did speak to Hector, by the way. He wants to say thank you, Liam, for reassuring him that 1% was a thing that happened to him. And it did make him feel better, in case you were curious.
Literally 1%.
Yeah, I was like, I thought it was sub 1%, but I'm like, it's pretty darn close to 1 to call it 1.
It is sub 1 actually. If you do it, because I did it 10%. If you mull full and you have a 91% chance, it's actually lower than 1%, but we'll go with that.
He was telling me that in that second game when he played the Woodchucks guide, Jonathan Williams was like, "Don't worry, buddy, you'll draw the ramp." Like that's like the worst. That's like the worst thing you can tell your opponent, like to reassure your opponent that they'll draw the ramp. Like, don't worry, I believe in you. You'll draw the ramp. Jonathan Williams just adding salt to the wound. As we see, we've got 2 players on stream. We've got Donald Derp. I love the name. I gotta say, interesting name. Oh my! Are we gonna finally see Liam? We're gonna see it. We're gonna see the color pairing that everyone kept talking about. Finally, it is 1-1-1 right now, but hey, that doesn't mean that this tournament's over. We might still be able to make it. As we have Mazol, we're going to find out what Mazol is playing. Both of these players here are pretty they're pretty known in the Lorcana scene. Some like call them like local grinders. Great players. I've played Donald myself, a great player. And yeah, so we're going to see what they can do. I'm really excited to see what do we call it? Is this Blamber or is this Blello? What are we calling this color pairing? Blue yellow.
Amber Sapphire.
Okay,
it's
cool.
like come up with a better name. I refuse to blend the words. That I like. There's some words that can be blended, and other than that, I don't want to try to force it. So no, I refuse. I refuse. Bleen and glue are the worst. Stop,
I agree. Yeah, it's terrible. It's so horrible.
I dislike it quite a bit. But no, I'm actually excited to see this game. This is a color combo that I've wanted to be good ever since like set 1. And then they gave us, Ludwig and everybody, and they were like, it felt like Ludwig was a card where they're like, right, we know nobody plays these colors. Here's a really good card. Will you play it now? And everybody said, we'd love to, but it's not enough. And now it feels like it may have a chance to shine. So I admit I have been studying this color combo quite a bit. I haven't gotten to see it played yet. So I'm going to be exploring the space here
Yeah.
a little bit as we watch. If you're in the chat and you're familiar with these builds and some of these cards, you see them come out, like help us. I'm really excited to see which way they take it, because there's a bunch of different ways to build these decks right now, and I know people have been toying around with different versions.
Yeah. Well, guess what? You're gonna get to see it twice, because guess what? Guess what Donald's playing against?
Yeah,
Here we go. It's gonna be a mirror. We're jumping right into mirror territory. So if you wanted to see multiple ways on how to build Amber Sapphire, you're gonna get potentially two ways here. I've heard of a few interesting ways. I've heard of ones that utilize things like Lilo, Escape Artist. Imagine after you Raging Storm the board, and then the following turn, because you have 8 ink available, you play before you even draw your before you even draw your card for that turn. You go Lilo, 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 Lilo. Just flood the board with escape artists all over the place. That'd be a
yeah.
cool way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. There's people running Chippendale. I've seen Circle of Life versions. Obviously, a lot of people running Raging Storm. I've even seen Black Cauldron worked into competitive builds.
Yes.
So kind of the world's your oyster here with all of the tools that you have at your disposal in these colors. And because there's no real consensus on what the best 60 are, it's just you can go whichever way you want. And gosh, I don't even know what was that a Bambi that went into the
That
inkwell
was
there?
that was a Bambi that went into the inkwell. That is a Donald Duck? Is that the gold collecting Donald? It is the gold collecting Donald Duck.
Yep.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Made popular by Amber Amethyst prior to a card like the Great Illuminary.
Yeah. We're gonna have some fun here. All right. And that is a Ludwig who came out here, one of the best cards in the game that never saw a lot of play, just because there wasn't, it wasn't great color to be done. But it pairs what we call bare necessities, where you get to look at your opponent's hand, discard a card, a non-character card, and as well as the fact that it turns into ink when he goes in your inkwell. So blending the best of Amber and Sapphire there. Great card to play on curve. Speaking of cards you love to see on curve, here is that Tebow coming down. So we will see ramp on that side. So just again, two different turn 2 plays here. One ramping immediately, one with a little bit of delayed ramp, but the benefit of picking that Azurite Sea there.
Yeah. And for those of you that are curious, if you're not really following the conversation online around, the blue, yellow, or the amber sapphire deck, I think it's interesting to note, especially when a new color pairing starts to show real promise. You've got cards like the Raging Storm really changing the way we think about this color pairing. What starts to happen is the community comes together and they start working on what they believe to be is the best way to build it, right? And so one of the things that I've seen in the community is Ludwig von Drake actually the right card for this color pairing? Is Mowgli better? Because what happens is if you're playing a card, for example, you mentioned the Black Cauldron. If I'm going to play a card like the Black Cauldron, what the Black Cauldron does is it allows me to take cards from my discard pile and put them underneath the Black Cauldron. And so that allows me to play those cards later. But the problem with Ludwig von Drake is that when it becomes banished, it does not go to your discard pile, it goes into your inkwell. So that's suddenly not a viable target for Black Cauldron. So you start to wonder, like, okay, well, is Ludwig better? Is it better that I go with Mowgli? Do I value the Black Cauldron? Do I not? So there's a lot of conversation online, and it's, again, my favorite thing about a new format is like having that conversation, learning what really is going to make up what we consider to be, quote unquote, the perfect 60.
Yeah, or what I hope anytime I see these new decks pop out is perhaps there's two different viable versions. You can have like we used to have Steel Song running around, and then we had Diggy Hole running around in Amber Steel, two very very different decks. And so
Yeah.
I'd love to see multiple different versions of this deck shine now that we've gone like 11 sets or 10 sets for Winterspell without seeing really viable competitive play from this color combination. I think Amber's my second favorite color. But
What's your first?
yeah, I think it's emerald. I think it's emerald.
Yeah, I do too. That's my favorite as well. I think Emerald's great, and as we're seeing Cinderella, the dream come true, hitting the table, which a fantastic card here. You mentioned different variations of this build. Another way you can build this deck. We've been seeing detectives being a really popular theme, but hey, what about princesses? Disney Lorcana might be known for a couple of princesses. Can we finally build a viable princess deck, please, folks? Maybe, as we see. Speaking of princess, we see that Moana from Winterspell. What a great card that Moana is, by the way.
Yeah, really, really fun. It's a new mechanic that we're seeing with her for the first time here in Winterspell, allowing you to ink cards from your discard pile, and that can pay off in numerous different ways. You know, if there are cards that allow you to ink extra cards per turn, you can take them out of your discard pile as well. So, kind of filling that Great Stone Dragon role where you're getting free resources every single turn as long as she's in there and as long as you've cycled a few cards down there. So, really fun to see. I think there is only one card though in Mazol's discard, so we'll get to see it for one turn unless he manages to send something else down there. But we're seeing, again, as you pointed out, multiple different bills, multiple different ways to ramp now, multiple different ways to gather resources. Um, and now here's another new Winterspell card. This is Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future, a card that a lot of people are super excited about and was on a lot of people's like tier list as one of the best cards in Winterspell. This card, I don't know, really fun. Can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so what I really like about this card, especially in this color pairing, I think one of the difficulties is draw. Like if a ink pairing does not have good access to the ability to draw cards or to gain a resource from the top of deck to hand, that's usually what will limit a color pairing. So like oftentimes we think about why does one color pairing do better versus another. It ultimately boils down to, can this color pairing see more of its deck, enough of its deck to actually do something, and so cards like Pete, cards like Ohana Means Family, all of these cards coming out in both of these color pairings, or specifically in this color pairing, I should say, specifically in the Amber Sapphire pairing, like the ability to have like multiple avenues to draw cards is what's kind of turned the community just really feverish about making this color pairing work, because we have the draw now. We have Pete gets his cards every time whenever we boost. Every time that Pete quests, he can look at the top card of his deck and he can choose one of the cards from the top of the deck equal to the number of cards that are boosted underneath Pete, and then keep one of those cards. So on the first turn that we do it with a boosted Pete, we have a develop your brain essentially, and then if we can do it enough times, we eventually get to Visions of the Future, which is kind of cool, considering that Pete is the ghost of Christmas Future. So kind of interesting, if we could do the boost 4 times, or 5 times rather, then you are technically doing a modified Vision of the Future.
I love that flavor. It's a great call out. Yeah, it's really a card. It's really a must answer card because if you leave it unchecked in your opponent's side of the board, even though he's only questing for one, the resource advantage you get from to peek and grab a card each turn is really powerful. We do see Let It Go is played by both players on the opposite side of the board, ramping each other, but keeping the board kind of in check. Now, empty board on Mazol's side of the board. Donald has 3 characters, not super scary characters out there. There's a Tipo that does look like an escape artist, and that's
It is.
Cinderella there, all questing for only one, but that can add up quickly if left unchecked. And here comes the Hades now. Hey, Lilo cannot escape from the Inkwell.
No, it cannot escape from the inkwell. That is not what you want to see, because the whole point of that Lilo is to make those raging storms feel less bad. And Hades does not want that raging, does not want you to feel less bad. Hades wants you to feel maximum bad, as we see the gold collecting Donald Duck hit the table. Both players getting to those ink levels really, really quickly. And so it is quite interesting to note here. I think another thing that's really cool, so thank you, production, is coin collecting. It is in fact it is not gold collecting, although I would argue those coins are made of gold. But either way, what I do want to point out is another thing that to take note of is, mostly when we think about Sapphire, we often think about the numbers 2, 4, and 6. So when we talk about the ramping, like we play Tipo on 2, which allows us to play something like Cinderella on 4, and then we kind of play the game from there. We get to 6 ink, but with Sapphire, there are other ways that you can do it. You can play 3 and 5. You can play cards like the Detective package. You can play Detective Mickey, Detective Donald. So you can do 3, 5 and skip that way if you really want to play a 2-cost character, maybe something like a Lilo Escape Artist or some other way to kind of use that second turn. So very, very cool. I'm loving that we're getting to see this on stream and learning from them as we see this Hades entering combat, challenging into oh goodness gracious, yeah, there you go. So we see a lot of moving around here of damage, crazy stuff going on. Ohana Means Family heals that damage, allows for the draw of 2 cards. So we're just seeing all kinds of Winterspell cards here, Liam. This is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, no surprise. Winterspell is a card that, or a set that finally unlocked these colors in it. And the funny thing is, like, it didn't take just one card or 2 cards to unlock this color combo. There were several that people saw before they said, you know what, we're gonna explore this space. And yeah, really fun to see. It is interesting to see like the mirror. It's fun to watch each. Oh, here's a fun card, not from Winterspell, but from Whispers in the Well. There's the Black Cauldron here making an appearance. I'll talk about that in a second, but um, it is interesting to see these going into each other. I'd really like to see how these colors do into what we think of as the standard meta decks that have been around for the last few sets. So, hoping as we go on, we get to see Mazzol or Donald Derp take down or take on Blurple or Amethyst Steel or one of the bogeymen that have been running around for a while. But in any case, interesting to see what both players are doing. And a lot of them running a lot of the same package. There's a couple cards we've only seen on one side of the board or the other, but I'm willing to bet there's a lot of similarities. Black Cauldron in both, Hades in both, only gold collecting on the other side, but I wouldn't be surprised if Mazzol ran it. So these might be very, very similar lists. I'm kind of looking for where they're different.
Yeah, there's. I mean, I don't think I've seen a Ludwig on Donald's side, so that might be where a part where it diverged a little bit. Maybe opting for Mowgli's. Well, we haven't seen them, but you know how cards can be. We've seen variants affect our players today a few times, so that might be at the very bottom of the deck. Who knows? But we'll see more of that. But yeah, if you of note, yeah, you mentioned the Black Cauldron. Black Cauldron allows you to, at a cost, take cards from your discard pile, specifically characters, place them underneath the Black Cauldron, and then at a later time, let's say, oh, who knows, maybe after a Raging Storm, you can then go ahead and pay one cost, tap that cauldron, choose a character from underneath the cauldron, and play it at cost, at its like, so it's cost plus one essentially is what it'll cost you. As we see, just a Stitch, a surfing, not the snowboarding Stitch, but rather the surfer Stitch, which allows it more card draw, 2 cards, in fact.
Yeah, when you have two more other characters in play, Stitch will draw you 2 cards upon entering play. Well-statted character who quests for 2, but getting those extra 2 cards out feels really good. And you can see where the Black Cauldron can be beneficial here because not only is it great at getting additional bodies on the board and giving you an extra card per turn, but when you have cards with enter play abilities like this Server Stitch, which you now see on Donald Derp's side of the board as well, so again, mirroring that character there, you get to benefit from that enter play ability multiple times. And so in a format with probably not a lot of item removal yet. People have been working in wasabis and things like that here and there, but not a ton of it. You can kind of build up a toolkit underneath this Black Cauldron with your extra ink. Stick some Stitches under there, stick some Hades under there, and then you have those characters ready to deploy at any moment when need arises.
Yeah, as we see a Horseman Strikes actually being played strictly for its draw effect. There are no evasive characters on the table, but you have to imagine that what that card tells me is that Donald Derp said, "Hey, we're going to see some Amethyst today, and if we see Amethyst, that means we're going to see some evasives today." But no evasives, at least not in this round, at least none yet.
Yeah, nothing available for that Horseman Strike. So, but you pointed out the card draw feels really a very, very, very good card though. It's actually one of the reasons why Amber Amethyst, one of the primary reasons Amber Amethyst appearance in the competitive meta at the end of last set was because it gave of this card. Amber gave you in the Clone Wars, the Amethyst Clone Wars. Amber gave you the Horseman Strikes, which is very, very powerful in the mid game in an evasive heavy against an evasive heavy package, but then also Mowgli. One of the reasons why people are already kind of sniffing around Amber and finding ways to work it in to competitive colors already, and now happy to take those cards they were trying to play anyway and package them with this ramp color and sapphire. Hades coming in. We're seeing Hades back and forth, sending that Rockstar or that Server Stitch rather to the Inkwell. So plenty of ink now available courtesy of the ramp and Hades.
Yeah, absolutely. And that coin collecting Donald Duck has a lot of HP, a lot of willpower, more specifically, which enables cards like Ohana Means Family to just get so much value. The question becomes, did Mazzol fall into a trap? I guess we'll find out if we are running Ohana Means Family, which I can't imagine you don't in this color pairing. You'd be crazy not to. As Mazzol continues to decide what to do, we see choosing the quest with that Ludwig von Drake, and then passing. Does Ohana Mean Family make its first trap here known in Winterspell? Let's find out.
Yeah, definitely a calculated risk. Obviously, Donald could benefit from that without having to challenge himself, get that. But no,
Oh,
interesting.
yep, choosing the quest. Okay. Uh,
But
oh, and here it is.
okay, I thought we might see that. And Raging Storm going to clear everything out. So getting the lore out of those characters, setting the board, and now going to reestablish a little bit. And Elanwe coming out there for a little bit of board presence, and now back over to Mazzol with all that ink though. and then a Black Cauldron as well. Now, one of the downsides to Black Cauldron is it's really slow, and I don't think Mazzola's managed to stack anything up on deck, but definitely another card that can insulate you against that Raging Storm, giving you cards to play immediately. But it is slow. You have to exert it both to put a character under and then to play a character. So not able to benefit from it just yet.
Yeah, that's another. Again, we talk about the community coming together, working on how this deck should be built. The people that are fans of this Black Cauldron, big conversation around what is the right number of them. Is it one? Is it two? Is it three? To your point, Liam, it is a slow card. So you exert one to do the bring back effect. You have some that are loaded under a different Black Cauldron, so you can do it. But then the downside, of course, is this is a very expensive card. It is uninkable, so that's more uninkable spots in your deck that you just oftentimes can't afford. So there's just so much to learn in Winterspell. I'm glad that we get to see this together.
Yeah, I do like Black Cauldron as we watch Mazzola Visions of the Future dig through his deck a little bit, looking for what he needs in the scenario. But I love Black Cauldron a lot, especially as a one of in these decks. It does insulate you against a lot against the Raging Storm and other board wipe effects, and then also um, I do really like what I talked about before, the Swiss Army knife kind of approach it gives you, where every turn you can sink unink into it, stick something under it, and give yourself all of these different options for later turns. And especially if these decks, especially in a meta full of Hades and Let It Goes, and all the ramp that they have available, are going to go this way where we see, what, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 ink available on Mazzola's side of the board. You can do some incredibly powerful turns because the Black Cauldron doesn't say you may play one character this turn. If you've managed to stack up 3, 4, 5 characters under the Black Cauldron, you can create some really, really powerful turns where you're playing, 2, 3, or 4 characters all in the same turn if you've managed to set it up from underneath that cauldron. So a zombie army rising in that scenario, and I don't know, I'd kind of love to see it.
Yeah, me too. Anytime I can call something a zombie in Lorcana, I'm all in for it. And so we do see the Black Cauldron readying that thing up as we see that Moana kind of still standing tall there. You being able to ink develop your brain after you've played it is that feels pretty good, Liam. That's got to feel, to say, hey, I'm gonna develop my brain, and then it's now ink. That is such a powerful thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Another Hades coming down here is going to send that Pete with that boosted card to the Inkwell. We have no idea what that boosted card is. One of the fun parts to me about boosting characters is you don't know what you're losing, which is kind of fun. And is that a second Black Cauldron, which is interesting. I think a lot of builds are choosing to run one, sometimes two. I'm interested to see the second here.
I mean, I think it makes sense, especially if you anticipate getting to much higher ink counts, which, if you're coming to a tournament and you believe that there will be a lot of blurple, you're yourself playing Amber, Sapphire, those matches tend to go a little bit later. The ink counts tend to go a little bit higher. So you have to imagine, okay, well, I'm likely going to be able to get to these ink counts, as we're clearly seeing. I mean, look, just the amount of ink on the table. I mean, what are we, 5, 10? We're at 14 over on Mazzola's side. We've got 3, 6, 7, 8, and it looks like we're approaching 11, 12 over on Donald's side. So yeah, like we've got a quarter of our deck on the table upside down as ink. And so the ability to use those Black Cauldrons to its full effect, not very difficult to see happening.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the possibilities here. So now every turn you're pulling 2 cards out, and you can set up incredibly, incredibly powerful turns leveraging your discard pile. There we do have a Bambi, another Winterspell card coming in. We saw it ink earlier. Here it is in play now. This is a card that lets you draw for every card under it. It does boost for 1 as well, and any card with boost 1, I feel like is really good. The difference between 1 and 2 is huge. Hades coming in here. We talked about the ink advantage on either side. Hades coming down, sending another Hades to the inkwell. Hades on Hades. Violence is something we often see end game in these Sapphire mirrors. And
my gosh,
cycling and inking and drawing, and this is kind of wild.
I mean, let's just think about what just happened there for a second. Okay, we have a Hades that was dealt with. Okay, it was dealt with. Hades was gone. Hades was in the discard pile. It was dealt with, and then it came back. This is insane. Like, this is just crazy. The power level. Like a Hades, you get 4 of them in your deck. Black Cauldron basically says you get an extra copy of this card, and not just an extra copy. You have a copy that you can now play over and over and over again. If I deal with this Hades, I can do that again and again and again. It is when you really think about the power level of that, over the course of what we've seen in this game over the 2.5 year history of it, the ability to take a character out of your discard pile and just repeatedly waylay your opponent with it is just, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm mind blown.
Yeah, this is wild. These watching this go off here, and sending that Surfer Stitch there also feels pretty good. There's another extra couple cards, and interesting thing I want to talk about in it, the capability of Black Cauldron to leverage all the cards in your discard pile is, it does require you to stack up your discard pile, but it's one of the ways that boost can benefit you as well. And so both of these players running probably multiple copies of Bambi, of Pete, and there may be some other boost cards in there that I'm not thinking of. When you stick cards under there and then you lose them, and these are cards that your opponent really has to answer, because they're going to give you such an advantage in card draw. They have to deal with them somehow. And you're sending, not only that character, but then the two or three other characters under it to your discard pile. It gives you plenty of fodder for those Black Cauldrons. So you're really seeing the synergy here. Oh, as Mowgli takes a peek here, and
Yeah.
we're gonna snag a Let It Go. It looks like nope.
And that kind of answers my question from earlier too, because I mentioned like, hey, we saw that Mazol was playing the Ludwig von Drakes. We weren't sure what Donald was playing, but we do. It's Mowgli, right? So it seems as though Donald is in the camp that we want the Mowglis, because Mowglis, when they get banished, they get sent to the discard pile. They don't get sent to your inkwell. You can bring them back with the Black Cauldron. And to your point, Liam, in a turn, I could play a Hades with a Mowgli in that single turn. I can Mowgli, see what my opponent has, then bring back a Hades if there's one under my Black Cauldron. So that Mowgli represents being able to do that effect multiple times, where Ludwig von Drake is doing it once, and you get to ramp one time after it becomes banished. So again, we're just kind of seeing like the different possibilities in this color pairing. I'm loving it. I'm absolutely so glad to be here for this.
Yeah, Mowgli there picking the Let It Go out of the hand. I think at this point, Mizzou would be more than happy to see a Raging Storm played, as the board seems to be swinging in Mizzou's favor here. Or Donald, rather, would love to see Raging Storm played, because the board seems to swing in Mizzou's favor. Although both players here are racing to 13 and 14 respectively. Mizzou being with the active turn now, and the one lore lead, clearly in the driver's seat in the beatdown role, but has to be careful as he's pushing his lore total not to give Donald that window back in. But 4 lore on the board here now, 5-6 lore on the board with that Surfer Stitch coming into play. We'll draw 2 more cards off that Surfer Stitch. Wow, these Black Cauldrons doing work here.
Yeah. And so much card advantage in this color, like something that was not available before. Like I'm telling you, we're honestly seeing the difference maker here. It's that card draw. It's the ability to see more cards. It's playing the Stitch multiple times, playing the Ohanamin's family. As we see, is that the Drake Mallard Darkwing Duck? Is that what just got played on the team? Do my eyes deceive me?
I am not sure. The art
I'm
is
not. It
fuzzy
is.
for us. So yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is the ward, which I mean, first, if it's got 4 strength at 2 costs, I can't much blame you. And it's got ward, so you can't choose it for something like a Hades. You can't choose it for something to harm it. So I think that I actually really like this card. I'm a big fan of this card. Any card that has ward on it, I usually am I'm a big proponent for.
So it's fun. It's an anti-aggro card early. It allows you to shut down Daisy Ducks, things like that. But then it also, with Ward, serves as a closer. And in a scenario like this, where your opponent's running around with Hades and Let Goes and other targeted removal, and you're sitting in this exact scenario in 18 or 19 lore, perhaps Donald manages to draw into Hades and a Let It Go, and the cards he needs to close things down cannot choose that Darkwing Duck, and that would let him close out the game. So speaking of closing out the game, Donald did not find what he needed. It looks like Mizzou will take game 1 on the power of those Black Cauldrons. It was really fun to watch. I enjoyed that quite a bit.
It was a lot of fun, and I think my favorite part about it was that, in all honesty, Donald was never that far off. They were both very close in terms of where they were at. They were super close in terms of Donald's ability to maybe turn that game back around. So it never really felt like anybody was in more control than the other for not long at all. And boy, oh boy, whoever picked that matchup to go on stream, I gotta say thank you. Whoever made that choice, I'm in for it, and I cannot wait to see this next game as it comes off. So, production, Stefan, if that was you that made that choice, you're my hero, dude. Thank you for doing that, because we needed. That was refreshing. That was really refreshing.
Yeah, if you're watching now on YouTube, tag your friends. Tell me in here. This is some fun spice. We're getting to see Black Cauldrons go off. This is a lot of fun. Black Cauldrons really making the difference there. I'm interested. The Ludwig is an interesting point. I like bringing that up because you're right. We didn't see one on the other side of the board. And it is a really good card. But because you lose the early tempo and because you can't leverage it with a Black Cauldron, it doesn't in an aggro heavy meta where or if you're playing a more aggro build where you're trying to quest early and you're forcing your opponent to challenge into that Ludwig so you get the ramp out of it while forcing your opponent to address your board and maybe sneaking a lore two out of it, it feels better to me. But if you're in a more controlled build where you're looking to ramp into an end game where you're closing things out using Black Cauldrons, etc., it doesn't feel as good for me. It doesn't feel good for me as that Mowgli does. So um, yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, and but you know what it is too. It's like these are the kinds of things that you don't really learn until you properly test your theories. You know, essentially at the beginning we get these reveals, we have these theories about what should work, and boy oh boy do we feel very strongly about those theories, and boy oh boy are we willing to defend those theories just with the fullest fervor. And those theories are great, but they're theories, and it requires you to really test these out, test these with your friends, go to your local gaming store and play in locals as soon as you can. Get the practice in there, because that's ultimately what determines, is it Ludwig von Drake, is it Mowgli, which one's better, why is one better than the other? Because the other part about it, I'm pretending I'm almost talking in a way that makes you assume that one is better than the other, but in reality it's better for your deck build. Like the way you build your deck ultimately determines which one is better. It's not that one is better, period. It's how my deck is built and what I'm doing with my deck uses this card better than it uses that card. And so I could build a Ludwig von Drake deck or a deck that uses Ludwig better than Mowgli, but it just feels like with the Black Cauldron, Mowgli might be the right way to go.
It gives you another tool.
Yeah, exactly.
Later.
Which
So off to the races here. Elanwe, another card from Black Cauldron played on Donald Dirk's side of the board. Turn one. That supportability sometimes looms large later on, paired with cards like World's Greatest Criminal Mind. You're even doing board control. And on the other side, Mazola spending turn one developing his brain. And now we are going to see the ramp on turn two from Donald here with a Sail to Azurite Sea being played and a Stitch Surfer going into the game.
Yeah, that allow me essentially operating in the Basil role. I mean, I think that you have access to both Basil and Elanwi. So some might ask, well, why would I play one over the other? Well, Elanwi is a princess, so if you're playing cards like Cinderella and you decide to play Elanwi later, that would trigger the effect of Cinderella's effect. So that's an important thing to think about. We think about synergy, and again, talk about using the right cards for the right moments. I could use Basil, or I could utilize something that makes the other cards even stronger.
Both players with ramp now, Tipo being played on turn two, and here's that Mowgli being played on turn three. We're going to get a peek here. There is a target, two targets actually, and Targeting Storm seems to be the target of choice. And look at those two uninkable Ludwigs stacked up in hand there, kind of reducing flexibility.
It does. So again, we're seeing the value of that Mowgli, right? That Mowgli is inkable. So more and more, we're moving away from theory and we're learning more about why one is better than the other. Again, not necessarily that Mowgli is better or Ludwig is better, but things to think about when you're constructing your deck, especially in this brand new set with all these awesome tools that we got from Winterspell.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a double Mowgli. No, we're going to get the Azurite Sea first. See if we get one of those Ludwigs out here. We're gonna have to play them eventually, and the earlier the better. There we go. And gonna take a peek, see if we drew in anything. Nothing, just a Ghost of Christmas Future and another artist there. Tipo is gonna challenge in, clear out that Elanwe, back over to Donald. So the nice thing about this Ludwig is if you can get it on the board, even if you run it into something, it essentially serves as card draw, saving you an ink for turn by ramping you one.
Yeah, absolutely.
The board now solidly in Donald's favor. Donald occupying that beatdown role here with 4 lore on the board. Some pretty good stats. There's
yeah.
Oh my goodness. What a foul board state. All of these ducks out there. This feels pretty bad.
Yeah.
And doing the comparison again, and then we're inking that. So I think we might be one. I mean, so doing the counterfactual here and saying, what if these were Mowgli's instead? Would we feel better about it? I'm not sure. The stats would be better, but at this point, you can run those Drakes and things and power your way all the way up into Hades territory. So I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, I will tell you. Normally when I see three uninkable ducks, I usually get really upset. But in this case, I'm not nearly as mad. You know, I'm not as mad at this as I am with the other duck that's uninkable.
That's fair. That's fair. We do see a Surfer Stitch in hand, which is a fantastic card to have in this scenario, um, except we're going to be one ink off from playing it next turn. If we draw Inkable, we're going to have to spend the whole turn, inking and passing. You can throw, or you could play, then run those ducks into something to power you into Surfer Stitch range, which is what you want to do. But Donald now, I mean, you've got to start thinking about controlling the board. Maybe sending a couple ducks to clear out a Lilo to slow things down just a little bit
Yeah.
in order as you try to power your way up to that Surfer Stitch.
But
But
this is still bad too, because here's the thing, like we saw earlier, or we saw in game one, what you really want to do with those Lilos is you want to send Hades or Let It Go, or something that gets them into your inkwell, because the worst thing that could happen right now is we send those Lilos into the discard pile. We decide to play Raging. Oh, so.
you just need to slow it down.
Yeah, you have to,
You need to
but
slow
you're
it
forced
down.
to. And Donald's recognizing that. Donald's recognizing that he's in a great position. You gotta slow it down. But in turn, while you're getting yourself closer to that raging storm, you're making that raging storm way less valuable, because now you're gonna just empty out your discard pile by placing them either on the table, just like we just did right now by playing that Lilo again. Or if we get a Black Cauldron out there, we can start using that effectively. So, yeah, this is a rough spot to be in, I think.
Yeah, no, so we did draw into the Hades. You set those ducks down there, Scott. You have enough ink now to play. So drew into an inkable, is it's worth noting. Enough ink to play that Hades this turn, but the most tempting target, that Pete, feels really bad giving your opponent 3 ink. But you really need to deal with it, because now Donald is looking at 3 cards, drawing 1 every single turn, and not only that, but racing ahead in lore total. So best thing that can happen right now, I think, is top decking a Raging Storm. We lost 1 earlier to a Mowgli. If we top deck into another one, that would feel pretty good. But even then, you're giving Donald Duck the space to rebuild.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think if you Raging Storm here as Mazzol, I think you lose, because you've got those 2 Lilos that are just facing you down. That's what you want to see. You want to see Hades. There you go. So that's good. Hades allows us to be able to take one of those escape artists, send them into the inkwell, which will increase the value of that Raging Storm. This is exactly what we wanted to see. Mazzol's got to be real happy with that play.
Yeah, but still now Donald all the way up to 17 this turn if he wants. And even then, Pete's going to give him another look at now 3 cards.
Yep.
Pick one. So it's still a really bad spot. Donald is just very, very far ahead on lore. I almost would have, hoped for a Raging Storm there, and then you follow it with the Hades when the Lilo escape artists come back. But clearly didn't have it. And the only play was the Hades. But it's a rough spot.
Yeah, I think my favorite part right now is, at least up until right before we played that Cinderella. If you looked at Donald Derp's board, it looks like he's playing a dog's deck, but Pete is awkwardly out of place. Like, one of these things are not like the other one. But it's Cinderella, of course, coming in and making Pete feel right at home. As my, oh goodness, we just saw the top 3 cards of our deck to choose one. Oh, that Pete is so good, such a good card.
Yeah, it's a must answer card, and at a 5/5, very well statted and insulated against a lot of the normal damage dealing tools and stat lines that people are running around with. For example, a Genie paired with an Elsa doesn't take it down, so it is an awkward card to deal with, and it also feels really bad when they've managed to play and boost for 1. Sometimes in the turn it's played, sending it away with a lot of the favorite removal tools in Sapphire now, with the Hades and Let It Go, because you're giving your opponent 2 ink now. So it's just it's one of those cards that's not overpowering. It's not one that seems like it's just this incredible beatdown card, like cards like Demona are, but it's just so you have to answer it. You have to answer it.
Yeah, you do. You really do. I mean, so 2 games in, watching this color pairing, watching this mirror, again, this one felt a little bit more like Mazzol was a little bit more behind on this one than I think they were in the previous game. But I think that was more attributed to just like variance, like not having the cards in hand that could really get you on an equal footing. I think that was just more a matter of luck. I'm sure people in the chat would let me know if there was maybe some play decisions that could have been done differently. But I think we've now seen 2 games of this. About to see 3. This is going to be interesting. We're gonna watch this thing come to fruition here. All 3 games played.
Yeah, the fun thing about this deck is I think sometimes we think of these when we see new color combos pop up. Um, they tend to sometimes pop up as aggro builds first. We're all used to thinking of amber as an aggro color because it can go, frankly, it can go very quickly. You talked about the Daisy Ducks, and we're used to seeing Amber Steel do things very fast and dogs and all that. And so it's tempting when you see this deck to pop out to think of it as some sort of an aggressive, potentially color combo, but it's really not. It's doing the traditional ramp thing. It has a lot of Sapphire's traditional removal tools, and actually, when you look at the shell of these builds and what we've seen so far, the Sapphire shell is basically what we're seeing in other Sapphire builds. It's
Yeah.
Visions, it's Cinderella, it's the ramp. It's Pete is new, but we are seeing him in other builds as well. Like we saw him played by Jonathan Willett, I think, in Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah.
Um, but then when it's paired with Amber, what it and you get the Raging Storm and you get the Black Children, you get cards like Mowgli, which are effectively slowing your opponent down. They're really like value engines, and they're really trying to power into the end game and use cards like Rockstar Stitch, or the Black Cauldron, to make maximum use of cards and overwhelm your opponent. I feel like in the end game.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's very well said.
One
That's
card that
very
we
well said.
haven't which I'm interested in, is a card that people thought would be one of the best cards in the set, and that's Grandmother Willow. I haven't seen yet at all in this build, which is not surprising based on some of the builds that I've seen, but it is surprising given that people thought that that card was so busted during previous season, and both players seemingly not running it. I would venture to guess.
It's I mean, I think at this point, if we haven't seen it, I think we have to take just by sheer numbers that they're not running it. I think that was a card that's been tested early on by the community, like even during reveals. To your point, it was probably the scariest card of the ones that were out there. People calling for bans, notably on that card before the set even came out, which of course is always a really interesting thing. But that's a different conversation for a different time. But I think that even in testing, what people saw was that this color pairing, the value is not in emptying your hand early. That's not what you're wanting to do. That's not why you're playing this color pairing. You're playing this color pairing because you want characters that are very beefy. They've got a lot of willpower. You want to be able to use cards like Ohana means family. You want to be able to draw cards. You don't need all of the characters on the table. You just need two. I just need two characters. I just want two characters on the table. I don't need to go wide like a dog's deck. I just want two characters. Maybe I have out a Tipo. Maybe I have out a Ludwig, and then I can play a snowboarding Stitch, or I can play a surfer Stitch, or something like that lets me draw two. That's all I need. So it's like, to your point, you're maximizing the value, but I don't need to expend my hand to get that value. I can play a little bit more conservatively. I can play a smarter game, knowing that I want a Raging Storm and have something to continue to refill the board. I don't want to blow my hand on the table because maybe I want to Raging Storm you. Maybe I want to do that. Who knows?
Yeah. So now we're seeing again, these are the exact same play lines we've seen early on before. Mezzo electing to play that Ludwig early, snagging that Raging Storm from hand. We get the Tipo on the other side from Donald. We'll see if Mazzol, after a developed brain, I'm interested to see if Mazzol chooses to leverage that Ludwig for some lore. I think that's the benefit of playing Ludwig over some of these other cards is you're pushing your lore total and forcing your opponent to ramp you by dealing with your early sneaky lore. So interested to see if he elects to go that route. Um, we are going to ink for turn here, and Lonway goes to the inkwell and
That is that Drake, that Drake Mallard, Darkwing Duck. It looks like.
conduct for one with Ward. So interesting card to see early here. I think in this, it's probably not meant specifically for this matchup, especially when you're on the play. But he does quest for the Drake there, inviting that charge and a Cinderella now on Donald's side of the board.
Yeah, you're not too mad to lose Ludwig Rundre because you never really lose it. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Becomes ink if you were to attack it, and of course Donald's got to decide like, okay, well, either I let this thing quest a bunch, or I just go ahead and just give you the ink right away. Things you're considering is like, what happens at 5 ink? If I give this to you now, what can you do at 5? And if hopefully we don't have short term memory, because cards like Moana, as we have 2 develop your brains in our discard pile, would go a long way here if we can get you to 5. So maybe we don't get you to 5. Maybe we let you work for that 5, and then once you have enough ink where it doesn't matter as much, then fine, you can go ahead and have this Ludwig von Drake as ink later on.
Yeah, well said. And here's that Bambi coming down here, a card that does boost. It does let you draw extra cards for a turn when when it ever becomes exerted for every card under it. So, for it, card from Winterspell that we're worked in here. Yeah, it is interesting though, because again, one of the things we've had fun exploring, I've had fun exploring here, is exploring whether or not Civic is actually decent in this build up or in this match, or this color pairing, given the slot that it's taking up. And now we have seen it get two lore, and rather than challenging into it, electing to leave it up. So we'll see if that makes a difference later. I think this is the benefit of it when you are in the beatdown role. But a couple princesses out there now, so the Cinderella will activate again based on Moana entering play, and Donald able to ink out of the inkwell there. So this is the 1-2 combo that people were really excited about when Moana was revealed. What do you think about this combo?
So okay, so let's do the math together. So you play Cindy on 4, which gets you to 5. You play Moana, which gets you to 6, and then Moana itself gets you to, that is wow. Okay, that's
Uh,
that's nuts.
it essentially says Moana in that scenario essentially says draw a card, because you're getting you're not inking
Yeah.
out of your hand, you're inking out of your inkwell, so you can do it there for free. Seeing Mizol playing the same card on the other side here, able to ink again out of his inkwell now, rather than out of hand. So she doesn't
Yeah.
ramp you the same way that Cinderella does, but she does enable you to leverage cards that you've discarded, especially in this scenario, that Raging Storm, which you're never going to get out of the discard pile at this point.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of ways, like it's actually punishing you for removing cards out of your opponent's hand. So playing a card like Mowgli or Ludwig von Drake, if I take out a card that's something like a Raging Storm that I won't see value in or use of at least for 8 turns, okay, well that's fine. I've got Moana now, and so like if I can throw away a develop, if I can throw away inkable cards, obviously that's really the key. It's got to be inkable, because inking is still inking, and you still got to be inkable. But if I can throw cards out of your hand like Ohana means family, and I can use it as ink later, I'm kind of punishing you for getting rid of that card. And to your point, like I'm gaining the value of not having to use a card from my hand. Yeah, and again, the point here of this deck is get as many cards in your hand as possible. Draw 2 a bunch of times. Draw 2 for playing characters. Draw 2 for playing multiple stitches. Draw a bunch for playing Ohana. Don't have to ink from your hand by playing more. It's just the value generation is nuts, as we see another Cinderella hit the table. Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Princess synergy in full swing over on the other side of the board there. And back over to Mazzol here now. Mazzol was on the play, has pushed his score up to 5 in the beatdown rule, but feels like look at that ink disparity now.
Yeah.
Feels like Donald Derp is slowly building resources both in hand and inkwell, and there's just gonna be a moment here where the corner is turned. But here comes the Black Cauldron, and that is one of the differences I've seen here, Gabe, because I don't think I've seen Donald do anything with the Black Cauldron yet, though. Now I will note, oftentimes these builds right now are working in one, sometimes two. Mazzol, we know, is running 2 at least. So it might be that Donald's running one and we just haven't seen it yet due to variance. But
We've seen one enter his discard pile, so we have
oh,
seen
did
one
we?
in.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Early on in the game one, yeah.
Yeah, but that's literally all. We've only seen one in Donald's build so far. So I'm leaning towards, having seen this game 3 times now. I'm leaning towards, I think you're right. I think Donald's running one of where Basol is seeing it more and therefore is drawing it more and using it more. So again, for my deck builders watching this stream, deck building matters. It's a very important part of it. The more of a card in your deck, the more likely you are to see it, folks. Who would have thought?
Yeah, and so usually Frank Carson will talk about it. 3 is a number of cards you play when you want to see it once per game. But when you're running Sapphire and you have cards like Develop Your Brain and you have cards like Visions of the Future that allow you to cycle through and look, cards like Pete that are allowing you to look and draw, and cards like Bambi, which allow you to draw multiple cards, like 2 is a good number. Excuse me. You think about the old Ruby Sapphire builds where people were running 1 lucky dime, knowing that was their win con. Like, they were running 1 lucky dime, they wanted to see it every single game, but there was so much of that card drawn, so much of that filtering that they could find it every game. So running 2 means to me that Black Cauldron is in this color combo is absolutely part of your win condition, the way you want to wish those things out. And that one of the things you're looking to find, not early, but probably around turns like 7, 8, and 9, as you're digging around, you're hoping to draw into one, to allow you to start building condition, which will allow you to dump a bunch of zombie characters on the after Raging Storm.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the moment here. We talk about like the strategy of decks, and so you think about what is the point of the deck, and there's phases. Like the decks generally are built to run in certain kind of phases. There's so in this particular build, or at least in this particular color pairing, it's because of Raging Storm. It feels like there's this moment prior to Raging Storm where you try to maximize your lore generation, you maximize your hand size, you gain that resource to prepare yourself to play a Raging Storm, at which point you then just overtake the board. You overtake it by, in the case of Donald, playing Lilo, Escape Artist, which we have not seen Mazzol play, but we've seen Donald play. You take advantage by using multiple cauldrons, which we saw Mazzol do, but not Donald do. And so, there's a middle ground between those two kind of things that we can do, where we maximize the value on that Raging Storm. We play it at the right moment. We don't overextend our hand. We don't overextend the characters on the board. We only need, like I said, two to get to draw cards from Stitch. We do enough to get to a very powerful point and say, guess what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to enter the second phase of my game, and I'm going to leave you in the dust by having you with no one. And it just make you very, very sad as you are empty. But the problem in mirror matches, Liam, is that that's where the skill comes in, because in mirror matches, they both are planning to do the same thing. They're both looking, they both are aware of that kind of phase shift. And so they're both playing to each other's strategies because they're both doing the same kind of things.
Yeah, and on Mazzola's side of the board, speaking Black Cauldron, using it to bring back that Donald Duck there, that 4/1. We did see another Moana played, inking a Develop Your Brain out of the discard pile. Then Mazzola had a scenario where we tried to use it again. I was reminded that both abilities are an exert ability, so can't pull a character at the same turn you play one. We are going to make it hand. That Hades is still in there. That was available last turn, and I was wondering if that Hades would be played in order to deal with that Pete on, but instead Mazzola choosing to play that Moana for the extra ink. And now second Pete coming out. Oh my goodness! If those are left unchecked, that's going to allow you to dig and look multiple cards deep. So if both Pete's allow you to kind of stack that effect by allowing you to look at the top two next turn and the top one on the other Pete, so that's three total, and keep two. Oh, now goodness gracious, it's going to be two
Oh no.
and two. And we haven't even boosted that other Pete yet. I don't. No, we didn't boost it last turn because we didn't have it.
Yes.
Yeah, so those are, I mean, scary. One is scary. One is very scary, and I'm sure that one is going to be picked off by one of those Hades pretty quickly. But look at the wide board that Donald's managed to develop. Mazzol now probably hoping to find a Raging Storm. In a
Yeah.
little bit.
And you're mentioned, so like the psychic energies of both of these ghosts of the Christmas future, just that's a lot to deal with. And the problem here is, of course, that Mazzol's going to have to make a very interesting choice, because as we are boosting these Pete's, do you choose the one that's got more because it's allowing you to see more, and then in turn giving Donald even more ink than he might want? Do you choose the second one because you're like, hey, as long as I get rid of one, I'm fine? There's just so many ways you can go with this, and of course, you don't really know what the right answer is until you play so many games and you practice it. And sometimes we make weird decisions, or we make decisions that we think are right because maybe you have to imagine how many mirror matches did either of these players play in the last week since Winterspell came out, really. And are they prepared for this, or are they learning kind of on the spot here? Like, that's one of the cool things about a new set format. It's how much practice did you get, because your practice dictates how well you do. And aside from the practice into like what we expect to see, like Blurple and what our friends are playing, what about the mirror? How many mirror matches did you get in?
Yeah, probably not a ton. Probably not a ton, honestly, in terms of prioritizing this deck over the other bogeymen in the meta. But
Yeah.
so the Hades coming down there will deal with one of those Pete's. We are going to pull back a Moana from the discard pile. I don't think there's much there to choose from right now. Moana probably only targets. Mazzol, it's looking scary on Donald's side of the board. We are going to see a Rockstar come in here, very well statted, going to draw cards. But Mazzol has managed to push his lore total all the way up to 11. Hades is going to go to the Inkwell, which feels really bad when you've got a Black Cauldron running around out there.
Yeah, but look at that. In one fell swoop, Donald has turned this board around. There are 5 characters now sitting on Donald's side of the board. Mazzol all by themselves. There is a character underneath the Black Cauldron. It is that Moana, and so being able to, or yeah, it is. Yeah, I believe it is that Moana. Yep. And so being able to play that. could be important, but we want to be able to get more stuff out. We have to start matching Donald's energy as we see Mazzol
Bambi.
turn. Yep. Yeah, so we see the Bambi, we see the Moana come into play, which will enable inking from the discard pile. But we're gonna play Tipo because Tipo's pretty good. Tipo won Richmond, so Tipo's a pretty strong card.
That's true. And just a body out there at this point, and now you're really looking for that Raging Storm. Donald did manage to deploy a Cauldron of his own now as well, so we're gonna get to see both players kind of tucking characters in there, and it just feels like Donald has managed to turn the corner here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore on the board. Tough sledding now for Mazzol.
Yeah, as we I'm waiting for like a snap like auto. Oh no, did he find it? Did he find it? Oh, you gotta. He had to have found it, right? He found it.
What?
Is it Raging Storm? I thought maybe he found Raging Storm with that Pete from having seen those so many cards. He like
Oh,
he like snap quested. I'm like, oh okay. Yeah, he
oh
like
yeah.
snap quested.
Donald is on it. Donald's in game here. Like oh, it's gonna be tough for Mazzol.
Oh no, we're playing that coin collecting Donald. We're just putting more pressure down. I mean, I think Donald sees the light at the end of the tunnel here, knowing there's just no way for Mazzol to get out if I just keep putting characters down. Well, there's one way out, and it ends with Nani and Lilo hanging out playing in the snow. But we'll find that out shortly. Did we get the Raging Storm?
Now he has another card draw with the Bambi if we didn't find it right away.
Oh, suspiciously separating 8 ink. I wonder what he's mapping out.
Interesting. I mean, if he top decked it, we're very excited here. So
No, yeah, you don't. No, you don't challenge if you have it, right? Like that's just that. Yeah. So
well, and
definitely not.
interesting. So Bambi says it doesn't say quest. I believe Bambi says whenever it becomes exert. Oh, okay, that's why. We're gonna heal. So he's pulling aside 8, looking to see the maximum number of cards. It's 2 Drakes. It's oh my goodness, 2 Ducks, a Rockstar, and I didn't see what the last one was.
It didn't look amber though. It didn't look like I thought it was a sapphire card.
Yeah, it doesn't look great. Was it develop? Okay, it's developed. So we're looking again. We still have enough for the ink return.
Oh.
Did he find it? Oh, did he find it?
He found it. He found it. Yes, he did.
He's like exert. Okay, so we're doing a thing. He's like, all right, we're doing the math here. We're checking on everything. Because you definitely want to. He's like, hey, you need to develop. You need to put the card in the bottom. We're moving quickly here. So now we're gonna quest. We're gonna do things the right order here. Put the card on the bottom. We're gonna quest. Go up to 14, and then
there it is, folks. There's the Raging Storm.
My goodness.
Oh, this is a game, folks. 14-15, both players with no board. But there is a Black Cauldron. However, Donald with one character in Moana specifically under his Black Cauldron. Mazzol, of course, without a character under his.
Well, and such a bummer here. The downside to Raging Storm, of course, is now it's so expensive, and Donald's going to have the chance to rebuild the board first. So it's still an uphill battle. Mazzol needs to top deck into a Hades or something. Have one, but he did draw quite a few cards off. Well, he drew a bunch of ducks, frankly, and I think a rock star or a surfer. So we'll be able to draw a couple cards. But one extra ink, he would have been able to tuck something from that Black Cauldron, but didn't have it. And one interesting note, I suspected that Mazzol may have misplayed a little bit by choosing not to boost Bambi before challenging in and getting an extra card off of that. But had he done that, he wouldn't have had the extra 1 ink or the Develop Your Brain.
Yes.
And if that Raging Storm was the second card down, then he would have missed it. So interesting there, that sequence, and may have played it exactly right, hoping to draw into a Develop and leaving that extra ink for it. So really heads up if that was the line.
Yeah, and Ludwig coming in, finding a Raging Storm in Donald's hand, and so hopefully just looking for more cards, trying to see what can we do, how can we match the energy here of Donald. We do have that Ludwig down. We played Sail to see more cards. Doesn't look like we have a lot much else to do there, unfortunately, for Mazzol.
Yeah, I mean, you can do 2 things. You either A, need to answer one of these characters with the Hades, or B, drop enough characters on the board that you threaten game the following turn. And it's going to be really tough to do that.
Yep.
We do have a couple, I think another duck, but Mazzol, seeing what's available here, you'd hope there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I don't think there's a Hades on there.
There's another Ludwig and a there you go. So that surfer enables us to get to see more cards. So we're drawing two. Unfortunately, that he's drawn them so close to chest we can't see them, but hopefully we'll see them as he puts them on the table at some point here.
Yeah, and really fascinating here. So, I mean, there are ways out. I mean, Missoula is still in this game. It's gonna be a stretch. Donald can quest all the way up 19 this turn. Now, the one thing I'm not seeing in a lot of decks. Oh, that feels really, really bad.
Oh, that's
You really wanted that stitch. My goodness, that feels awful.
yeah, that's a tough one.
That's awful. But one thing I'm not seeing a lot of reach in these decks, Gabe, and we know that there is reach that exists in Amber, a decent number of cards that people have used, like Darling Gear and things like that. Um, but I'm not seeing a lot of that, so we will probably have to close this out the old-fashioned way with questing, and that's exactly what Donald's trying to do here, putting himself up to 19, and now Mazzol. Um, oh, this also feels
No, yeah, and you've got Hades on deck now. Hades sitting underneath that black cauldron. I mean, it just taunting Mazzol, saying, "Yeah, go ahead, put something else down. There's this Hades waiting for you, bud."
And where are we at again? I mean, another Raging Storm, and I don't think we have it.
We do not.
That is that probably may not even be running more than two, but um, golly, what a fun match. Mazzol, I think, on the play that match, and Donald managing to turn the corner, and that was just a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that.
I did too. I mean, now the question is, will we continue to enjoy it? If this continues, will we continue to enjoy it? I think I might, only because I really appreciate how close these games were. It was like they're both able to quest. They're both able to do things like the game never. Nobody's locking the game necessarily out from one another, and especially in this color pairing, even when someone plays a Raging Storm, it's not like a dead shutdown of the game. It is a you've still got Lilos in the case of Donald's version of the deck. You've still got the Black Cauldrons that are able to keep this game alive. You still have the fact that you've drawn so many cards leading into those Raging Storms. So I really appreciated how just how close these games were, even though like they were raging storms a couple times and doing so much. I like this matchup. Now, will you and I continue to like it if we watch enough of these? That's a question I guess we'll learn with time.
Yeah, I think I will. The interesting thing about these decks is that they're very Blurple-esque in that they're ramping to the end game and using all of the powerful removal tools that we see in Sapphire. Because the Sapphire Shell in both these decks is really largely the same. But I do love the fun variants that you get with the Black Cauldron. I love the board wipe that you get with the Raging Storm because let's face it, from honestly from a broadcaster and an observer perspective, you like when games are they're not out of reach, even though there might be a narrow lane for one of the players. Some of the best games are where there's this really, really narrow route to winning, and a player managed to pull it out. And the board wipes give you that out. So it is really fun for me. You get to some of these later turns rather than playing like 3 turns where it's like, well, writing's on the wall. Like there's no way, that Mazzol can come back from this. To know that there's that board wipe, to know that that Raging Storm is top deck away and that we're digging for it, and there's a way to stay in this game. That's super fun to me. So I actually really like this build for that reason, and
Yeah.
I'm hoping it becomes
I have a lot of hope for it. I think there's a lot of great minds that are working on it. I know for those, if you're following, if for those of you that might be following other Lorcana content creators, shout out to Jeremy Berturioni, who has declared that he will be the de facto blue yellow player, the de facto amber sapphire player. So shout out to him.
okay.
Yeah, he's like confident that he's gonna unlock this and take it to far places, and we need that. Like that's so TCGs are single, generally speaking, one-on-one competitions, but there is a cooperative element to TCGs. In order to get to that place, in order for me to become better as a player, I need to be playing with other people who are pushing me to my limit. So I want strong players that can push me to my limit. In order for the decks to be as competitive as they can be, we need to work together for those decks to be as high powered as they can be, which again, because I'm learning from that, I become better. So Competitive, yeah, absolutely, it is. People that are practicing more, people that are engaging more in content, people that are engaging more in designing of decks and really learning that side of it are going to do better for it. But I can't do that unless there's other people helping me. I can't do it by myself. And trying to operate in a vacuum is interesting. So like, even though highly competitive, one versus one, I still need my competition. I think it's cool.
Yeah,
That's why I
absolutely.
love TCGs for that reason. I just love TCGs for that
Oh,
reason.
I mean, what is it? Iron sharpens iron, or steel sharpens steel. I forget which one it is, but
Yeah.
iron sharpens iron. I think it is. That's why there are TCG teams. That's why we have some of these Discord servers. That's why you have some of these competitive podcasts, et cetera, where all these players
Yeah.
get together and kind of toss ideas back and forth. Yeah, I mean, it takes great players to make
Yeah.
other players better. One note I do have to say, Colors Law is going to fight you on who's going to make blue yellow more competitive first or be known for it. Fortunately, Jeremy's got a really good platform, but she's been trying to make this work. I just have to shout her out for so long.
Yes.
Um, so shout out to Color as well. But yeah, I don't know. I I really hope this color sticks around the competitive meta because I don't know. I just think the end game is so fun, and I think the board wipe is so fun, and yeah. Um, so I am really interested to know. That was round 4. We're gonna go into round 5.
Yep.
I think both of these. Well, one of them is still in the running. I think even with that draw. Um, yeah, I'd be really interested to know what the meta breakdown in the room is. I don't know if we have that yet.
I'll see if I can muster that in the next break. I think there might be a little bit of space to do that, and we'll try to see if we can gather that because yeah, I'm interested in that too. I love to know that, so we'll get that data and we'll try to have it before. Like we'll try to have it before Top Cut, but if not, I mean, it may be going into the first round of Top Cut before we can get that. But we'll I know there's people that want to know that, so we'll get that figured out. I
Yeah,
want to show somebody. I want to show the audience something kind of cool too. So
sure.
I'm a big fan of like trying to bring people into the room. Maybe not this room because this room's a little bit weird, but I like to try to bring people into the tournament. And so one of the ways that Triad is trying to elevate the experience here at Slam Boca, which the city Boca Raton, in this tournament, is they're really reinventing how we call judges. Okay, so if you've ever been to a Disney Lorcana challenge, and likely if you've ever been to any tournament, you have been taught that the proper way to call for a judge is to raise your hand and
Judge.
and to yell judge. And that is one way you can do that. That is you want to be as loud as you can. But here at Triad, they are really thinking about just the experience in general. So what they have at every single table is one of these buttons. Okay. So what does this button do? Well, if I hit this button, the head judge Freddie is going to be really mad at me because when I hit this button, there is a box over by the judges table, and this button is tied to a number. This was number 14. So this is table 14. If I hit this button, a box over by the judges will say 14, and it'll tell the judges that table 14 needs a judge.
I
So
really want you to test it.
hey, Freddie, sorry, buddy. If he comes running over, he's gonna be so mad at me. He's gonna be like, "Who did that?"
In me, in me.
I'll blame you. I'll blame you, Liam, for sure.
Yep,
And he's gonna say, "How did Liam push the button from over the internet? Stop playing games
yep,
with me."
yep.
So yeah, but I mean, this is just one of the ways that Triad is really trying to like redefine the tournament experience. They're always thinking about ways to sharpen it. In the last, we weren't able to get them done this tournament, but in the last tournament and in tournaments going forward, they even created things like player cards. So even though we couldn't get players the cameras, like we couldn't get cameras on the players, we had player cards. So as we see these tournaments kind of grow, I'm a big proponent and a big fan of the idea that you don't want to let perfect get in the way of good. We want to be able to get content out there. We want you all to learn more from what's out there, and Triad is trying to just elevate this experience. And so we do that through all the little things that we do, including something as small as you don't have to scream for a judge, you just got to click the button. So yeah, there's that. I also want to shout out the staff out here. I want to shout out the Triad team, the Triad staff, Christian and family, Yolanda and family. Just they've been so awesome to all of us and letting us come in here and talk about this game that we love very much. And just have been really welcoming, and letting us in to do that. And a huge shout out to the judges, Freddie and Asif. They love to play, but they also love to support the community. And another huge shout out to our producer, A close friend of mine, love him, is Stefan. Just huge shout out to you. Thank you for everything you do in the back end. I know you're not able to be on camera. I know you, and you're happy being back there because you're kind of weird anyway. But we love you either way. As he's back there making sure that everything's running smoothly. So huge shout out to everybody out there. And Liam, love you too, buddy. Thanks for being here and hanging out with me. Love
Thanks
it.
for having me. No, I appreciate Triad inviting me in as they try to get their tournament series going, and I did get to shout out them a little bit myself. I'm not local to South Florida, obviously. I get there whenever I can for a variety of reasons. Partially because I love the community out there, but I did get to interact with the Triad folks at Miami TCGCon recently, and it was a lot of fun chatting with them about what they're trying to do, getting a feel for their personalities, their love for the community, taking a look at their booth full of all sorts of things, not just TCGs as you've mentioned earlier in the day. And I really enjoyed getting to talk to them about what they're trying to do with the community, what they're going to build. And I really appreciate them, having me on the stream and you all working through some of the tech issues we were having earlier to bring me in, because I really enjoy being a part of it, even though I'm several hundred miles away here in Texas. And if you're watching, one of the things I want to highlight too is this broadcast commentary or tournaments, all of this stuff is hard. There's so many little details that go into it that people don't see. And we were, just to get this going, we spent like an hour and a half, Gabe, this morning working through a bunch of different tech issues, like little things which you don't think are going to go wrong, and all of a sudden they go wrong and have to work through them. So all that is to say, Triad's going to keep building these tournaments and make them better, and elevating the experience as much as they can, including using the buttons and stuff that you talked about, and bringing in amazing judges and players and commentators. But also, like, the stream is going to get better. So if you're out there watching right now on YouTube, one of the reasons that it's on YouTube instead of as well is because they're streaming their Riftbound tournament on Twitch, which they're running simultaneously. But if you're watching now on YouTube, or if you're watching this on replay later, subscribe, follow the channel, because I suspect that as time goes on, you're going to see more and more Lorcana coverage here, and it's going to become more and more polished as we continue to grow this. And I hope that I get to come back again, Gabe, to do this with you or whoever. I hope it's you. I hope to come there in person actually to do this at some point, because I'd love to fly out and experience it. So
I'll take you to the beach and I'll buy you empanadas myself, buddy. We'll go to Vicky Bakery. I'll get you some empanadas and I'll show you where Bad Bunny performed many of his songs and many of his videos. So yeah, it's a lot of historic moments out there. So
best halftime show.
Yeah, agreed. 100% agreed. Yes, it was great. Huge shout out to Bad Bunny, to El Conejo Malo, as he's called here in South Florida. That means Bad Bunny, if you didn't know. So with that said, friends, the next round is getting ready to get paired up. We're not going to be that long. I'm going to go and see if I can get some of those numbers for you, some of those stats for you. But we're going to do a quick short ad roll so you can take a look at Triad and all their offerings. Again, not just TCGs. They offer gold, silver, Rolexes. And if you're into collectibles, they got it, including Disney, outside of Lorcana, including Disney stuff outside of Lorcana, including the exclusive playmat that was available at the parks. So just one of the cool things that they do. All right, friends, we will see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Right back. Just real quick.
My voice is nothing when I scream.
All right, I'm coming back to you. I'm going to be solo for just a moment here. This round got underway a lot faster than we were anticipating, and I'm really excited for this matchup here because Emerald Amethyst is back, ladies and gentlemen. This is a color combo that I've been playing all the way since set one. I really took set two off because, frankly, the meta was miserable. But set two is fantastic in the Inklands meta. And this deck has been around for forever, but it does feel particularly strong, this meta, with some of the new tools that I'm really excited to see it. So here we have Alex on the left against Seth on the right in a Blurple build, and they're off to the races. It's worth noting the Blurple deck clearly on script, hitting ramp on 2, the Genie on 3 with that 4 ink off the Tipo, and on the other side, seeing the Emerald Amethyst deck off to a decent start. One of the cards that I really like this meta is this Genie. This is a card which for 1, it gains extra lore for every card under it. It's a card which can be really aggressive early, also used to close things down in the late game. And so we're going to see it boosted once and questing here for a total of 3 up to 5. So kind of a must answer card for Seth over there, but not the strength to deal with it yet, unless he manages to find that Elsa. So yeah, I don't know. If you're watching, I'm really interested to know what you think about Emerald Amethyst in this set, because I did a oh, we are going to see the Elsa. Okay, that feels pretty good. I did a poll on my recent show, or a poll rather. I did a tier ranking, a tier list with a bunch of competitive players, like 3 of them, including Zenulus was there. Jeremy Bertioni was there as well. And we ranked all of the decks in this meta from 1 all the way to 15. And Amethyst Emerald was one. It was really surprising. One of the players had it all the way down, like at number 11, like 10 or 11, just down near the bottom, just not seeing its potential. And somebody else had it all the way up on number 4. So this is a really fascinating deck to me, which I think could either kind of float around the 5 or 6 spot, or if people find the right build and it has a home, could see itself rising up to number 2 or 3, depending on whether people find a good build for it. But we're seeing one of the things it can do here. It is racing ahead early. That Genie questing for 3, and Alex powering all the way to 9. I hear some coughing there. Gabe, are you back?
I am so back. Oh my goodness. And boy, I'm back to what I've been wanting to see this entire tournament. My
Blurple?
question is, no, don't get me wrong. Don't get me. I don't hate. I don't dislike a Blurple matchup, but these were my colors prior to rotation: Emerald, Amethyst. I love this color pairing. I got to tell you a little bit about Alex Blair. Alex, who is playing this right now. Alex on the left side. Also a huge fan. In fact, he was very disappointed in me. He is a local from South Florida. When I abandoned the colors after rotation, he said, "You don't deserve this," and he was right. I don't deserve this. I was a traitor. But Alex stayed the course, as we see as he's racing ahead. My question is he running snow forts? Is he not running snow forts? I got so many questions for Alex.
Oh man, I feel like Snowfort is so popular right now. I would be surprised not to see it in there. But this build seems to be like very, very aggressive. We're seeing that Genie early on, and imagine if that Genie were still around paired with this Pocahontas, who's extra lore for every I'm sorry, upon quest, gain lore equal another chosen exerted character's lore, pairs really well with that Genie. And now Hades looking for a deal coming down, going to offer something on Seth's side of the board. But yeah, this deck color. One of the nice things about Emerald, and I'm sure that you saw this early on, is you can tech it so many different ways, from aggro versions all the way to more control and top heavy versions. And we're actually seeing, or I've seen, and I don't know about you, Gabe, but I've seen people running both uh, types as they've explored the meta right now. Some people choose to take them very aggressive, and then some people them just incredibly top heavy. So I don't know. I'm fascinated to see what it does in this meta. Continue to break it down.
Yeah, I think you're right. We talked earlier in we've talked earlier about the ability to build these decks in different ways, have variations of styles, and I think that the Emerald Amethyst strategy really leans itself to being potentially the most flexible of the color pairings. You can build a very, very quick, just right out the gate, super fast deck, something that runs something like these White Rabbits, things that have multiple lore pips. You can run something closer to what's known as Brainiac, a little bit more of a control style deck. You can run something that's a little bit more mid range. I think that in this color pairing, even more than other color pairings, if you really wanted to do something different, you could surprise your opponent. You could tell your opponent, "Hey, I'm playing Emerald Amethyst," and you still don't know what you're going to expect. I think that this color pairing, above all, has the flexibility to do that.
Yeah. You can use it also here as well. This color pairing in Emerald Amethyst, we are going to see the traditional Amethyst shell. Those mid game cards, those mid range cards are just so good. So we're seeing the Hades, we're seeing the Alphas that you usually see run for that mid game removal. Seth on the other side establishing that Pete, fantastic card, low key one of the best cards in the set, and a lot of people's top 5. Um, establishing a big body on the board as well. But Alex all the way up to 14, and Seth is going to really have to be careful about dealing with at least 2 threats, hopefully a turn here, where Alex is going to run away with this pretty quickly. One of the reasons you love to run this color pairing is it does give you some incredible reach with those go-go tamagos. So anytime you get in the range of like 16, 17, 18, it becomes pretty scary when you're playing against this build.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is that willpower, the willpower of a character is generally seen as a strength of that character, and what Gogo essentially says is that willpower on that character is now a weakness. If I can manipulate my strength, especially with a card like Snowfort, and I can put additional damage on you, that Gogo Tamago is a real problem. There's the Snowfort. Okay.
I was wondering if we were going to see right into Pete there. That Pete's sitting around with 3 damage counters on, I believe. Keep that in mind, as we know Gogo is running around in this deck, and now with that will allow Alex to draw 3 cards if he empties his hand, and I'm pretty sure it is empty. You get a chance to look at 4 cards next turn to find that Gogo, which will allow you to pretty much win the game.
Yeah, and it is empty, by the way. He very happily emptied his hand onto the table with that Palace Guard and that Snowfort. That Snowfort is crazy. It is uninkable, but it's hard to blame Ravensburger for doing that, given that now all of Alex's characters have resist 1 on his opponent's turn, and they each get +1 strength. That's important. Now, Tigger, a card that we've seen to great effect here, is a good card here, because if you can't deal with the character, you can send it to the hand, at least delay the game by a turn. And in Lorcana, 1 turn, it makes all the difference. Just imagine how many times your opponent has told you, if I had just 1 more turn. So there you go. That should tell you the power of it. As we see, Mago kill. Oh my goodness, just completely close this game out in 1 fell swoop.
Oh my goodness. Was that it, or was that a scoop? Because I thought it had damage counters on it, but did it have?
It had there was 3 on it. There was 3 on that Pete. Yeah, there was 3 on that Pete. And wow, holy moly.
Oh my goodness. How fast was that? And oh man.
That was less than 10 minutes for that game. That was wow.
Yeah, you love to see it. And to go back to the earlier point, I was talking to some people about these color combos, and I was looking at them earlier. In fact, I'm going to pull up a list I look at earlier today. John over in or Sisu / John Viveros over in Freedom Gaming, showing me a list, and I looked at his, and it was very, very top heavy. It didn't have a lot of early game aggression. It was designed to run more late game, make use of Snowforts, Demonas, things like that, really trying to push things into the end game. And I asked him, what are you trying to do? And he's like, I just run the game long and try to outvalue my opponent, etc. Here we're seeing, a very, very different version with those early genies paired with those Pocahontas and things like that, which can allow Alex to just power over or run over some of these, other decks which are designed to run long, like Seth's Blurple deck. But the other point, Gabe, as I'm thinking through this, one of the reasons I used to love this color combo is I mid-range decks. Everybody talks about running aggro versus control. Mid-range decks are designed to up into control decks when they need to against aggro decks, or take the beatdown role against control decks that are trying to run long. And I like that versatility, and that's as you talked about earlier, that's the flexibility that Emerald gives you as a pair for the Amethyst shell. And I really, really love that about this deck. And so Alex probably has a number of different lines which would allow him to take the control route among or against faster decks, but showing what this color can flex into if it needs to go fast, as it wants to against the Blurple deck. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, and I think so when we think about like how do we deal with metas, or when we're going to enter into a tournament, what changes do we need to make in order for our deck to be able to deal with that meta? How can I make my deck and this color pairing work for the tournament I'm entering into? And there is an upper and a lower limit to that. There is only so much that you can tech a deck to do before it is no longer of that identity, and you're generally better off just switching color pairings. When you look at control decks, there's only so much of teching into aggro before you start to hurt your other. Or sorry, when you look into aggro, to tech into one thing, it can start to hurt what you're meant to do, which is to go fast. In control, you can tech in an opposite direction where you're no longer in control of the game and you're too busy trying to like be something that you're not. And what Emerald Amethyst allows you to do is it doesn't matter. You can flex either direction. Love it, love it, love it. I'm in the same boat as you are, Leon, when it comes to why this is great. As we see that Pocahontas,
Great opening here.
yes, what a fantastic opening. That Seth has got to be not feeling too hot, but that Cheshire Cat, not a slouch, not a slacker. I'll tell you what.
Yeah. So normally when you're playing the aggro role, you drop those merfolk out early and you quest quickly, inviting your opponent to challenge in and forcing them to drop a card from hand, and at least you get two out of it. Here, leaving them upright because Alex is waiting to pair those with Pocahontas. This turn he will quest for 2, exert the Pocahontas to quest for 1, but when she does, we'll be able to gain an extra 2 lore off those exerted merfolk. So 1-2 combo here, which is really exciting. A 1-2-3 combo now,
Oh no.
which is really good. Now those merfolk will have resist. That Tipo won't be able to clear them cleanly. So where before that Tipo could have challenged in, and then the cat could have challenged as well if you wanted to go that route. Now that those merfolk immune to the Tipo by itself. So what a 1-2-3 combo. And I'm willing to bet as Alex scripts out like his lines in this deck, this is one of the openings that he's really, really hoping for, like one of the tech openings against this particular deck. So what do you think about this?
So the thing about Cheshire Cat, what makes Cheshire Cat so good is the ability to move damage around. But when you've got that else is pretty good too though. But that Cheshire Cat
Elf is here.
having to deal, okay, so this is the way to deal with it, having to deal with that cursed merfolk that now deals 1 damage is still not enough to get maximum value on the boost. So I'm loving this line. Now granted, Alex got unfortunately dealt with that Elsa, and so can Alex recover here? Because Seth just put Alex in a really, really bad spot. That Snow Fort is great, but you need characters for it to actually matter. I do want to shout out Seth as well. I know we've been talking about Alex because we were really excited about this color pairing, but Seth, another local player here, a member of Team Refract from Miami, took a bit of a drive to come up to Boca in order to be in this tournament. Fantastic player, just generally a good person, just an awesome person to talk to. Loves the game of Lorcana, is an excellent member of the team of South Florida, because even though there are teams, I see South Florida as like its own team as well. So as we see these giant spectral bird hit the table, and so yeah, that spectral bird could be a problem here if we can deal with that.
Well, and yeah, so we talked about that was a great sequence. That Elsa, fantastic, clearing up that aggressive line from Alex and slowing things down. But let's remember what happened though. To do it, we did have to spend a card ramping Alex by 1 to deal with the exerted Pocahontas there, and then having to dump a card to the, putting him in top deck mode.
Yeah.
So even though Seth gained pretty good card, now from a resource perspective, things favored Alex in terms of how they played out there, both in terms of hand and ink. And so Alex top decking, I believe, the Elsa there, or even if he had it in hand, a great answer to that board state. And especially with that Snowfort on board here, things feel pretty good for him, even with that swingy turn that Seth had with that Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, oh my goodness, I didn't even consider that. That Iago has resist 1 and is attacking for 1 more. As we see the magical maneuvers, oh wow, that he must have been really happy to see that. That magical maneuvers, of course, allows that choosing of the Iago, which of course has vanish. It is an illusion after all, and so to your point, though, I mean, we have expended as many resources as we can, and Amethyst does something really cool, which is it draws a lot. I don't know if you knew that or not, Leo. It draws a lot of cards, as Genie is enabling right now.
Yes, it does. Now, Seth will have that Elsa available again. Drew into a genie here, trying to gather more resources in the mid game, but it does. Every time Alex is given just 3, there he's going to quest for another 3-4, pushing himself or propelling himself towards victory here. That Yzma again feels really
Oh my goodness.
his last game, and I think with that, Alex emptying his hand, boosting the cat, sliding that down over, just doing all the things. And yeah, this is fun to watch if you're a fan of this color pair.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, the Cheshire. I'm just. It's just. I'm thinking like that Cheshire Cat has resist now. It attacks for 4. What? This is crazy. The genie has resist. It attacks for 3, and you have to imagine that's not the only snow for it in Alex's deck. So the more we can get those things down, the more it compounds. The magical power of compounding interest, of course, a financial lesson for a different channel. But snow for it, of course, teaching us that interest matters and compounding matters too.
I love that you just took this to finance.
I, I
Um,
I try to teach people all kinds of lessons. I consider myself a sage in many ways.
there you go. So Snowfort here, just showing why it's been so popular this set. I have not seen an Emerald Amethyst deck not running Snowfort. It does so much work. It's like, remember when Hidden Cove just changed all the math, just like a little bit, just made everything just a little bit wonky.
Yeah.
Snowfort does that in spades because it changes the math in 2 different ways, and it's really really difficult for a lot of people to deal with. Um, so we're going to see a sequence. I'm wondering what the judge ruling is there. We are seeing just sequencing.
Okay. Yes. So we see a series of boosts happening here.
Yeah, there was a way that I think he was trying to banish the Olaf to bounce the Cheshire Cat, but nevertheless, here happy to have this board stay at 1, 2, stay at 3, 4, 5, 6 on board. So that is game. Seth does have the Hades, which has to do with something,
Yeah.
and I'm sure something in hand as well.
Yeah. So the confusion was. So I think the confusion was that Alex mistakenly believed that the Cheshire Cat could be used to move the damage over to the Olaf. But the problem is
Yep,
is
yep,
that
yep.
the Cheshire Cat specifies opposing. So you cannot target your own Olaf to receive the damage. You can only choose your character to send the damage to an opposing character.
I think you diagnosed those hand signals perfectly.
I did. Yes.
That's
I'm a master of sign language after all.
This is exactly what happened. So
That's-
here, I mean, this is a little bit. It slows him down just a bit. Yeah, I was going to bounce or send the Olaf to the discard. Probably just have to do that board control. But the benefit is Alex is going to get 3 cards. That cat +2.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it's just so quick. I mean, we're at 14 right now on Alex's side of the board.
with
That's
5
for
damage counters on that Hades. Keep in mind.
yeah, yes, exactly. So just a go away from ending this all. It's just it's just crazy to see the power of this. I mean, you mentioned the wonky math of our old friend of the Hidden Cove. Hidden Cove, you had to pay. Oh no! Speak of what? Yeah, say its name and it appears. We got Snow 4 x 2. But the thing about that Hidden Cove was that you had to pay to send somebody into the cove every time you wanted to move somebody. You pay 3 times once. That's it. You pay 3 times once, you get a snow fort. Or sometimes you pay 3 times twice and you get 2 snow forts. And as we see that Elsa is now a 4/5 with resist 2. Yuck.
Yeah. And I'm going to diagnose those hand signals because what we just saw happen there is Seth reminding Alex that you only get resist during your opponent's turn.
Yes.
Else is challenging and will take the damage back, which is what you saw those damage counters added late.
Absolutely, yes. Hey, listen, folks. This is Winterspell. It's a week old. It's a week old meta. We're learning, and Alex is learning, and so that's the best part here. Cheshire Cat. Hey, buddy. There's 2 of you, and a cursed merfolk. Yeah, I think Alex is just saying, hey, I'm gonna just send as many characters out. We're gonna close the bridge here because we are 3 lore away from winning this whole thing. Seth having a look at his hand. Oh, okay. So just thinking that there might still be something to do. We got a guidebook. Will we find an answer in this guidebook?
I mean, you got to find
There's Cheshire Cat. There's a boost.
Unilateral.
So we are going to slow down the pace of this game. We're going to send that cursed merfolk away,
Enough.
but it's not enough.
Not
And
enough. And there's the handshake. And wow. I gotta get Alex's list. I think I can diagnose it pretty easily with what we just saw there. But you have to give me that list better. Super fun to watch.
I'm good friends with him. I will. You will have it shortly. I promise. I'll take care of it. I don't know if he wants the whole world to know it yet, but the deck lists are being submitted, so I think you will have it through Inkdex.
Just
But
neighborhood commentator.
yeah, I'll say, hey, it's Liam. I mean, he won't tell the whole world.
Yeah, I won't steal it.
Just his audience on Monday on a live stream. No big deal.
Yeah.
No, he's good.
No, that's super super fun. I like that a lot. I mean, this is a color combo I know that we both love. It was really fun to watch. The thing about I want to go back to Snow for a second because the thing that we have to remember when it comes to these competitive metas is everything is built around very, very specific math. And to use just a silly example, but one that we're all familiar with, it's the Genie Elsa, right? So you play Genie, um, your opponent plays a Genie, you play an Elsa, and then challenging for the Elsa plus the Genie, and that 4 removes the Genie. Um, like that particular sequence and combination works because it maths correctly. And there's a whole bunch of different cards and sequences and combos that are designed to deal with very specific scenarios in a meta with very specific math.
Yeah.
And when you throw all of that off just by one, back in the day, imagine Diablo going to a hidden cove. Diablo was answered by an Elsa unless it was in a cove. Diablo was answered by a strength or let the storm rage on unless it was in a cove. All of these cards were put in there to deal with very specific threats. Snowfort changes all of it um, in 2 ways, and so it has the potential. I think like that card by itself has the potential to elevate this color combination within the meta and to power it into tournament finishes, higher up tournament finishes all by itself. And
Yeah.
the other thing about Snowboard is you don't necessarily need to just see it. Like seeing it on turn 3 where you have to protect the merfolk is great. But if you drop it on turn like 6, where now it's making Elsa challenge for 3 and giving your Genie resist 1 and things like that, it's still good. It is good at any point in the game, and they stack. So it's just a fantastic card.
It is, and I'm seeing a lot of people, especially in that Snowfort, just testing it in various builds. I'm seeing versions of it, versions of dogs, Amber Emerald dogs with it in there. We're still trying to figure out what is the right color pairing for that new Mulan. The one that quests equal to its strength. Is that a Snowfort dogs deck? Does that belong in Emerald Amethyst? There's a lot of testing happening. There's a lot of trying to figure that out right now. And so like seeing the community come together to work through that and to see like what makes the most sense or what are the best ways to capitalize on that as we are about to enter into another game because of how quickly the last game started. We were able to get in on this one. This is actually game 2. So that last game happened so quickly. This is game 2. So just
so wait, you
yeah.
snagged other folks and pulled over that quick?
Yeah, that's how quick it was.
God, Triad on it.
I know. I'm telling you. See, talk to Stefan's the one. Stefan went out there and did the thing. And CJ, just so you all know, if you can't tell, CJ actually won game 1, and so we are in game 2 right now. Zeke, of course, we saw Zeke earlier take his place on the couch against Mai. So yeah, now just double check for me, production, because I do see that there are 2 lore pips. It looks as if it's 1-to-1. But just confirm that by cleaning up those lure pips if you can, as we see we get the chance to see another one of these Sapphire Amber Sapphire rather decks today. So this would be fun.
And this is a matchup that I'm really, really excited to see because as I looked at the Sapphire Amber builds earlier, they seemed to me to be Blurple-esque in the way that they were trying to execute their game plan, taking things long, using boards, keeping things under their control, and then at the end of the game, trying to go wide with using the Cauldron to pull things back from the discard pile. So I'm super excited to see how a long game will go in this particular matchup. Um, as we are again, I'm trying to rapidly diagnose where we are. We're on turn 4 here.
It's so it would appear. I don't I do see a sale, so it looks like Zeke was able to ramp on 2. We see the guidebook there as well in the discard pile, so must have a healthy amount of cards in hand. We see that's Bagheera. That's the Bagheera from Whispers here. A card that we saw kind of come up in various builds of Amber Amethyst, ones that did not use what we call the Monstro combo. Versions that just wanted to utilize the fact that it was so good into the Amethyst matchup because of a card, specifically a Horseman Strikes, to be able to deal with evasives. But that Bagheera, of course, was important because it helped to fill out that cost curve for that 3-drop slot for there. So Bagheera, of course, as a 4/4 on 3, pretty good card.
Yeah, so it's interesting because Well, it's very well set up for turn 3. Oftentimes, when you're playing this deck, though, you're going to skip if you're going to ramp with the Sapphire build, you're going to skip over turn 3, so you're not going to play it on curve. But in a world where you're Ludwig Drake is your preferred option instead, that turn 3 becomes available, and that Bagheera is incredibly powerful in that slot to do things like clean up Dumbos if they're paired with an Ink Runner, which we just saw CJ do. So
Yep.
really fantastic combo there. And again, we talk about scripts. If I was scripting an opening for CJ's deck, and I, against Blurple, especially if I'm on the play, a little bit different. But if I'm on the play and I'm looking to play that Ludwig on 2, snag perhaps the ramp, or another action, reduce the inkable numbers for Zeke, because that's really one of the things you're trying to do in the early game is snag those inkable numbers from Blurple and force them into awkward decisions. Then you play this on turn 3, and then you're leveraging the Ink Runner on turn 4 to answer, sometimes a Genie, but in this case, a Dumbo. Feels really good. It's a great opening from CJ, and it's exactly how he scripted it into this matchup.
Yeah, as we see Hades looking for a deal come down, choosing that Bagheera. CJ deciding, you know what? We'll go ahead. Bagheera's good, but I don't
He's got
need you
its
to draw
work.
2 cards.
He's
Yeah,
got its work.
we've maximized value on it. You don't need 2 cards.
Yeah, and here again, back to CJ, and I don't know yet what I think about inevitability in this particular matchup. I'm always tempted to open it to the player with the board wipe, because they can control. Um, they have that old out in the end game. So I'm willing to bet that if this game goes extra long, the Black Cauldron with the Raging Storm gives Amber Sapphire the edge here. Um, so I really want this game to go long. This is super fun for me.
It is, yeah, and I think you're right. Like the inevitability question is a big deal here because that's generally speaking when we think about how do you win the game, it's about getting there. And I think that to say that the one with the board wipe is usually the one that gets there is true. But in an interesting way, the one with the board wipe also is the one that is manipulating time. They're manipulating that inevitability because if I don't have a board wipe, the inevitability could belong to Zeke, especially because of all the ability to draw in Amethyst. So it's interesting that a card that could give CJ inevitability is also a way to deal with that inevitability. So many times I've said that word. It's a lot of times to say that word, and I'll stop now.
Well, it's on timeout for 5 minutes. We'll bring it.
Yeah, we're gonna
Um,
slow mode it. We're gonna slow mode that one for sure.
yep. So Bambi coming out here on CJ's side of the board, and Zeke trying to figure out exactly how he wants to deal with it. This is a card that you do not want to leave unchecked. Good for at least one card the turn after it's played. After that, so Zeke trying to figure out the right sequence here after exerting it with the Elsa. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
and we're not even going to challenge in. We're just going to sing, "Let It Go," send it off to Inkwell.
Yeah, that Bambi. We've seen that Bambi a few times. To various effects. I don't know if we've seen it kind of go too crazy, but it's scary enough at least to know that we got to deal with it. The 3/5 as we noted has that boost too during your turn. Whenever the character, I believe it says quest, you reveal a number of cards from the top of your deck equal to the number of what was it? The cards under this card. Uh,
Cards under it, yeah.
yeah.
It's cards kind of like that Pete Ghost of Christmas Future, which it's a must answer card because if you let it go off once and it replaces itself, like that's okay. But if it survives an extra turn and now you're drawing 2 cards off the quest, now it's drawn 3 and it feels really bad. You have to answer it. You cannot leave it unchecked.
Yep.
So even though we haven't seen it, you're right, Gabe. We haven't seen it do much because are expending resources to get it off the board as soon as possible. Because similar to like Dumbos, if left unchecked, they just do too much work. And is that a Black Cauldron there? Yes, it is. So
It is. It
uh,
is a Black Cauldron.
yeah, and Basil again, it's the only option, but I do think one of the uses of this Black Cauldron. Yes, you're trying to get high impact cards to play them at the right time, but another use for it is again in a long game where a Raging Storm is more likely than not to occur. If you stack up a number of cards there, even low cost cards where you can flood the board after a Raging Storm, it feels really good. Also, in a world of where Black Cauldron exists and is going to be leveraged, those cards which send things to the Inkwell, like Into the Unknown, feel especially good. So every single time I see CJ lose a card to the Inkwell rather than the card pile, I groan a little bit on CJ's behalf because those are cards that we're not going to see recurred. So it feels good to get the ink, but you'd much rather have that in the Inkwell.
As we see Raging Storm hit the table, dealing with that Hades, dealing with the board. A great card, of course, as we've seen a few times now in this tournament. Zeke put in a position now, and CJ really putting himself in a place where he could potentially recover from this. Both players operating with pretty close in terms of lore count. We got a 5-4, so not too far off. We're seeing Basils though, not a lot of high impact characters. Although we do see a second Basil potentially. Yep, we're sending Tipo into the Black Cauldron. So just wanting to get characters in there. Remember, the magic number in terms of characters is 2 for the Amber Sapphire player because there are a lot of cards like Stitch, both the snowboarding and the surfing Stitch, that allow you to draw 2 cards if there are at least 2 characters played. So if we can just get 2 characters on the board to stick, that'll open up the window for CJ to draw a lot of cards.
Yeah, and I think I want to say after that Raging Storm 2, Zeke had a turn pass, draw pass, giving CJ extra time here to develop things. And now we did see the Demona come down as a pretty big board presence, but immediately sent to the ankle by Hades. So um, this feels pretty good for CJ right now. But yeah, Blurple plenty of ways back into it with all the resources available at this point in the game.
Yeah, CJ is just kind of mounting on the tempo. Now, keep in mind that Zeke had the ability to go first, was on the play here. So seeing that CJ might be able to mount the comeback from that Raging Storm has got to leave a lot of players that are watching this matchup feeling a certain kind of way. If you can beat what a lot of people are calling the best deck in the format and do so while playing from the draw, that's going to bring a lot of attention to this color pairing. So can CG do it for all of the Sapphire Amber players out there? They're probably rooting for this one to end in a 2-0. We'll see if CJ gives them what they want.
Plenty of resources. That Tipo and Basil both underneath that cauldron. We're getting a good visual depiction there of what's under there and what's available, rather than seeing them smashed up. So I appreciate that.
Oh, goodness gracious. Was that a double Pete?
It's at least one. I can't. It looks like a double Pete, yeah, just based on the text.
Oh,
so that's a really, really good.
It is a double
really,
Pete.
Really
oh, you got 2 5/5s on the table, both of which are just going to start to collect just card advantage. I mean, that is just absolutely crazy. Can Zeke get out from underneath this? I don't know. This is tough. This is gonna be real tough.
You have to answer these cards, and the fun thing is you look at synergies, like you're getting extra benefit out of these Peats as well. Now, of course, a lot of the cards that banish other cards will send in these Blurple decks will send things to your Inkwell instead. But let's assume there's an Elsa or something that comes into play that you pair with the support ability. You should banish one of those Peats the old-fashioned way. You're going to send that plus all the boost cards to the discard pile, which can then be recurred using the Black Cauldron. So boost paying a little bit of extra dividend there by giving additional options. But instead, we're going to see that that Tigger challenge and that Hades send that off as well. That will be available to be recurred by Black Cauldron as well. And now both these Peats able to challenge card each to CJ. We are going to see a double boost here, one there, and oh my goodness.
Yeah, so we're going to effectively have a superpower develop your brain and then a develop your brain out of these 2 quests. That is this Pete is so good. This Ghost of Christmas Future, just scanning the future for CJ. What do we find? What is in our future? Whatever it is, Zeke is not excited about it as he's fumbling through his cards there. CJ is either telling Zeke the amount of willpower and strength, or he's telling Zeke you need to calm down while I look at these 2 cards. I can't do that hand motion he just did. It could go either way. All right, CJ making it's a big decision right now, a big decision, because this could mean the difference between taking this game or not. And so they looks like they're discussing something. Yep, and so CJ's ultimately deciding on which card to keep. This is a big turn, so we'll see what happens. Oh, yeah, okay. As we see, Horseman strikes. That will deal with the Dumbo pretty effectively. We've got that second Pete now questing with it, which will allow him to grab a card and draw it, essentially, because you don't have options to look at. You just got to draw a card, which, oh, no, I quest and draw a card. That's not a problem at all for me. We love to see it. All right. CJ considering options here. Plenty of resources, plenty of ink, and still has not inked for the turn, just inked for the turn, choosing the Ink of Basil in order to play that Surfing
Goodness.
Stitch. Oh my goodness.
Drawing two cards off of that, and again, that's one of the things that impresses me about this color combo. And so, fun note on this. I mean, this I talk about how this color combo wasn't super popular until for a while until Winterspell came out and it got extra tools. But actually, there were people trying to make this work on the margins. And if you remember, Richmond, yeah, it was Richmond that Josh Polt, a famous deck builder, fantastic player and worlds competitor, winner of the first DLC in Atlanta, was actually playing combo and doing something very, very similar with Rockstar Stitches and just outvaluing his opponent. Yeah, in these color combos even before Winterspell. So it's a deck that's kind of been on the very, 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 very fringes of competitive play, but some people trying to crack it, you know, as early as last set. And now just seeing what it can do here against one of the best decks in the last few formats. I'm impressed. I'm betting we're going to see its tournament share consistently tick upward um,
Yeah.
as people see what it can do.
I will agree. And I gotta say, just a huge shout out to Ravensburger, a huge shout out to the design team, to the folks that are working on these interactions, making sure that we're keeping this game kind of fresh and exciting. Shout out to them, and also excited to see what we can do with Ruby Steel, folks. Let's figure that out. Okay, let's get that its day in the sun as well. But hey, listen, little by little. We're seeing Amber Sapphire get that moment, and to your point, I think it's interesting because a lot of people will often talk about the meta as like this all-knowing thing. So when we talk about the meta and like what decks do we bring to what tournaments, as we get closer to the end of a meta or the end of a set, a lot of people make the assumption that the meta is solved. And I will tell you, I don't agree that that was the case at the end of Whisper in the Well, specifically because of this color pairing, specifically because of who you were just talking about. Because this deck, I got to tell you, during set champs, I was scared to see this thing. And I'm like, this was nowhere in Richmond. This was nowhere in any of the tournament reports. Just came out of nowhere. So a lot of times I think that I think our egos kind of are a little bit bigger than they should be when we think we know a meta, and then somebody comes by and surprises us with something like this. Because that like a detectives build with the Mickey and the Donald, the three, like bramping at 3 and 5, as Zeke shakes the hand very graciously to confirm that in fact Amber Sapphire is going to go ahead and take this game 2-0. Wow. But yeah, so like I think that we weren't fully solved of the meta, and I think that we're just continuing that meta, and then we got these really cool tools that makes this deck even better, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, I well said, and I completely agree with you. I don't know. I thank you so much to production for that bonus game. We got to see a really fun Emerald. If you're just coming, we saw Emerald Amethyst run over its opponent 2 games very, very fast, and then we got that bonus game at the end there with that Sapphire Amber deck run by CJ. And a lot of people there today. Large meta share. We've seen 3 already of Amber Sapphire, and I'm interested to see what the full meta share is. But I don't know. What impressed me about the deck that game um, was we've been musing, on and on about. This is really random, but I'm going to go there anyway because
Go for it. We're here.
this is where my brain is. I try to digest this stuff. But what impressed me about it that game is we've been going on and on about Ludwig in terms of versus ramp on turn 2 and whether or not it's valuable, all that. But um, I had considered because the downside to it is if you're doing one or the other, your deck is built to either skip turn 3 or play turn 3 if you're going to choose ramp over Ludwig, etc. But I hadn't concerned to me or occurred to me it was playing the Bagheera on 3 paired into the Ink Runner rapidly to deal with Athene or what we typically see in the Amethyst clones on turn 4, and that particular sequence is incredibly powerful both on the play and on the draw. On the play, Ludwig gives you the ability to perhaps snag ramp out of your opponent's hand. We saw that's to me, one of the benefits of like bare necessities in the old days or Mowgli on turn 2 against
Yeah.
Blurple when you're on the play. a large percentage of the time, especially when they're mulling a full 7 to try to find that ramp, their ramp is going to be the sail, and only the sail or the one jump. And if you can disrupt that ramp on turn 2, your odds of winning the game go, I mean, like 80, 85%.
Yeah.
You win games just in that scenario right there. But then let's say you're on the draw, that gives you the ability after a genie has quested or a Dumbo has drawn and your opponent, your amethyst opponent is playing on turn 4, to then surprise ink runner and crack into that with the Bagheera that you played on turn 3. So that line has utility on both the play and the draw. Against an amethyst clone, especially against Blurple, which is consistently 20 to 25% of the meta for the past couple sets. So I'm really interested in the lines in this deck, and I don't know, I really enjoy watching it. It was a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun. I have not had a chance to practice with it myself. I've seen a lot of conversation around it. I got to tell you, after today, I'm gonna play with it. I think I'm gonna put it together, practice it myself. I think I'm gonna contribute to this group. And if color is law, if you're watching, I'm gonna do better than you at making it stand out. Just so you know. I'm just kidding. I love messing with color. I'm sorry. It's just she's awesome. I love color. So anytime I can mess with her, I try to. She's cool. But yeah, no, there's no one who cares about blue, yellow as much as color, and to even pretend is a futile effort. But you're right. I think that there's a lot of really powerful things that it does. Of course, just like any other color pairing, I think where we are in the meta matters a lot. A color pairing can be powerful just because of what is currently powerful, and like you're in a good, you're playing a great game, a great trading card game, if the meta cycles through a series. Like you generally speaking in Lorcana, it starts with aggro, then it moves to the tempo, and then it goes back to control, and then when control takes control, then aggro kind of sneaks back in, right? You see this cycle happen, and this happens in every game. It's a very common pattern. Now what makes other games interesting and unique is something that we're starting to see here at Lorcana, which is there's a fourth one. Now we generally call this a triangle meta, the idea that we go from aggro to tempo to control, and then vice versa. In some games, and we're starting to see this in Lorcana, it's known as a jungle meta. A jungle meta is one in which there are 4 to 6 viable places to go, and instead of playing paper rock scissor, you're playing paper rock scissor lizard Spock. And so you're kind of jumping between these different things, and then trying to, like, you're skipping rope. And it feels like with seeing multiple variations of green purple, seeing that amber sapphire could potentially be that way depending on which build you go, seeing that we're having a sapphire steel conversation around is it 2-4-6 ramp, or is it what we call kiwi, and being able to do that. We're starting to see Lorcana able to get into a jungle meta. And I think that creates a lot of exciting avenues for things like a DLC. You really don't know who might win a DLC, even more so than what we're seeing now. So, I'm excited to see where we go as we move forward with this. And I'm hearing there's a lot of noise happening around me, and I apologize about that for those of you that can hear it. But it does sound like there are some conversations around moving into the next round. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to take another short break. We're going to do another quick ad run as
Very
we
quick.
find out. Yeah, very quick, very short ad run as we run through that. So we'll send it away, and we'll be back shortly.
I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs that I have. My voice is nothing when I scream out for help. I stretch my hand on my crib just 'cause my head, blow my crap, just 'cause no, but stretch my hair, blow my crap just goes up. stretch my hand, but my grip just goes up. Nobody gives a fuck about me. That's what I think to myself when I'm alone in the city. I walk around the mall, but there's nobody with me. What do I say when there's nobody listening? I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming out for help. I stretch my hand. I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming out for help. I stretch my hand, but my grip just goes up. Nobody gives a fuck about me. That's what I think to myself when I'm alone in the city. I walk around the mall, but there's nobody with me. What do I say when there's nobody listening? I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming out for help. I stretch my hand. I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs, but they don't help. My voice is nothing when I'm screaming out for help. I stretch my hand, but my grip just goes up.
Yeah. Wow. Come back to us. Back to us.
Yay! Yeah,
Yeah.
don't show that empty table. What production?
We're
I
gonna
love you.
yeah. We're gonna see more matches soon.
Yes.
All of you
So
who continue to hang out with us today. I appreciate you all.
yes.
I did between breaks. I did go to color. I said, "Hey, you're getting all sorts of praise over here for your Amber Sapphire."
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, did you tell her it
work.
was for me? Because she's probably like, he's probably just being sarcastic.
Yeah, yeah, probably.
No, but I'm not. I love color. I would never do that. I would never speak ill of or sarcastically about color's law ever. She's the
No.
best.
Agreed. One of my favorite people, and a fantastic broadcaster too. So,
She is.
um, so I hear you have stats for us,
I
which
have
you
stats.
said and I didn't write down, but now I'm excited to write down with my
Yeah.
green Sharpie and my mailer that
Oh yes.
because I'm a
So
professional. What we got?
it's you're putting it on letterhead. That's great.
That's
On the
right.
Illuminateers letterhead. We love to
That's
see
right.
it. So well, first of all, let me kind of set the stage a little bit here. So just so you're all aware, we are now at the top 8. I will give you the numbers in a moment, but what happens at top 8 is that we do there's deck checks. So all of the top 8 they just had their decks checked, confirming that their list matched. So that's been done. The players were asked at the beginning of top 8, do you want to split pricing? I want to, Liam, do you believe that the players decided to split pricing, or do you believe that they did not decide to split pricing? What do you think they did? This is for 5 cases of
Cases.
5 cases.
I believe that the majority, if not all, chose to split cases.
Well, I will tell you that the majority chose to split, but the problem is it's got to be unanimous.
Yep.
And because one person said no, and I will not divulge that person's name because that'd be rude, but that person said no. So therefore,
Which is
we
their
will.
right. Which is their
Yeah,
right.
100%. Yes, it is their right. It is their right. In fact, I like it because that means that these matches will weigh even more. So that was question number 1. So there will not be a top 8. There might be a split in top 4. Maybe in top 4 they'll change their mind. Maybe the person who voted no in top 8 will not be there in top 4. That's possible, but they will not. At least as of top 8, they will not be splitting. The second
Okay.
question that they were asked, and this was an interesting one. I'm curious what you would think would happen here. So the player now again, this had to be unanimous for it to happen. So the players were given the option. They have the ability to choose either that they would play with open deck lists or with closed deck lists. So either and everyone had to agree if it was going to be open deck lists. What do you think? What do you think won? Do you think open deck list won or lost?
I think it lost, and here's why. Uh, my prediction is it lost because if it has to be unanimous, there are clearly going to be a couple players which benefit much more from a closed deck list than an open deck list. If you're playing Blurple or you're playing Blue Green, it's in your interest to play open deck list. If you're playing Amber Sapphire or you're playing Emerald Amethyst, it's in your interest to play closed deck list. So I think there's some of those players who would absolutely vote in their interest. But what did they
Okay.
decide?
So as a group, this was a little bit more split, but it was a split decision, and as a result of that, it was decided not to do open deck lists. So this will be a closed deck list affair for these 8 players. Interestingly, though, I will tell you that I won't say who they are, but I will say that the players that decided not to split, one of them was pretty verbal about it, and they're playing Amethyst Steel actually. So interestingly,
Okay.
you know, I think a color combination that is very much a toolbox deck. So it's kind of like what you were saying. Hey, if I've got a toolbox, why why would I go ahead and open up the toolbox for the whole world to see? So I think you hit it on the head. Probably why that was not the case. So yes, so again, no, we are not splitting yet, at least not in top 8, and we will maintain closed deck lists for the players. We have not determined whether or not these lists will go on ink decks yet, although I will fight for that because I think that that's like a really cool thing to do. But now let's go ahead and let's talk about the thing you do want to know, which is what does the top 8 comprise of? Okay. So, okay, so I'm getting word from production. Stefan, you're a hero. They actually will be on Inkdex, so we will get the deck list on Inkdex. So for those of you that are curious, all right. So I'll start from most represented to least represented.
Okay.
So of the top 8, Liam, what do you believe is the most represented color combination?
I will say Blurple.
Liam, it's like you've watched thousands of games in your life and that you've seen so many tournaments. You are correct. It is Blurple. 3 of the top 8 are Blurple. Okay.
Okay.
So now we have a tie. So I will tell you that there are 2 decks that are 2 and 2.
Okay.
What do you believe those 2 decks are, if you can think of it?
I will say, I think there's 2 that I would put in the obvious answer and 1 that I put as wild card.
Okay.
So out of the 2 that are obvious, I want to say either Amethyst Steel or Blue Green. I'm gonna say Amethyst Steel, and the other one I'm gonna pick as my wild card is I think Blue Yellow had 2 top.
So close. You were actually right the first time. So it
Really?
was in fact, yeah. So it was Emerald Sapphire. There's 2 of them. And then there's 2 Amethyst Steel. So
Okay.
two, yeah, sorry, Emerald Sapphire, 2 Emerald Sapphire, 2 Amethyst Steel.
So then one left. So I'll go blue yellow with that one.
You got it. Yep. So blue yellow was able to creep into the top 8. There was one lone yellow blue, one lone amber um, sapphire deck that was able to creep in. And that's the top 8. We're gonna get the bigger picture, and since we now know they're gonna be on ink decks, it'll be even easier to find the total number, and we can get the stats going on that. But I like playing these games. This is always an interesting part of it. I love the data. I've always been a huge fan of that. So there you go. So that's the numbers in a nutshell. What are your thoughts?
Um, I I mean, it's pretty much what you would predict coming out of this meta, right? I mean, you do have the blue yellow wild card, but typically with wild card, and usually if that spot wasn't taken by Swallow, it's taken by Emerald Amethyst, um, or perhaps Amber Amethyst, and as a one or two of these started to creep in, you always have that one deck. But other than that, I mean, it's really it's what you'd expect, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, this is a field of 29 players, so like a lot of these players, we do know, I don't know the full loadout, but I do know that there were 9 blurples in the entire field. So 20 of the 29 players, almost a third of them were playing blurple, which of course you have to wonder how much does the over representation translate into top cut? Like, are we actually converting? Are we actually seeing a conversion? Or is it just sheer force of like just being pushed through because there's so many of them?
Yeah,
And
just a math
yeah,
problem. Like they have to make it. It
yeah.
isn't. Is it convert kind of even? So it's kind of what I would expect. So I am interested to see the conversion rate. But the other thing, I'll amend a previous statement. You asked if I was surprised. I guess the biggest surprising thing is that everybody thought yellow green was going to be one of the powerhouses of this set. And when you ask people which the top deck is, oftentimes before the set came out, Blurb was split with Dog or another like blue green list. And to see none, I haven't seen any today, and to see none in the top cut, I suppose would be one of the biggest surprises for me.
Okay, so so we are seeing the gameplay in action. The Nassif just sent me the list. After this game, we'll talk about the total cut of what was in the field. I have those numbers, but we'll save it for after the game. And I think that'll give a little bit more clarity as to why that happened. As we see Basil hitting the table over on CJ's side. So CJ, we just saw in round 5. Mitch, we have not seen play yet. Mitch is the second of the blue green decks, of the Emerald and Sapphire decks. The other one we've already seen on stream, that was Jonathan Williams, of course. And so Mitch was able to make it. Jonathan Williams was able to make it. So the only 2 people that played blue green made it into top cut.
That is a 100% conversion rate, and that is absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
And here, really fascinated to see the way this plays out. I don't know which I give inevitability to here. Both these players run board wipes. I think blue green probably is the stronger deck in the long run, simply because of the presence of Clarabelle and probably a bend, which allows this really crippling combo of load your hand and then dump your entire opponent's hand, which is a game ender. Both players running board wipe combos is interesting, but another wild card here is the Black Cauldron. If you can set it up, speaking of board wipe, I see the Raging Storm in hand, which is not where you want to have it.
No, too early. Too early.
So just a big rock there all game. But the Black Cauldron adds such an interesting dynamic because it does insulate you from that board wipe and allow you to set up these really, really interesting combos, basically turning your discard pile into a second hand. So I'm really fascinated to see how this plays out because I have no idea which way this is going to go in the end game. No idea.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we do see that Tipo hitting the table over on CJ's side, so be able to hit that ramp. We saw Sale on Mitch's side, so both players so far very early on able to get their ramp. To your point, though, we do know that there's a bit of a slower card in CJ's hand. We've got that Raging Storm, not where you want to see it, as you mentioned. As Bambi, Mitch, of course, doing my favorite move, which is we got to read the card. Love to see it.
Yep. Let me take a look at that. Bambi, really fun card. It falls in the line of Pete. I keep saying this card that allows you to look and draw cards, allowing you to draw a card every time it exerts. It doesn't have to quest. Every time it challenges, anytime it does anything, allows you to draw a card for each card boosted under it. And with boost 1, that can be pretty powerful. It's really a must answer card. If the card is itself, that's kind of okay. Basically has a genie effect, but if it allows you to draw another 2 cards in the following turn, it feels really bad. So a card that Mitch is trying to figure out already how to deal with. He will play on his turn 4 Cinderella. That's what this deck is designed to do. Ramp an additional 1. Pairs well with a Moana if you hit it next. But now we're setting up turn 6. We have that Clarabelle with that sneaky shift out. So we'll see if Mitch hits that on curve. But
Yeah.
we are going to see that Bambi boosted and questing here, so we'll draw a card off of it.
We will, yeah, and I gotta say, I'm excited to see this. We've already had a chance to see Amber Sapphire going into the Blurple matchup. Have not had a chance to see this yet. I'm sure a lot of people are curious about how this plays out. What some of the things that Mitch might have to do in order to dance around some of the weird situations. We mentioned that while you mentioned more specifically, good job on you for saying this. Mitch does have that board wipe that CJ's got to watch out for. Normally it's the other way around. But the hand that bend to my will, I think personally, I think that bend to my will is really the biggest difference maker here, because CJ has the ability to draw so many cards. If we've got characters on board, we can play the Stitches, we can draw 2, we see the Bambi another way. So if we can deal with that hand, if we can bend to our will at the right time, I think that will be the thing that swings this game over into Mitch's direction, and then ultimately give the Emerald Sapphire deck that kind of edge in this matchup. I think it's the bend.
That is the haymaker. That is the haymaker. Although again, the cauldron. It'd be interesting to see if a cauldron is established before that happens. But here we have the Clarabelle coming down. It is on curve. We are going to do the sneaky shift and send that Bambi back to hand that Mother knows best. But again, this removal, it feels pretty good. If you're CJ, you do get that card off of that boost, but that Clarabelle will allow Mitch to benefit as well. So at this point, Mitch is doing exactly what he wants to do, and CJ will want to answer that Clarabelle here pretty quickly if he can. Let's see if we have a let it go or something in hand. Should allow him to do that.
Yeah, and so we're of course thinking through this. So CJ is considering it. We do see the quest for the Basil, which of course superpowers that Tipo, which allows for dealing with that Cinderella. All right, and Bambi, another Bambi hitting the table. Here we go. So Bambi, of course, we've seen a lot of Bambi. I think is this the first time we've seen a Bambi boosted? I think we're actually seeing a Bambi boosted now. This is great. Maybe we'll see it do its thing.
Yeah, we did see it earlier. We did see it earlier, which allowed a card up at once before it was bounced back to hand.
That's right.
Extra card in the boot. So yeah, but certainly this game, it's the first time we've actually seen it.
Oh no, there's that bend to my will coming really, really early here. So we just saw was Mother Knows Best sending the Bambi to hand, followed by playing that bend to my will. So you mentioned that cauldron. That cauldron is not here. It came really, really quick. Mitch ramping really, really efficiently, being able to do so because of that Cinderella, helping him get there. And of course now CJ is playing one of my least favorite games, which is please draw a good card. That game doesn't feel great. CJ is sitting with 6 ink and a Basil on the table.
And that was a draw pass, which feels really bad. There's any number of things. It could be even a Hades right now, not enough ink to play it. So that bend feels really, really brutal. Now we do know Prince Philip is established in a Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. That'll help power CJ back into this game. But now we did see the Black Cauldron discarded. We know that's part of the end game plan for this deck, but we know CJ runs 2, so 1's still available later on. Moana coming down here. That feels pretty good.
It does.
Plenty of cards in the discard pile for you to leverage for ink. So obviously you want to prioritize songs or things that you won't want to get back later, like that Tipo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Downside, losing your hand is bad, but the upside here is you do get to leverage it from Moana, and you do get to leverage the Rockstar or the Surfer Stitch and other things in there with your Black Cauldron later on. So that is a benefit at least.
Yes, absolutely. And I think that Perfect Gentleman Donald Duck right now is even better than what it normally would be. So we talk about the Moana being a way to retain your ability with your hand. I think that they're discussing. It looks like the judge is getting involved in discussing the Donald Duck trigger. I think they're making sure that it's being done effectively. Yep. So just making sure that it's declared, because you cannot force your opponent to miss a trigger. That is not how this works in Lorcana. This is not Magic. This is Lorcana, and in Lorcana we do not trick our opponents. So you have to be able to declare that and make sure that CJ gets the opportunity and the option to draw the card. And of course, well, I say of course, but Clarabelle's on the table. CJ did choose to draw that card.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that Perfect Gentleman definitely helping him out here after losing his entire hand, giving him a little bit of a wider lane back into it. Of course, more resources over there. Mitch's side of the board will benefit a lot more from that card draw, but nonetheless, CJ not unhappy to get that extra card each turn.
Yeah, so I mean, CJ's got to be feeling just backed up against the wall right now. We do see that we're looking at two cards, and CJ's having to decide what it is that we're doing with that. Thinking about how his turn will look. However, he's going to get more cards, so that's a blessing and a curse because that Moana will be sent back into the deck. He will draw two cards, but you're looking at a lowly Basil on the table, staring back at a Prince Philip, a Clarabelle, and a Donald Duck. So a prince, a cow, and a duck walk into an establishment at this point.
Well played.
Thank you.
So let's see.
Oh no, another bent to my will? Are you kidding me? We're playing
Absolutely
two?
brutal. Absolutely brutal. That's probably the other two in the deck. I'm willing to bet, and dumping the entire hand. Again, there's plenty to make use of later.
That
Feels
wow,
really brutal.
that
And oh
was
my goodness,
rough.
stop picking a Basil. I mean, CJ probably shaking his head like, what can I do here? He will draw another card off that Donald Duck perfect. If there's an avenue back in, well, I don't know, it's rough. At this point, I mean, you really want to find a cauldron. You really, you want to
Yikes.
find a Moana perhaps, but your avenues back in are going to require multiple powerful draws, multiple cards, the right sequence of multiple cards here. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the way back into this for him.
It's tough, man. I mean, this is just rough. You just got bent to my will back to back. Both times with a respectable number of cards. I don't think you anticipate seeing a second bend to my will. Generally speaking, these Emerald Sapphire decks they run one, and because the uninkable count tends to be a little rough in them, and saving all the spots you can because you'd imagine you'd want to see things like more Hades in this build versus another bent to my will. But Mitch identifying that being able to control your opponent's hand is probably the way to properly deal with an Amber Sapphire deck. Coming into this tournament, probably expected to see a few of these. I would imagine that was probably a play by design in anticipation for this matchup. It is just rough going as we see Mitch putting out a Tipo. Of course, the card that single-handedly won Fungus the game at DLC Richmond in the finals against Sky, single-handedly won. Of course, it was just there was no other cards that got Fungus 20 lore. It was just the one Tipo, or two Tipos rather, that did it for sure.
Just Tebow.
Just Tipo. As we see a Malicious, Mean, and Scary coming in, and of course, that's all you need. You don't have to even play the Vanquisher foes because Basil only has 1 HP.
Yep.
This is rough, Liam.
I know. I'm trying to come up with like the right sequence of plays here, and I will never say it's over. There's that he could draw. This is, I mean, the Bambi is going to help, but with all the resources that Mitch has drawn, the amount of control we know is in that deck, the chances of that Bambi next turn are about, the same as the odds of missing 2 games in a row if you're playing Blurple. Probably about a 1% chance. So CJ really needs to find something else. I don't know. So that John Silver there, not going to remove it directly, but it is going to give that Bambi Rapculus. Now, the upside there is Bambi does say whenever it's exerted, not whenever it quests, like a lot of these other abilities do. I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mistaken. So Bambi, even though it is challenging or perhaps singing a song, will still benefit from its, whenever the character is exerted.
Yes,
So
whenever exerts, yeah.
it doesn't shut down that ability, and at the very least, we'll get a card out of it. Now, it's interesting because not a lot of players, I think Bambi is so new that not a lot of players interpret it or remember that that's the effect that it does have.
Yeah, as we see,
So
let it go. Targeting that Donald Duck, that's a tough one. It's like, like that Donald Duck might potentially be keeping CJ in the game, but I think identifying that Mitch is just so close to winning this game. We're just 3 lore away, which I mean, that's just a rough go of it. This is the kind of game that if I was CJ, like I'd have to really be checking my mental state, my emotional state. I would be concerned about being tilted at this point myself. This is one of the things I'd be checking for in me. I think our players that are watching this at home or seeing this, if you've not been in a tournament before, maybe you have. If you've ever If you when you experience a loss like this that just feels like you never had a shot, it can really put a mental and emotional drain on your ability to perform. In fact, going to this next game, CJ might be feeling a level of pressure that is a little bit different than just losing a game, right? Like this can be bad enough where you might just say, well, do I even have a shot? And so you might start doing things that inadvertently throw the game. So for my players out there, if you're watching this, I think CJ is here and is at this level because CJ is a very good player. I've seen CJ in many events. I know CJ performs well. So if you want to be better at this game, the one thing you've got to be able to master is your emotional and mental state, and you've got to be able to not get tilted. So CJ is going to ideally and hopefully prove to us that this game is just a game and it is over. It is in the past, and we got to do is just win two more, Liam. That's it. We just got to win two games, and we're fine.
No, absolutely true. And the one thing I will say, in CJ's favor, because that tilt monster is real, and he jumps on your back sometimes when the beatdown is just too bad. On the other hand, CJ as an experienced player knows the odds of Mitch finding those two, most likely only two, bend to my wills and getting hit back to back by that are such a low percentage chance that the odds of it again are fairly low. Very, very unlikely to happen. One, yes. Two, probably not. And so even though you lost pretty handily, it wasn't a game where you felt like you were doing your best and you were in it the whole time, and it just slipped away from you. Which sometimes can be more demoralizing to feel like you have the game in hand and know that you played your best and your deck did its best and you lost, rather than losing to a very, very powerful sequence of cards with a low probability of happening. So, that is the silver lining, I guess, is
Yeah.
that type of loss is not likely to happen again.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think that what you're describing, of course, that's I think that's one of the most important skills that we can learn. It's not even. I think that when you enter into major competition, when you start going to things like a DLC or you start to be more competitive, I think understanding that about yourself, learning about yourself and what you do in those moments is key. Like, how do you view those? How do you view that moment, and how do you move and be better for it? It's not, we think about, growing up and being quote unquote a good or bad loser, but I think it's even beyond that. Like, it's not even just that. It's how do you deal with that strain and because we can be our own worst critic here. So I'll tell you, I mean, just being completely transparent, it is difficult for me. Of course, I try to be positive, as you probably figured, being somebody who does casting and streams like this. You got to stay positive, right? You got to stay a little bit warm. But when I'm in the thick of it and I'm working hard, trying to win that tournament, trying to win that set champs, trying to make a deep run at a DLC, if I get a bad beat like that, it's tough for me. So I feel for CJ, but I also think I believe in CJ because I've seen what he can do. As we see a Basil hitting that table turn one. Now, will Mitch hit the line? Will anybody miss the ramp? We do see Tipo sitting in CJ's hand. The question is, does Mitch have the ramp too?
So there we have the Clarabelle on turn one. That's okay. It
Yeah.
is. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. It was for a brief second. I looked at that, and it's a little blurry on my screen. For a brief second, I was like, "Is that a cheat sheet?" No, it is the Tipo that you said. We are going to ramp here rather than the Ludwig, which is a line we've seen take before. So ramping here on two, paired with that Basil feels pretty good. And
Yeah,
the Ludwig line. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, my apologies. No, I was just going to say that the Tipo here is really good into this matchup because you generally want to have a lower hand size to try to not be as devastated by a thing like Bent to My Will. But on top of that, knowing that we see that Clarabelle down here, knowing that there's an impending light on our hooves Clarabelle that could draw up to our hand size, that Tipo allows us to kind of take some of those cards, put them into the inkwell, make better use of them compared to just giving free cards to Mitch.
No, and yeah, absolutely. The Ludwig line too, as we talked about. Oh, we are going to see the Ludwig on three. So I really do like the sequence. Taking a peek there. You do malicious mean is scary, and Mother Knows Best. So choosing the Mother Knows Best, which I think is interesting. That malicious mean is scary, not likely to pay off for several turns. The Prince Philip combo is in hand as well. So we know that is available later. But CJ insulating himself against an early bounce. There rather than going the malicious mean scary. But no, I think the Ludwig on two to the Bagheera line three is meant followed by an Ink Runner. I think we've seen this deck take before. I think that line is really, really good in Amethyst matchups, but in this matchup in particular, I think you're right. Getting that body on the board, reducing the hand size, and hitting that Ludwig on is probably the right move. It does feel really good to get that Mother Knows Best out of hand, though. That is potentially very, very important as we watch this game play out in the mid game.
Yeah, and you think, oh my goodness, you see another Ludwig. Yeah, just kidding. I wasn't worried about the malicious anyway because I was going to get rid of that one too.
Take it. Tag it. But again, like, so now, to your point though earlier about the hand size game here, the hand size manipulation subgame. At this point, dumping 2 cards from Mitch's hand means that Clarabelle, is going to benefit from those 2 cards. Now we're a little bit away from that yet, but in another turn here, discarding those cards, you're not punished for it for losing them as badly when your opponent when you draw anyway because of the Clarabelle. Anyway,
Yeah.
Duck coming
No.
up next.
Yeah, the duck is out now. I think what's interesting about the Ludwig here, we've been talking about the Ludwig versus Mowgli conversation, but given that you are putting yourself in a position to minimize your hand size, I think that the Ludwigs are actually really strong into this matchup because Mitch has to deal with them. Mitch just can't let them go, and those become ink. And so that way, as I start to draw, because I'm trying to keep my hand size low, at the very least, I'm still able to ink. I gotta hope that I can get into cards like Moana so that I can ink from my discard and keep using the cards in my hand more effectively. So I think Ludwig is actually better into this matchup than it is into what we saw earlier against Blurple, where Mowgli's probably better. So again, we're seeing kind of like we're seeing the use cases here. We're seeing what is the use case for something like a Mowgli versus something like a Ludwig, pretty clearly here.
Pete, Ghost of Christmas Future on CJ's side of the board. Like the Bambi, I like to call these must-answer cards because if left unchecked multiple turns in a row, they become incredibly powerful. So with a 5/5 stat line, they are tricky to remove. Now, Clarabelle banished on Mitch's side of the board. That Light on Her Hooves is going to take a little bit more work to get her in play now. I like where CJ's at a lot better than last game. This feels pretty good to me right now.
Yeah, yeah. I think CJ's in an okay spot. I think you've got a healthy amount of ink. You've got a character that allows you to, that's going to allow you to filter through and start to pick cards that you might want. Looking at the top 3, choosing the most effective of those 3, not putting yourself in a position to get too many cards because you don't want to be punished from a bend or from a Clarabelle. So Pete's and Bambi's feel pretty good into this matchup, assuming you can get them down and keep them down for a little bit.
Yeah, and I think CJ here thinking about inking as well. Again, I don't think we've inked for turn yet. Trying to keep that hand size again under control. Bagheera heading down to the inkwell, followed by Hades sending that perfect gentleman away. Interesting here again is a benefit CJ as well, but also powers that Clarabelle if Mitch manages to hit it turn.
Yeah, and it's also the only target that you can choose because, of course, that Prince Philip has that ward, so it's the only target. And while he could be drawn for it, I guess it's better than not picking it, comparatively.
Absolutely.
Now we see 6 ink. So 6 ink is an interesting number for these. Oh goodness. Okay. I was more concerned that Mitch may have top decked Malicious Mean and Scary because, of course, one of the favorite tricks at 6 ink is to sing that Malicious Mean and Scary and then do it. But here's the thing. Able to deal with, ouch, is that a Cauldron? I believe that was a Cauldron.
Ouch. Again.
Yeah, Cauldron, such a good card in this matchup, especially with as many board wipes as you're likely to face.
Yeah, I think particularly in this matchup here, and against Blurple, Cauldron, your game plan, and it's something you definitely want to find. The same way that the Ruby Sapphire decks will like a dime to help close out the game. Black Cauldron is one of those that allows you to do some incredibly powerful things in the late game. Not only allow you to, if you build it up, hit a wide board after a board wipe, but give you all sorts of utility cards with enter play abilities that you can use later on. So a card that you absolutely want to find, and now CJ is going to be hoping to find the other one here before it's too long.
Yeah, I mean, and so to be able to strung together 2 Hades, being able to keep Mitch at bay, CJ has not really lost any tempo at all. In fact, CJ able to keep tempo long enough to gain 9 lore. Mitch still kind of fighting from behind. There was moments where it looked like Mitch may be able to pull ahead, but just hasn't been able to. We do see that John Silver come to the table, which will make one of those Hades reckless. Whether or not that will affect the game too much is yet to be seen as CJ draws for his turn and decides what it is that he wants to do.
This Hades is going to quest, send things up to 11. That other Hades will not be able to, there's nothing to challenge into, but won't be able to quest, have to stand there. It looks like another Bambi's coming down. And we will boost the Bambi. Okay, I was wondering.
Yeah, certainly.
looked like a pass indicator early. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, you mean that hand motion? Like, yes, yeah. We see we just saw it again. That's an interesting hand motion. That thing translates from card game to card game. I don't know what it is about that hand motion that just says it's your turn.
Yep.
It's you.
So I have to check. I think CJ's sitting with 1 or 2 cards in hand. Clearly not many. That Ben not super scary, nor is that Clefel. So both of the things that Mitch wants to do do not feel as good right now. With the way CJ's managed to manipulate his hand and keep things under control. We do see a Lightning Hooves inked, followed by Lightning Hooves played, and you're welcome as well. That you're welcome going to hit that Bambi, it looks like, which is the worst possible thing to happen for it. That boosted card will fall into the deck. Wherever that top card goes, rather than being sent to the inkwell or to the discard pile, or the worst thing they can do with is it goes into your deck. Now CJ will get to draw 2 cards. But would have much rather drawn those 2 cards off that Bambi directly.
Oh yeah, certainly. CJ was just, you could just see salivating. You can't. I could hear CJ salivating for those cards and not able to enjoy those cards. Difficult to see.
But keeping control, those you're welcome will give him 2, so Mitch will only gain 1 off of that Clarabelle, which, and as far as Clarabelles go, feels like that's fine. It's fine. It's fine if she replaces herself. But plenty now for CJ to deal with. He will be wanting to push things down as low as possible to keep that Clarabelle in check. But plenty of cards, plenty of ink. Let's see what he does.
Yep, absolutely. And as CJ is kind of maneuvering through this matchup, as I mentioned, I think this is a good one. We haven't seen this one at all today, and so to be able to see how would Amber Sapphire maneuver against Emerald Sapphire, I think it's going to be one of those matches that you're going to likely see if you're going to a tournament, a local event, if you're going to a set champs coming up in a few months, or if you're going to a upcoming major tournament, something like a CCQ, if you're going to Ink, or maybe even traveling internationally to go to a DLC, we're going to likely see this matchup a lot. And so understanding how it operates, I think is good. I think of note here. I think what I'm learning at least is that when we get new toys and when new keys are jingled in our face, just because it appears as though Emerald Sapphire is disappearing does not mean that the power level has dropped. Because I'm if I'm CJ, I'm feeling pressure. I'm not even sitting in that side of the table, and I'm feeling pressure watching this game through this stream here. All right, let's see how we operate here. So again, we see those 2 Hades on the table. CJ is thinking through what is the best play here, making sure that we do not lose control of this game, looking through the discard pile. Can CJ maintain his control of this game? Wants to, but can he is the question. All right. Oh. All right. So okay, yeah. So there was almost a mistake there. CJ almost grabbed the cards from ink instead of cards from hand, but that was rectified. Mitch being a good sport and indicating where the cards were. Thank goodness, because that would generally result in a pretty bad situation for the player if they confuse their hand from their inkwell.
Absolutely.
There's a lot to manage here.
It happens. It happens, which is what
Yeah.
I mean. One of the reasons about setting your hand down is always dangerous in the heat of the moment. It's one of the reasons you do see CJ using that hand marker there, as well as Mitch using that die there to mark. One note, I do not think so. It's become common for players to use dice, like the number, to mark the number of cards in hand. I don't think that's actually allowed. But I think that's a form of note taking. Interestingly enough, according to the tournament rules. But nevertheless, you can use die just without using it, the numbers to indicate that.
Yes, it is. So correct. Using a die is expressly in the rules no longer allowed for exactly the reason why you described, because you could either accidentally, it is considered a form of note taking, could confuse your opponent into believing something is true that is not true. However, in this case, it's been declared that it is not to be used for numbers. It is strictly an object to place on your hand to keep safe. So both players are aware that that number means nothing. And the stream judge, of course, making sure that's the case.
Absolutely. All right, let's see what CJ here. Oh, he has a Raging Storm. We are going to clear that out. Now, it feels really bad to lose those 2 Hades. I'm not going to lie, especially when they represent 4 lore, you're sitting at 11. But that Clarabelle just so oppressive. And not only that, but John Silver is going to lock down your questing anyway, every single turn, every time he quests. So CJ choosing to just reset things here. and we'll see how Mitch responds. Visions feels like a pretty good way to start, though. We'll dig 5
Yeah.
cards deep, find a card that he wants from among those 5. He snapped something up pretty quickly there.
You have to imagine, oh, Donald Duck. Okay, so Donald Duck coming down, of course, presents more ability for both players to draw. Mitch probably excited to see cards in order to continue to enact his, or to try to start his plan, because of course CJ is still in control. We see another Bambi coming down with, I believe, the additional 2 in order to boost the card. Yep, there you go. See a little boost of the Bambi.
Yeah, Bambi. Any that boosts for 1, like it feels really really good. You know, one of the things we're missing in Disney World kind of for quite some time, cards, you know, what we refer to as ink sinks or resource sinks, cards that if they're on the board allow you to take any extra resources every single turn and gain some benefit from them. And there really wasn't a lot out there. And these boost cards provide you that little extra benefit every single turn where you can expend extra resources to get a benefit from them. And even when you're not getting a benefit from them directly, like let's say Cheshire Cat, where you're boosting and there's no damage counters to move, um, you still get the benefit of setting a card under there that may get returned to your hand or may go to your inkwell. So you're benefiting kind of in an interesting way. This is the second time, though, we've seen a You're Welcome send a Bambi with 1 boosted card to the deck. So both cards getting shuffled in. You will get to draw 2. But again, would have much rather have that little fun on the board, giving hearts directly.
Yeah, you're not kidding. That poor Tipo stands alone. CJ getting cards in hand and then drawing another one to start the turn. So CJ is sitting with 5, I believe, yep, it is 5 cards in hand. Can we keep this hand size reasonable and down so that way Mitch does not accidentally or intentionally gets control? As we see Develop Your Brain hitting the table.
Yeah. And Develop Your Brain, I want him to look for a card. One of the cards that provides Sapphire consistency. See what he
Okay.
finds. Tipo is going to just go on a cheeky little quest here, scoop out that extra lore, get 4 away from winning the game.
Yep, CJ deciding, yep, opting to play the Hades, saying, hey, you know what? While I enjoy drawing a card for a couple turns, I don't like you drawing cards, so we're going to send that thing into your inkwell.
And Bagheera heading into the Inkwell, not just pass for turn. So 3 on the board right now. That's not quite game, but it's pretty darn close. Of course, Mitch, plenty of cards to deal with that, now not benefiting from the Donald, allowing him to draw into answers. One of the interesting things, I think, just watching play with the Visions and some other cards, playing those Donalds, prioritizing them for other things, other forms of removal. Like, I believe that he's kind of digging right now and looking for answers every single turn. So shutting that Donald, I think, to me feels pretty good if I'm playing against Mitch in this moment. Um, one other note on inking too, and just for the audience, and this isn't a criticism, but um, now that there are cards which bring things back from the inkwell, I do not think you're supposed to segregate your inkwell in specific ways. Even and the way you see players do it sometimes is to count. So they're counting specific ink and setting it aside so they know exactly how many resources are at their disposal, so the board state's clear. It is laudable to want to establish a clear board state where your opponent and you can see at any given time exactly how much ink you have, but that can be considered a form of note taking where you're putting certain ink in certain piles, which allow you to understand what you're retrieving later. So just a note in terms of ink management. But Horseman Strikes coming down, dealing with that advice of Prince Philip feels like a pretty good trade there, Gabe.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we see that Moana, of course, as we mentioned, Moana representing its own form of resource, value, just making sure that you can use, be able to continue to ink while not putting pressure on your hand. Now, this matchup is a little bit weirder because you oftentimes want to try to keep your hand size low. But you know, hey, listen, if I can keep cards in my hand, if I've got like a low enough cards, if I have like 2 cards or 3 cards in my hand, then I'm not too mad about it. But You're Welcome says, oh, okay, so Mitch deciding to send his own character away with You're Welcome.
Yeah.
Now, this is always fun because what this tells me is that the green blue player, that the Emerald Sapphire player, does not feel comfortable with their current hand size. So if I see my opponent playing Emerald Sapphire and You're Welcome their own card, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm actually feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the benefits of You're Welcome. This card gives you. I do love these cards, which allow you some like a form of control, but they also give you some benefit on your side of the board if you're digging something like perhaps a Clarabelle that you want in the late game here. It's kind of fun when you because it gives you multiple options. So yeah, here basically saying spend 4 ink to draw 2 cards, which feels pretty good.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to bet he found that Clarabelle off the top deck, which is really good to see him
Yeah.
benefiting from that call. Bambi coming into play here. It's the third Bambi we've seen. The last 2 have been your welcomed. We have 3 your welcomes in the discard. We'll see if this one sticks around.
Bambi is apparently very grateful. There's a lot of thanks and a lot of your welcomes happening. I mean, it's just crazy, And so you're right. They may have found it. Oh, and there's Stitch. So having a character down allows for that Stitch to gain value, and so just making sure Mitch, of course, taking a look to make sure that everything was done correctly. Just doing some quick math. Yep, they're determining that is correct. 7 plus 3 does equal 10. That's at least today it does.
Yeah, it is. I do like to see the ink exerted. I know we're separating it out, shows spend cost. Yeah, there we go, boosting that Bambi. That feels pretty good, and we'll pass that back over.
Yeah, certainly. And then we're taking a look at so so we do see, yep, so they are, I figured they were, they would. So they are going to go ahead and they're going to wrap this up. This is going to be game number 2 now in the books. We're getting ready to go to game number 3.
Really, really fun to see. Really excited for this. One of the interesting things that both games here, I we keep talking about Black Cauldron and like oohing and ahhing, or not oohing and ahhing, but sighing when it comes to card pile, because I do think, as much as it's a gimmicky card when it first came out, having watched a number of these games now and studied these builds, most players are running them, and I've come to realize it is because it's a critical part of the end game for a lot of these decks when in a world where board wipes are popular again, and so it's interesting we haven't seen the Cauldron, the CJ able to leverage it either game, either because it's been discarded or banished off a boost. So I want to see CJ manage to set that up this game. I'm also interested to see how he manages being on the draw. It's, I think, a little bit. I think it's a lot more challenging in this time for him. But it's going to be a great game nonetheless, and I'm really excited for this game today.
Yeah, I know. So Mitch, of course, is going to get the opportunity now to play this on the draw. He's got to feel pretty good about it. Of course, we're looking for the same things that we're looking for in any Sapphire matchup. Will he hit ramp? Will they get to that Tipo? Will they get to that sale? Will Mitch be able to do that 2-4-6 dance that we know so much about this color pairing? Will CJ get to keep his hand? These are all questions and more that we will answer on the next episode of the Triad 5K tournament.
Absolutely. So I am interested to see we talked about the benefit of Tipo in this matchup on 2 with the support the Basil on turn 1. Yeah, but it's definitely when to do it. I was going to say something about play draw, but it's definitely, as I'm thinking, it's definitely what you want to do on the play, I think, rather than the Ludwig. On the play, I think the Ludwig becomes tempting to try to snipe the ramp in any kind of build, but
I couldn't avoid it. I'd certainly be trying to aim for that sale if I could find one. If I could find this, I mean, I think we've said it earlier. If you land that Ludwig on 2 and you snipe that sale, and that's the only ramp in hand, I think that's about as close to game over as you can get at that point. So, you'd love to see it, I think, at that point.
Yeah, but doesn't work. Yeah, definitely on the play.
On the play, yes.
I think that's so. Yeah, I'm trying to think through stages. Yeah, I think definitely the Tipo. Try to keep that hand size down. All the things you talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Mitch is going to want to do what his deck is always trying to do, which is pursue that Clarabelle early. Definitely hit the ramp and try to get there as fast as possible, and then work his way into that bend after benefiting from a powerful Clarabelle. So. Let's see. One fun note: Donald Duck, Perfect Gentleman. It This is random again, but it amuses me that we've seen it Hades so many times now. I'm willing to bet that this is a card that the game devs did not think was going to see a ton of competitive play or be as threatening as it is, designed more as like a group hug card. But to see how beneficial Emerald Amethyst players have made it when paired. I'm sorry, Emerald Sapphire players have made it, especially when paired with the Clarabelle, is really amusing to me. And to see, I think, 3 of them Hades over the last 2 games I don't know. It makes me chuckle.
Yeah, it does. You're not wrong. I mean, there's been times where I've seen that thing being chosen over cards like Hades, being chosen over things with way more willpower. So I think you're right. I think that'd be interesting to have a conversation to say, hey, so what did you think that was going to happen, and like how did it pan out, and what were like some of the lessons that you? I always like learning, like what were the lessons that you learned from how like the people in the public handled this design decision versus what maybe you thought was going to happen, because of course people always operate the way you expect them to, don't they, Liam?
Absolutely.
They just always do the things you think they're going to do, always, every time.
Absolutely. So here we are. We've hit the ramp on turn 2, so we will have a game. Both players hitting their T-pose right on curve. CJ now, turn 3, would pass back over.
Will Mitch have the Cinderella? No, but it is a
Nope.
Donald Duck, and so we
Oh,
that Donald Duck will usually indicate that it's going to be a little bit slower for us. If however, with that Clarabelle on the table already from turn
that's
1, if we have a Clarabelle in hand, that could certainly shift the balance of this game. Siege is going to want to reduce the hand size as soon as possible.
yeah. It indicates to me I mean, either A, you don't have the Cinderella, or B, you're eschewing it in favor of powering your opponent's hand, knowing that Clarabelle is coming sooner rather than later. I
Yeah.
mean, it does delay you an extra turn rather than hitting it like right now. But Donald Duck. But if you're sitting with your welcome in hand 2, you can answer. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Oh, I had a feeling.
I was like,
Yeah.
Donald Duck saying you're welcome. Oh my goodness. Okay. That's just rude. It's-
Yes, yes, it is. Under the sea in this economy is just absolutely insane. Yeah, and then questing with that Donald Duck, we just performed. It turns out that there's more than one way to wipe a board, Liam. There's just one way to do it. Sometimes it is by sending all of your little teeny tiny little characters underneath your deck.
we saw you're welcome. Did he play that you're welcome as well?
No, so
No.
he
Okay.
he tapped both characters, indicating a sing together, and it looks like it was a dexterity issue. He grabbed the you're welcome, like he grabbed
Okay.
the instead of the you're welcome. Yeah.
Okay, because there is a line where you choose the you're welcome, send something back to hand in order to get, or send something to deck in order to get an extra 2 cards off the Clarabelle if you're pursuing a Ven. And so that was a line that could have been taken, but understood. Donald quested instead. Okay, so we do know that you're
Yeah.
welcome sitting down there.
Yeah, I think what it looks like is Mitch is valuing being able to use that as additional removal if necessary. I think some people might consider a play like what it's like singing that you're welcome. Yes, it would boost the hand size, would get Clarabelle to be more super powered, but some people might consider that to be a quote unquote greedy play, like utilizing 2 removals to do the same thing could be tough. And I think there's an argument for both. To your point, I think I can maintain additional control by having more cards in my hand. However, if I have a perfectly good way to remove a very serious threat and I don't have to use it, maybe I don't. Maybe I just hold on to it for a little bit.
Absolutely. Bell Snowfield Strategist coming down as you just side of the board. Now that card is going to be particularly impactful now that the board's getting out of control, because one of the things TJ is going to be thinking about is a raging storm in order, but you got to get there. You got to get there to be able to play it. And so any card that enables you to do a little bit extra every turn is helpful. Snowfield Strategist says whenever one of your characters is banished, you may put that card into your inkwell face down and exerted rather than your discard pile. So something he may be looking to benefit from, but not if it's in his deck. Instead, he'll draw 2 cards off of it, and it just feels. I mean, it's insult to injury every single turn now.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen CJ on stream one other time before that, and I think it's the first time that we saw that bell come down. So, interesting card to see here. I think it's a great card. To your point, it needs to stick on the table for to have its maximum effect. But I think as a deck building choice to see that in this build is interesting, and kind of a fun inclusion, something that allows you to continue to just ramp so much, get so much ink advantage on your opponent.
Yeah, and it quests for 2.
Yeah.
So it's a really fun include. We actually saw 2. The first one got sent under with an Under the Sea. That was the second. It also didn't stick around, so didn't see the benefit from it. But this is where these Emerald Sapphire decks just feel so oppressive. There are so many removal options, from the You're Welcomes to the Mother Knows Best to the Under the Seas. It feels like at this point, when you're watching these matches, CJ is going to play a character or two every single turn, and Mitch is just going to continue to rudely send them away, not allowing anything to stick. And then as he does so, benefiting from the card draw that those bounce removal offer him. So with the Clarabelle in play. So it's gonna be tough sledding here. But some ramp here will help if you're looking for that Raging Storm to kind of to kind of clean things up. That Tipo, you usually hate to see them in the end game, but given that there was so far to go to 8, spending a turn here to dump an extra card from hand and another turn as well, getting closer to that outlet actually doesn't feel terrible to me.
Yeah, yeah. I think you're right about that. I mean, this is it's interesting to note that to note that there. So, I'm sorry. Okay, what I'm seeing here is okay. So CJ, what did CJ choose to ink?
I
I
did not
missed that. I
see.
missed what he inked, but
I
yeah,
did
I
not
missed.
see. But I think that's gonna do it for getting us 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Was that 7?
Was it 1, 2, 3?
I think we have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it looks like 8. Uh,
Yeah,
4
looks
in
like
the
it does look. Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, 4, 2, and 2 is what those separated piles look like.
which is great because now that Raging Storm, if we draw into it, is an option, um, and it's something that is a little bit more tempting here, especially if Mitch chooses to establish even more of a board presence.
Yeah, I think at this point that Raging Storm is got to be impending. It's going to be critical here in order to try to reclaim this game back. CJ doing a pretty good job of keeping his hand size low, reducing the value of that Clarabelle. Aside from just being a really scary character, lots of heavy stats, conquest for 2. Aside from all that, not really getting to draw a whole lot from it. So, can CJ recover? Can CJ find a Raging Storm before Mitch does something like a Bent on My Will, or is just taking complete domination of this board? Oh, just kidding. I summoned it. I called it, and it showed up, and it's Bent on My Will. As Bent on My Will sends a Hades and I believe that to be a
Is it
Cusco.
Cusco?
It's
Yeah,
a
Cusco.
Cusco. A Cusco.
Fun inclusion there. So Bend My Will again feels rude. Now we've had Under the Sea and Bend My Will, but have put ourselves in position to top deck now for that Raging Storm with that Tipo last turn. So with CJ thinking about it, no, it is the Hades. We're gonna send that Clarabelle down. We get the extra card because that was shifted into play. So not a terrible top deck here. Gabe, does a little bit of board control, forces Mitch to respond, but Mitch now at 12 with 4 lore on the board, feels pretty good position. You really need to, I mean, frankly, you really need to draw into a board wipe.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the answer.
I mean that the reason why you're playing an Amber Sapphire deck is because you have the ability to play a Raging Storm. You can board wipe on top of the fact that you can draw quite a bit now with a lot of the tools. But if we don't get them, if we don't see those things, it doesn't do us a whole lot of good. Doesn't matter what color we're playing at that point. As we see CJ grab the top card of his deck, really aggressively put it on the table, and then place his hand marker on top of it.
Did CJ drew for that? I don't know if CJ drew for the duck. Interesting. He may have, but you have his hand marker down there. I don't think I saw him grab and shift the card. So interesting out there. Could be a choice.
Potentially, I don't think I saw it either. But
Could have missed it.
it
Could
could
have
have,
missed
yeah, could have been. Hey, listen, that's
it. Or I could have missed it.
fair enough. Yeah, same here.
Um,
Oh, okay. So just getting clarification from production. He had an empty hand. He did. So he did. It looks like he did draw the card.
oh, he did.
He drew. The drawing of the Donald was for Mitch's turn.
Oh, that's right. That makes sense. Because he did empty hand. Drew the hate. Like the hate. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
So you quick snap drew that at the end of the turn. Okay. Good. Okay. Which is what you need to do if you're digging for your answers. Now, I will say, from oh,
Oh, under the sea. Dun, 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 dun. Take it from me. This
take
is
it
not. This does
from.
not feel good.
It doesn't feel great, but there are worse things that could have happened here. Although, the Hades kind of awkward with the Donald, just not enough to go over the top. So, but it does provide a little bit more of an avenue now. Rather than Mitch going wide, if you draw into the Hades now, getting rid of that Donald with the Hades on the challenge is okay. You don't have to wipe the board and you can control things a little bit more by establishing a character that feels good as well. Um,
Yeah, and CJ mulling over the decision here. It's two cards, but by the way CJ is staring a hole into them, I think they're the two most important cards in his deck. Is the vibe I'm getting here.
the two most important cards in the deck are the two that you have available to you to use at any given moment. I suppose I'm really the fact that it's taking so long to think about is fascinating to me. So we did the challenge. Okay, Ohana. So we're gonna
Yeah,
draw a card here off that heel.
yeah.
And so
Not the highest value Ohana means family, but still a draw's a draw.
well, and part of the consideration there is obviously he wants to see more cards, and so there's a world in which you challenge into the Donald Duck to heal an extra to get an extra card. The downside is you don't remove that lore from the board, and so there's a trade-off there: one card for one lore. And I think that's what the consideration was, as he was mulling which way to go. So if you are drawing towards particular outs, sometimes that extra card you're willing to trade that lore, but here valuing board control and hoping that one card would do what it needed to do. But now back over to Mitch. Two lore remaining on the board. Will draw from that perfect gentleman. And Mitch now with two cards to try to close this thing out.
Yeah, now what I will say is it looks as though CJ in that last turn was able to string together a series of draws. It wasn't a lot of drawing, but it was some. Just kidding. Mother Knows Best followed by a Bent to My Will is not a fun place to be. As we see a lone ink runner is by itself sputtering away in the water as as the Tipo and the Donald just sitting there hanging out and prime for a victory here as Mitch may close this out, may win this whole thing with, again, a Tipo, funny enough, and a Donald Duck. Let's see.
The Raging
CJ playing the game. It is a Ludwig von Drake. Not enough to take this, but what a great match. What a great way to end this particular top 8 matchup. Yeah.
I am bummed. I am bummed we never got to see the Cauldron going this match. If you missed it earlier, go watch some of the mirrors that we aired earlier with this color pairing, because seeing the Black Cauldron go and seeing what it does in the end game is really fascinating. It's been to my will. I think we both said early on, like Mitch's ability to leverage that card is a difference maker in these games that go long, and they're in there to deal with purple. They're also in there to deal with Amber Sapphire these days. I feel like
They are. Yeah, they absolutely are.
to recover from.
Yeah, as we return back here to my cell block, I wanted to take a moment here. I know that there was a lot of interest in what the meta overall was today, and so there was a question about the dogs, like what how has what's been going on? Yeah, the dog. Where are the papao? Where are the wawaus, as the Hispanics would say, los wawaus. So let me give you a quick breakdown of what the entire tournament looked like meta-wise. So
Okay.
we've already discussed this. The most represented deck, and I misspoke. So the numbers I had earlier were preliminary numbers. Earlier I said there were 9 Blurple decks in the field. That was a preliminary number. We've fully compiled those numbers. It was actually a little bit higher than that. So of the 29 people that were here, you want to take a wild guess what the number is? It's obviously more than 9. How many more than 9 do you think it was?
So 29 people. I would expect, like, if I had to guess, I would have expected 25% Blurple. You're telling me it's higher than that. So I'm already, let's say 11. Let's say 11.
Higher.
Higher. 13.
14. There was 14
14.
Blurple. There was 14. You were close. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You were close enough without going over, so I'll give it to you. It was 14 Blurple decks in the field today. 14 Blurple decks. Most represented. That's a huge number. Almost 50% of
Yeah.
almost 15%. Almost 50% of the field. All right. Then there's a tie for second most represented deck in the field. You're going to be surprised by this one.
The second most represented?
Yes. Well, so there's a tie for second most. So I'll give you. So there was 14 Blurple. That was most represented. The next 2 decks tied for second. So the second and third, I guess we can call it.
It's really difficult because like Blurple is such a huge meta share. It's going to distort some other. But if you ask me to vacuum, I would pick dogs or green yellow, and then I think Amethyst Steel would be the natural next pick.
You You got one of them. So Amethyst Steel was four. There was four Amethyst Steels.
Okay.
That was so. Think about that. Four Amethyst Steels represented the second most represented deck.
So okay.
Compared to,
So
that was,
blue yellow then.
no, tied with blue steel was tied with purple steel was blue steel, sapphire steel. There was four sapphire steel decks in the field. None of them converted. There was, and I even have it broken down by type of blue steel deck, just so in case you were curious.
Okay, I am.
There were two detective builds, like two that were like, or what we were calling duck detectives, using Darkwing Duck and like that kind of a build. So like some fun builds. There was a Kiwi build, so something that used that like, and I think we Alice to boost the characters. We saw that in round one against Hector, and then there was one of the what we call the 246 build, the kind of ramp as fast as you can and get to the very high level characters. So two detectives, one Kiwi, and one 246, four blue steel in that field. So number one most represented deck was blue purple. Tied for second was purple steel and blue steel. And then now we're going into like the minor decks, which there was only two of each of these next decks. All right. So tied for third, I guess we can call it, or tied for, I don't know, tied for sixth. I don't even know. There's two of each of these. There was two blue yellow, two blue
Okay.
green.
Two blue yellow?
Yep, there was two blue yellow.
I thought we saw more than that.
I'll confirm these numbers. It might
Okay.
have been, yeah, I'll confirm them. This is what was texted to me. I'll confirm the text. But it was two blue yellows, two blue green, and two green purple snow for it.
Okay.
And then there was a lonely yellow purple mid range. I'll get those numbers confirmed for us, and I'll make sure that we get those out there. But still, I think this tells us there was no dogs. So just to be clear, there was no dogs. 0 dogs in the field.
That's wild. It's wild to me.
Which explains partially why there's a lot of control, I think, at the top of this particular meta. I'm wondering how many people were scared away by things like Spooky Sight. Like how many people were scared away by it? Because I will say, I think one of the interesting things about Amber Emerald, especially dogs, if you think about the cards that are kind of out there that you need to get from Winterspell in order to update that deck, it's commons and uncommons. It's not rare cards. They're not difficult to get cards. You find these cards in bulk in a bunch of bulk boxes. So if you have a friend who bought a box, you could very easily find uncommon grandmother willows. If you're playing the most expensive card that you might find is maybe the Mulans. If you're playing the Mulans, those are super rare. So those might be the hardest card to find. That's even assuming you're playing the Mulan in your build, which there's a bit of a divergence whether or not that's a good card in dogs or not.
Yeah.
So interesting meta here.
Yeah. A lot to think about.
So clearly people believe that Blurple is the best deck in the format if 14 of them showed up. Like I think that the general consensus is it therefore must be.
Well, you bring up an interesting point though when it comes to the cost to enter Blurple this meta, because when you're looking at as yes, people are gonna go. I think a lot of people are going to go with, they're going to watch the tier rankings that, not everybody has a lot of time to run hundreds and hundreds of games. So what do? You watch creators, you watch the early tournaments, and you try to see where the meta is shifting, and then you kind of, benefit from others' experience. So the tier lists and what most people have been saying early on is that Blurple was good. It got better with Let It Go. And there's just not a lot of great answers to it. And so if that's the prevailing so the prevailing wisdom is that's one. Two, a lot of people have been playing Blurple anyway for several sets. And so early on in the meta, if you don't have a lot of time to play, the vast majority of players have Blurple built already. And all you need to do is scoop up some Let It Goes.
Which you may already have if you've been playing the game for a while.
Which you probably already have. That's right. You just go dig into, you blow the, go back to set one, you blow the dust off a little bit, and you pop those puppies in, and now you're good to go. And I know, Moana is a direction you could go as well, and those are probably a little expensive too, but I don't think you need to. You could. I don't think you need to. And not everybody is. So, yeah. I guess thinking about it, I mean, it's not surprising to see people just grab the deck off the shelf and run in if everybody's telling you that it's going to be pretty darn good. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. I will say, like really, really good on both Mitch and Jonathan Williams for choosing to bring blue green to this event. If I had to choose an early winner, I think it's going to be that. I think it's going to be that Emerald Sapphire deck, making a good call, knowing that it's really strong into the Blurple matchup. Not listening to the noise. The noise out there is saying, well, it didn't get any tools. There's nothing good to add to it, therefore it must be bad. When in reality, I think what we're learning is the reason why it didn't get any tools is because it doesn't need any more tools. It does the
Right.
thing it needs to do, and it does it pretty darn well. So,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. And Let It Good just makes it so much better. Just so much better. I Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Well, it'd be interesting to see if this bears out, because you made a great point earlier. Metas shift, they change as things sway one direction, the field, and people react and they sway the other direction. So, if let's say hypothetically, and I've got the breakdown somewhere for hold on, I've got the break. Hold on, I'll see
yeah.
Australia, Melbourne, which is going on right now. So Melbourne, um, oh, wait. What is this? No, okay. So this is oh, let's use this one. This is fun. So Leicester, over, I think I pronounced that right.
I believe
Uh,
it's Leicester. No, I'm just. It's you're right. It's Leicester.
okay, cool. I think I pronounced that right. Villain.
Oh,
So Leicester, CCQ happening over there, in the UK.
yeah.
237 players, 51 Blurple.
Wow.
So let me math that real quick. 51 divided by
It's about 25. If it's 200, it's about 25%.
21.
Yeah, ish.
21%. So that's I think where you would expect it to be. You don't expect it to be like where we have it, as close to 50. But it still speaks to its dominance. Then you have Amethyst Steel at 44 out of 237, and then you have Amber Emerald at 21. So that's, I think, what people kind of expected to see. Although maybe people didn't expect Amethyst. I don't know if I expected Amethyst Steel to stay as high. I thought that the reaction to Blurple is to go faster with like the dogs build and some of the new cards it got,
Yeah.
rather than to stick with old tried and true Amethyst Steel. But nevertheless, Amethyst Steel, a lot of people running it.
Yeah.
And so let's see if this carries over to Australia. So Melbourne, 418 players. And do you know the number of Blurple?
I've not had a chance to see it.
So 418 players. You had to guess out of 418. Nice, it's close to 400. So it's, from a percentage perspective, it's kind of easy-ish to
Okay.
gauge. Where would you expect Blurple to be?
So if we're saying that in a event about half that size was at about 21%, I think it'd be at about that. I'd say it's like 23%. So whatever number makes up 23% of 400.
Okay.
So I would think
Um,
so.
it's I would have said the same thing. It's actually a lot higher. It's 99 players, or 28%. Running
Wow.
Blurple.
So a little closer to what we got here.
Yeah, absolutely. A little closer. And then right beneath that, though, comes in Amber Emerald at 13%, with 48 players, and then Amethyst
Really?
Steel below that. So really, really fascinating results here,
That is
um,
crazy.
because we're just seeing just such a wide disparity. The one consensus, though, is that Blurple is the top deck and the best pick. Although I will caveat that with, it's also the lowest barrier to entry, as you've pointed out.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the thing I noticed the most about it. So it's the deck that I've been playing with the most. I've been testing it the most since the reveals, and that was the thing that called to me because I like to think about. So you hear me talk a lot about like the new player experience, the casual player experience. I think that's important. I think if we want this game to grow and to be successful, you already have a captive audience in those hyper competitive players. I think that the way that we make this game grow, the way that we can get this game to the levels of some of these trading card games, is we got to get our friends in. We got to help them understand that. And so I think about that area. Like the barrier to me helps see this game grow. And so I'm always thinking about that. And I think that if a game or if a deck can be built as low cost as possible, that should be the thing that brings in the most people. And so I would imagine dogs, even though it's got a higher, so while its cost barrier is lower, I think that we argue that the skill level is higher in that deck, because the way we think about aggro usually is just to turn things sideways, and if you do that with dogs, you lose. You can't just turn dogs sideways and expect to win.
Mhm.
You have to, like, there's a time, right? There's a moment that you turn sideways, and I think that bringing people on board and like them learning that deck might be a way to get them into it. But I think there's a counter argument about like the skill level. So it's weird.
Yeah,
Um,
it also its identity changed a little bit more.
yeah,
Um, although not a ton, but a little bit
no,
more. Um, so yeah, I
that's interesting. I love, this is like my absolute favorite part of this. And then watching like these numbers kind of start shifting and waning and moving. Normally it's funny because I think we often say about Lorcana and about the formats that aggro is always the prevalent force in the opening of a set, and it feels like this is not the case. I think for the is maybe the first time ever in Lorcana, as we see, oh, we're going to get to see one of these mirrors that we all love so much, a blurple mirror, friends. It is going to be, and so this is the top four. So Dave is a member of the Inkcasters, their social media person. Nice guy. Hurricane goes by the name Hurricane Dave. He is going to go up
okay.
against Hector, a member of Triad, a sponsored player of Triad. We saw him in round one, so they're gonna fight for the extremely important title of best blurple player in the room. That's what they're playing for right now. They don't know it yet, but that's exactly what they're playing for.
Uh, good call out. We will officially crown them at the end of this. No, so you know, I know mirrors are a bad rap. I know people are sick of Blurple. I'm a little sick of Blurple, a little, but at the same time, and I've been very clear about this. I actually enjoy the Blurple mirror quite a bit, because there's a lot of nuance to it, and there's really high skill expression, when you have these really swingy turns at the end of the game. And there's other little nuance things. The first person to drop a Hades swings the game, I think, in their opponent's advantage actually quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because that one extra card you're giving your opponent in their inkwell saves them ink from turn. That one ramp is incredibly important. And when you talk to skilled local players, including, and I'm blanking on his name because it's been a long night, but the player who won the first DLC over in Europe actually made that point to me in a deck tag. He said, "Hey, look, I hold out on blurp or on Hadesing my opponent as long as I possibly can, because that one ink I'm giving him makes a huge difference. I love to
Yeah.
do the second Hades." And so those little nuanced things can make a huge difference. And so I actually really enjoy watching this matchup.
Yeah, I would agree too. It's funny. Like I find myself in a situation where when I hear somebody say, "Oh, I don't like this," or "I don't like that," I don't know why I always find myself kind of enjoying it. I try to find something about that's a little bit different. And what I will say about this particular matchup and about any mirror, to your point, I think that the mirror of any color pairing, not just Blurple, but of any of them, is the most skill intensive for that deck. So if you don't like mirrors, if you don't like studying mirror matches, then this is fine. This is no knock on anybody, but then maybe competitive card games is not for you, because if you are competitive, the reason why you'd find yourself in a mirror is because you are playing what is likely amongst the top of the most represented decks in a format in a game. And if it is the most represented, it is because it is probably one of the best, if not the best. So if you want to get better at this game, you've got to get really comfortable in these mirrors. You've got to almost force yourself to enjoy them if you're for some reason not enjoying them, because when you're going against other color pairings have different identities. They're doing different things, and you're often designing your deck to beat other things. I play control in order to defeat tempo. I play tempo because I don't like aggro and I want to beat aggro, and the circular reasoning occurs over and over again. Most people will not say I play control so that I can try to out control other control players. People don't say I play tempo because I want to play a really grindy mid game with you, and nor do I want to play aggro because I want to see who can throw the most characters on the board. Nobody's will ever tell you that. And so, you're going to get a chance to see that here as we see Basil and a Woodchuck guide kind of come down here, which of note means something really important, Liam, and that is that we did not find ramp.
No, we did not, and that feels really, really bad. Now, we pointed out last game, the guidebook does give you a little extra insulation because you'll be off curve a little bit, but if you can guidebook next turn into the ramp on turn 3, at least gets you a little bit back on track. But yeah, it feels really, really bad for Hector here. On the other side, a little bit of an unconventional opening here too. So the sail on turn 2, but turn 1, that Royal Guard there isn't something you always see Blurple, and it's really interesting to me to see it played here on turn 1. Oftentimes you see that in Amethyst Steel. I think these decks prefer the Blurple on turn 1. I have to remind myself, Dave was on the play, correct? Give me the record.
I did not keep track of that. Although I guess if I'm trying to do backwards math here. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to work backwards. If I bel correct me if I'm wrong, production, but I want to say that Hector might be on the play here if he is at 3, going to a what would be a ramped Dave turn. I could be wrong on that though.
And the only reason I assume, based on record, I assume Dave was their seed at 4-1-1 over 4-2. But the only reason I ask as we try to figure, we'll figure it out. But the only
Yeah,
reason
I think it is Hector on the play.
Oh, is it? Interesting, okay. So that would have been interesting to me. Oftentimes, Blurple decks really actually don't want to play a turn at all, except against aggro, because that one extra card can make a huge difference. And so that Royal Guard would have been interesting to me. But it does make sense on the draw. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if that were the case. Interestingly, so we did see Hector get that little insurance ramp there on turn 3 using the guidebook to dig 2 cards deeper, finding that Tipo. And then playing that, executing that ramp there. So a little bit off script. Instead, you'd rather be dropping a genie here this turn. Not terrible, especially since, yeah, not terrible in this scenario. Especially since even if Dave drops a genie here now, interesting, so fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, what you've set up with that Basil there, I mean, what you set up with that Basil there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. As we're gonna find out, if Hector has one, of all the elements, the fifth one, did we find it? Hector, show it to us if you have it. We're gonna find out shortly as we are going to ink a card potentially. No, I will tell you. So, something that I just noticed right now, Dave kind of went through his hand and did a quick count, and I can tell you why. For those of you that have ever played against Hector or know Hector, Hector is known for and is most popular for asking one very simple question at the beginning and end of every single turn. Do you know what that question is, Liam?
Based on you've opened this, I'm going to say it is how many cards in hand?
That is correct. That is the most famous question that Hector will ask. He is known for it. He'll ask at the beginning and end of every turn. He needs to know. He needs to know how many cards you have in your hand. In fact, it is such a known thing about him. There was custom sleeves even made of Hector as a meme asking that question. So there you go.
I love that, and I love that for a variety of reasons. One, having that if you ask that reflexively, having that information always on hand is super useful. And if you do it as a habit, and then you just have it in your mind constantly, it's beneficial. But the other thing is, and that this is a weird thing to talk about, but there are a number of different ways when doing things that are uncouth in card games, drawing extra cards, things like that, sometimes even by accident. One of the ways that you can identify that is by constantly monitoring your opponent's hand, and keeping that in mind and identifying when, for all of a sudden, that seems off after a particular turn. As magical maneuvers is played there to bounce a card and send that Iago to Hector's discard pile, courtesy of the Vanish ability. But and I'm not saying that Hector is accusing anybody ever of cheating, but or making mistakes like that. But if, as a competitive player, that's something that you do routinely, when something off does happen, either your opponent makes a mistake or does something untoward in the game, it's easy for you to identify because you're always keeping that math in mind.
Yeah, and to your point too, in reality, it's not. It's more often than not, it is not a malicious thing. More often than not, it's a mistake.
Yeah.
So like I think that like when a lot of people, of course, it's easy to attribute malice where something might be, especially if you're talking about a competition. It's easy to be like default to like, oh well, it must have been done on purpose. That is not always the case. In fact, the math indicates that it's usually not the case. It's usually a mistake. It's more often an error and not because they were trying to get one over on you. So I think to your point though, it does help you stay in line with what's going on. Not only that, but the other thing I'll tell you that Hector does too, reflexively, on top of asking you about cards in your hand is he will reflexively tell you how many cards are in his hand at the end of his turn to help keep you in the same pace. So he's
I
always
really
looking
like
to
that.
help. Yeah, he's telling you, hey, end of turn, this many cards, and then he'll say how many cards do you have. So it's a two-way street.
I really, really like that.
Yeah, Hector's one of the best players in South Florida for a reason. I would put him easily in the top five. There's a lot of good players down here. If you know the name Wochuk, Alex Brosu, Brousseau, he's going to kill me for mispronouncing his last name there. But Wochuk, which is why he prefers us to call him that. Another one I'd put in the top there from down here. So and yeah, so just a lot of high level play, and that's what you find in these high level players is these ritualistic kind of things that help them stay in line. As we see Elsa doing the Elsa dance and just kind of helping the other Elsa stay nice and exerted. And yeah, as Hurricane Dave draws for his turn. All right, Dave counting out the ink going to 7 right now by inking a sail. Are we?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, are we expecting a certain blue deity? Is there a deity that is coming down, or oh, Dave's thinking about it. It is Hades. It is the Infernal Schemer. We want to win the evasive war, and we do that by removing your opponent's evasives. So Hades will send Elsa into the inkwell.
Yeah, Hades. It's interesting to see it here this early. You do want to keep your opponent's board in check, but indicates to me that Dave might not have a lot going on. Oh my goodness, this feels
Yeah,
really bad to see Hector draw two Dumbos after you've played that Hades.
yeah. I mean, that's just Dave getting punished for playing that Hades because he would not have been able to do that had we not given him the ink to do that. So Dave doing that Hades enabled Hector to utilize every single drop of ink from that Inkcaster as we
Ah,
see a Let It Go in stereo. Send them
in
away.
two different versions, followed up by a Woodchuck's Guidebook here, Junior Woodchuck's Guidebook. So we'll draw two cards off of it immediately. So fascinating there. And the answer for both Dumbos, two Let It Go's in hand. Now Hector all of a sudden up to 10 ink, courtesy of some removal on Dave's side of the board. Again, it feels good to get things off the board, but board is definitely a card that can leverage all of that extra ink. And so now plenty of options available for Hector. He's going to offer a deal over to Dave. I assume we're going to pick that Dumbo. We do. Dave is going to send that away, not able to leverage his card draw. Not going to stick around rather than letting Hector draw two cards without ink at his disposal. But Hector, it does feel good to get that ink, but would have loved to have those Dumbos this turn to refuel his hand. Now I think sitting with one card and not a particularly impactful turn there. Getting that demo off the board does feel pretty good, but board state definitely favors Dave at this point.
It does. It really does. And I think it is important to note, that this. So it's really it's a difficult place to be at because Dave helped Hector get from 6 to 8 to 10 ink. I mean, just in one fell swoop, like went from Hades, offering up that Hades or using that Hades to send a character away, then let it go those two Dumbos. So Hector could at any moment draw into something like another Woodchuck guidebook, or draw into something that would allow him to draw and could flip this game on his head. We may find that all of this ink, it may have been at Dave's undoing if we get to the end of this game, or it may have been just enough of a slowdown in the tempo for Dave to win this game as Dave puts down a Genie Wish Fulfilled and that Basil that we love and know now so much, that one cost support Basil. All right, as Hector is going to go ahead and draw for his turn. Will we be able to capitalize on all this ink? We see Hector separating that ink, deciding what is the best way to utilize every drop of this resource, this precious resource.
Yeah, plenty available.
All right.
Interesting to see here. One of the ways that these decks is against a wide board, and so um, unless we're able to hit some card draw, string together a couple pieces of removal to keep things in check. If Dave is able to continue to draw, Genies, Hades, Dumbos on board every single turn, Interestingly, one of the ways that you broke this game open in the olden Blurple days,
Yeah.
ago, second star to the right was the preferred like meta ranking card. Both players keeping the others like second star math in check, and then trying to power themselves into drawing 5 cards, and that's really the way that you won the mirror. These days, you don't do that. Junior Woodshop's guidebook giving you the consistency to keep um, to not rely on that really swingy card. Um, I was going
Ooh.
somewhere with that, but I got distracted by the Let It Go followed by the Demona here. We talked about the importance of controlling the board, and the Demona there are going to be a really solid presence, especially when paired with that Basil, able to keep Dave and but
Yeah, I mean, this is so this is exactly what I was talking about. So we being able to top deck that Demona puts Hector in a position where, depending on what he draws, could just continue to extrapolate on the advantage that Dave gave him. We Oh goodness gracious, and talk about an advantage. There's nothing quite as advantageous as an evasive, big old spectral parrot sitting there looking really mean and menacing, as Dave now needs to figure out how to deal with this problem.
yeah, and that Basil over there is doing yeoman's work, keeping things in check. Because now Hector's able to answer that Hades cleanly if Dave decides to do anything squirrely with it, but not going to do that because Hector establishing just a lot of strength on the board. Dumbo feels like a good answer. We can immediately leverage the Elsa if we want to. It will be vulnerable to the spectral parrot. Perhaps the card draw in this scenario is worth it. Um, let's see.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing too is, as we explore these new Winterspell tools, there has been some of these Blurple players that are here. I've been hearing a lot of chatter in the room about whether or not Iago is a good call or not. People worry about Iago being easy to remove because of its vanish ability. I'd argue it's a disability, but it is technically an ability, and so the vanish ability on that card makes, quote unquote, makes it easier. However, a lot of these winter spill tools that we're wanting to utilize, things like Let It Go, would send an Iago into your inkwell anyway. And there's not a lot of cards in the way of like Hypnotize that are really in play right now out there in the field. So I think Hector identifying that maybe Iago is a lot safer in this fresh meta where people are trying to use new things, compared to what we saw in Whisper in the Well, where people were targeting it with things like magical maneuvers or things like a Hypnotize.
Yeah, I will say we've seen a lot of Iagos vanish with magical maneuvers to that. But I agree with your point overall, especially if we continue to see
Yeah,
Blurple and Amethyst Steel as the top cards or the top decks in the meta. Like that's really why Iago ever existed in the format, was the power it gave you in the mid game evasive wars. Um,
yeah.
uh,
Yeah, a 4-6 with evasive, it's pretty good. Still pretty
yeah,
good.
count me in.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Sign me up for a few of those. Let me get 4 of those and put those in my deck, because we see Elsa the Fifth Spirit again coming in. What do we choose? I would imagine we would choose something like a Dumbo, perhaps. Something that Iago can clean up pretty easily.
Yeah, I think you definitely choose the demo. I think the question is now, Hector, thinking through how he's going to clean it up. You can go with Iago. You can send the Elsa with the battle. I assume send the Iago cracking in. That's why he's in there. Um,
Yeah.
Cleaning up, that feels pretty good. You do have the second one to deal with. Okay, so the Basil will go on a quest, and it looks like indicating Hades is going to get support. Interestingly enough,
Oh no, it
no,
was it was the Elsa.
Elsa,
Yeah, it was
and the
the
Elsa
Elsa.
cracks in. Yeah,
I, I I think Hector was just, or I think Hector was just lining the card up because it was like slightly off center.
yeah,
The Hades.
fair. So interesting choice there. It does expose the Basil to his back, but then again, anything that cracks into the Basil is then vulnerable to a return challenge. So I think Hector saying that's totally fine. Iago instead will clean up the Elsa, okay, and only take 2 damage in response. So either way, I think that's a fantastic.
Oh yeah, what a turn! What a
Let It
turn!
Go cleaning things up. It's just really, really powerful. And followed up by a Dumbo. Goodness gracious, fantastic turn.
Yeah, that was the swing on that turn was immense. as we see that Dave went from having 4 characters to 1, Hector moving all the way up to 6 characters on the table. Just so much of a swing in the tempo. Now Hector just needs to hold on to this control, needs to hold on to this in order to secure this game.
Yep. And that's what you see in these really really swingy turns. And you know, one of the things that are so powerful in any TCG, but especially in Lorcana where the play draw disparity, looms rather large, is what we call like catch up cards, catch up mechanics. And in Disney Lorcana, one of the reasons that Amethyst is so popular and then Blurple is so popular as well is they're two of the colors that give you the biggest catch up mechanics in the game right now. And by that I mean cards that allow you to establish a board presence like Elsa or like Hades while affecting your opponent's board. I mean, when you drop a Hades on the board, it's a 2 character swing. You're reducing your opponent's board presence by 1, while establishing a 3/6 2 lore quester at the same time. And so that's one of the reasons you see these huge board swings is when you string, 1 or 2 of those, you string 2 or 3 of those together in a turn, and the board state can just swing incredibly. Dave trying to do a little bit of that himself here, playing a Cheshire Cat, gonna shift some damage around, clean some stuff up, but um, it's Hector's board has gotten so large now; it's going to be difficult to swing it too far. And I think that might be all he's able to do is it is passed back over to Hector here, with a rather wide board, and now another card in hand to continue to push the tempo.
Yeah, yeah, and I think we're entering into that really pivotal moment here, where if Dave cannot figure this out, this game will swing here, pretty cleanly. Now Dave, of course, deciding what it is that we'll do, kind of thinking through the options, and or Hector rather, I should say. Sorry, I was speaking on behalf of Dave here. Hector doing that, of course, as we are choosing to quest with the Basil, giving the support over to the Elsa. Elsa will, of course, trade, as we like to say in the TCG world, will trade with Elsa. What else will Hector do to try to gain control of this board, if anything at all? We've still got all of our resources available. We still got so much to do, as we see Iago exerting to quests. Hector deciding, will that be it? Will we continue? Hector likes to analyze the ways forward. I've mentioned this before about Hector. He is a chess player first. He grew up playing chess. So thinking of his biggest strength as a player of any game, card games, chess or otherwise, is mapping out the sequence of turns over the next 3 or 4 turns. He does that better than anybody else that I've seen. And that's why he's such a good player. As finally running through those lines, what it would look like over the next 3 or 4 turns, saying, you know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to get some of that lore from these characters. And I'm going to go ahead and play this Basil.
Yep. And it's interesting talking about the chess as a background. I do think chess players in Disney Lorcana in particular, and people who grew up playing that kind of game, are at a particular advantage because without the interaction on your opponent's turn, these games do play out like chess a lot more, where you have specific options available. Your opponent has specific options available, and there's not that variance introduced by your opponent choosing which of your actions to respond to. And so your ability to forecast what's going to happen in future turns, the universes, if you're Doctor Strange, the universes that you're looking through are not infinite. They're a lot more finite. And it leads you to be able to think ahead in ways that you can't in a game like let's say Magic. So
Sure.
yeah, it's not surprising to me to hear that background has set for success here. Speaking of setting up for success, Dave trying to set himself up for success using a Woodchuck's Guidebook, draw a couple extra cards, looking for things that can answer this wide board state. But it's tough ask right now.
Yeah, it certainly does feel like the hand that Dave is working with is just not giving him exactly what he needs to get out of this. He's continuing to dig. He's trying to see those resources, just operating at reduced ink cost because he's expending so much trying to see more cards, when he probably would just rather have cards in his hand right now that happen to do really, really strong, great things. That was a Dumbo that, yep. So opting to go ahead and play that Dumbo, which not a bad card, may not be necessarily exactly what he's looking for here. That Iago certainly makes that Dumbo a scary prospect to be using.
Absolutely. Hector here, even things up. I appreciate the clean board state.
Yes.
Um,
All right.
figure out.
Deciding who it is that we're going to be questing with, knowing that he needs to get to 20. and so he is putting some characters in danger. But I mean, that's what we got to do. We have to quest. We have to do so in a way where we don't completely lose control of the board state. How do we get closer to that 20? Doing the rest of the math, he says, you know what? I I believe I have the ability to race ahead, and so I'm going to do so. But opting, interestingly, well, although he is still thinking, oh yeah, no, and then deciding ultimately to go ahead and send that Diego sideways. And I think watching him, quest in this way, is very indicative of like the way that his brain is moving. We always think about the tells that we give. So while Hector has a background in chess, I have a background in poker. So I'm always looking at what the person is doing. What is the individual doing? What are some of the things they're concerned about? What seems to cause them concern? And so I see how Hector manipulates those cards and how he's kind of processing. Okay, these are safe. Okay, are these two cards safe to quest with? Yes, they are. Let's go ahead and do that. This last one safe to quest with? You know what? I think it is. Let's go ahead and do it.
Dave here trying to figure out how to answer that. That will help right there, getting that Hades down. We're gonna something into the inkwell. I'm guessing. Okay, gonna send the Iago down.
That's a tough one. I don't know how I feel about that one. I mean, what that tells me is that Dave is not anticipating an Iago answer to be coming anytime soon. Showing that that was the card of concern. Something like a Demona being on the board right now, not as scary to Dave as an Iago apparently.
Well, it also so it's interesting because Dave has to answer now. He can delay it one turn. It does protect Dumbo, but um, at this point, you're thinking of how to remove as much as possible. I'm trying to think of what Dave would be drawing towards. Besides, I mean, and into the unknown to let it go is helpful because it does allow you to do some additional control next turn. Um, it's not enough.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be
So,
in.
I mean, but at this point, one lore is one lore, and so
Yeah,
you
and I
know,
think, yep, Dave deciding, hey, you know what? We'll send away that Basil with a Hades challenge.
it's just about cleaning up lore at this point as efficiently as possible. Cat, okay, and now we have the cat left to challenge into the Basil. We also have the Dumbo available.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, interestingly, you'd wonder if he would have wanted to potentially use that making history ability, see what, because if he had drawn something like a Let It Go, maybe use Hades as a singer instead of challenging. But yeah, we see ultimately the decision here is to do a sequence of challenges and using of Cheshire Cat to get Hector down to just two characters left on the board.
Right. Right.
Celia's right C. You know what? It does say draw a card on it, so let's see what else we got.
And not terrible.
I like to think of Celia's right C as saying your deck has one less cards in it. That's what I like to think of it as.
It's fair.
And Tipo is another card that, hey, listen, sometimes you just need the quest. And at this
Gives
stage
you
of the game,
DLCs, right?
yeah, when you absolutely positively need something to quest, there's nobody that does the job quite as good as a Tipo.
That's fair. So this doesn't feel particularly impactful by Hector. Definitely low on cards. Didn't manage to really put the pressure on. So it's still going to be tough for Dave to come back, but definitely feels like there's a window here. Hector now asking cards in hand, trying to decide if he wants to take that deal because he really wants that Demona to close things out. It's difficult to deal with, but this, to be quite honest, this is a really tough choice because you know Dave does have the strength on board to deal with it. Um,
Yeah, it does force Dave into a position to challenge though, versus jumping all the way up to potentially, was it 15 with I believe it's 7 lore on the board. So it does force Dave into an awkward situation to slow down a little bit.
but you allow Dave a couple cards here to draw into a Let It Go, to draw into the unknown. Are indicating that ink is yet to dry, so Hades is going to hang out over on the side there while he's it's cooling down. Um,
Oh, is that which is that? I'm trying to see who that is in a moment. I'm sure we'll find out in just a moment here. Um, What was
Oh,
that?
Tigger. No, it's not a Tigger. What is that? Ah,
It is Sven. It is Sven. It
it's
is the. It
Ben.
is. It
Okay.
is. Yeah. It's got rush. It's got evasive, and it's got challenger. It is. It is heavy duty. That's Sven.
Okay. Um, yeah. So for the chat, like the screen that we're looking at here, to me anyway, is a little bit blurry than the screen you're getting through the feed. So it takes us a minute sometimes. But a fun card from Winterspell. I think people have been working in. Um,
Ah, yes. Thank you, production. It is on screen, in fact, so you can see it for those of you that want to check it out.
all of the abilities.
Yes, it is.
Remember the days,
The
remember
rush,
the days
challenger
when
plus 3, and
Rafiki,
evasive.
like Rafiki, 3/3 for 3 rush character was like good. Remember those? Remember those
Yeah.
days?
Back in my day, yeah,
Yeah.
back in my day, we had a fox that would just come out of nowhere and take characters off the board and put it back in my hand, and then swing for 4.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Pepperidge Farm does remember. They really do.
But here, interesting here now that Demona being sent away anyway here, Dave able to deal with it pretty handily, and not a lot there right now. Looks like we're gonna sail again, look for another card here. You can quest with the Tipo, and then all Hector needs to do is stick another 2 lore quester on the board. Perhaps finding a guidebook to plop 2 other characters on the board would feel good, but all of a sudden here, it felt like Hector was well in control of this game, and Dave managing to find the cards he needs to turn the corner and um, not threatening game next turn, pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 turns away. Hector needs to find a way to stick a couple characters and hope that Dave to run into the removal options. Either a Let It Go, or really a Let It Go, or another Hades. Although I feel like we're low on Hades at this point.
Yeah, the numbers are not in Hector's favor that he'll likely find another one, but it's not impossible. As we see Into the Unknown. Into the Unknown is not a horrible card here. That will certainly slow down Dave's clock. Hector just trying to get 3 more lore. Hector just needs 3 more lore to close this thing out. Dave a little bit further away, but has the characters on board as we talked about. As we're sending Cheshire Cat away, trying to extend that life of that Tipo, trying to make Tipo last just a little bit longer. Not that Tipo is going to survive any challenge from any of these 4 beefy characters that are currently sitting on the table. But hey, you know what? Tipo will try. Darn it, Tipo will try.
The Tipo is you are protecting the Tipo, but it is vulnerable anyway. What you're also doing is you're insulating yourself from a game next turn, because Hector now at 18, this Tipo is not going to this turn. Dave is not a threatened game this turn. He's cracking into something. Although this will help being able to crack the rush character. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Definitely can't. That's gonna do it. Gonna do it.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Yep, Hector seeing the signs on the tables, revealing that last card from the top of the deck, and saying, "Guess what, buddy? We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to game number 2." As they're gonna shuffle up and see.
Nothing better as a commentator than sitting here in the end game going like, all right, here's what this player is trying to do these last couple turns. They're thinking about this, they're thinking about and as you're talking about what they're doing, they immediately scoop. All right, they're thinking about scooping.
Yeah. I mean, I think sometimes when you think about, so I think we've talked about this before, the idea like when is it the right time to scoop or when is it not the right time to scoop? And I think the way most players see the game is they look at it as like there's a percentage above their head. There's a percentage above Hector's head. There's a percentage above Dave's head. And the closer that percentage gets to 100, that's how close I am to winning. And the closer it is to 0, that's how close I am to losing. And so I think that there's like a number in each of our heads that we determine like, hey, if my number is below 5% chance to win, you know what? Let's not waste any more time. Let's just go to the next one. I've seen enough to know what's in your deck. I've seen enough to know how to deal with you next turn. Let's go ahead and scoop. So it looks like Hector's number was not too far off from about maybe 5 or 10%.
Yep. Yep. And the interesting thing is like time, the players got extra time in the finals here, and it looks like the round is timed like they often aren't if the game clock is any indication that we're seeing above. But even though it's time, these games go so long that reasons you choose to scoop is you're like, even with extra time, like Urban Layers could take you right over the edge.
They can. They can, yeah, and I've note too, like what happens in what a lot of people don't realize is because they oftentimes they worry about like it's something as you're pointing out you really only worry about in Swiss, but what happens in Top Cut is what's known as like sudden death, and so if they were to go to time, the player with the with the most lore at the end of the turns would be declared the winner. So that could be a really intense thing to have to deal with. So you might want to just finish these games off and not have to worry about that scary sudden death moment that you're like, oh no, am I gonna climb the ladder far enough and make this out, or what's gonna happen here? Let's just finish these 3 games and figure that out afterwards.
Yeah, let's knock this thing out. So, um, both players playing very, very similar decks. I didn't see, although I will say Sven on Dave's side, interesting tech choice. We didn't see Hector run that. That's not to say there isn't one or two of them in there, but one of the differences we may see. I'm trying to think of where other players may have differentiated these two decks, and I think that's a big one that I've seen so far.
Yeah, I think that's a big one. Whether or not either, I think we saw Tigger being played on Hector's side of the board. I don't know. I don't believe we've seen one on Dave's side. I may be mistaken on that one. It has been a long day for those of you who haven't figured that out yet. But I want to say I haven't seen Dave play Tigger yet, but we have seen him play Sven. So
Only one.
only one. Yeah, exactly. Only one. Although I feel like either Tigger or Sven is probably something you don't really play 4 of. I think that either of those 2 cards is like maybe a 2 of at most, maybe 3 at like the worst case scenario.
I'm the only one. Do. There's a joke there. Oh goodness gracious. My office. I might got cards everywhere.
I was gonna say it sounded like you were slamming pans there together. I love to hear it.
Just dropping cards.
Yeah, why not? We're here. We're talking about cards. We're slinging cards. We're here to have a good time.
Yeah, it's a mess. Right, we are off.
Yes, as Hector will get his chance now to go first. We see inking of that Hades looking for a deal, and playing a Rafiki. We love that Rafiki.
Again, interesting here to play on turn 1. Sometimes Blurple players choose not to because it does stress your a little bit. The Basil being the exception sometimes, but even then, in the mirror may choose not to. So, Rafiki, an interesting choice on turn 1. I'm not. Again, Hector is a far better player than me. I just interested to see when it happens. Sailor Argentina on turn 2, so we will have a game. We are hitting that ramp. And
Well, Hector will have a game. We're going to find out if Dave will, though.
That's true. Good point.
That's going to be the kicker here. Let's find out if Dave wants to play the same game. Although I don't know, the speed of which Dave is inking is a little concerning to me. We'll find out if that. Okay. Yeah, we do have a game. We're good.
Yeah. The one note on the ink on turn 1, it's really interesting to me to watch these first couple turns because believe it or not, players can actually lose the game if they sequence things wrong in the early game. Particularly playing a character on turn 1 if you need to. If Sail is your ramp though, and you're drawing an extra card while inking a card, that helps a lot, and so that insulates you against that turn 1 play. If you're going to go turn 1 into a TPO, that puts an incredible amount of hand stress on when you're on the play. So a little bit more explicable when you're running the Sail as your ramp. But both players ramping into the G on turn 4. That's what you like to see. Does he have the Elsa on turn 5? That's the 1, 2, 3, 4 sequence you want to see here. He moved to play something pretty quickly.
Yeah, but then thought about it, so which tells me there's a few options. But ultimately, making the decision to play that Elsa and doing a little bit of what we call a double tap here, tapping that genie, tapping that Elsa, exerting them more specifically, as we call it in Lorcana, in order to challenge that the genie, the wish fulfilled.
Yep, it feels really good. This is the sequence that you like to see, particularly in the mirror here. So huge edge to Hector right now. Dave does have an Elsa of his own, but feels a lot worse when you've already lost your genie. So Will exert the Rafiki can go in and clean that up if he wants, or take out that genie. That seems like the right move. Will return 2, but now it's back over to Hector for the response. And this is where you like to have that. And Rafiki there getting banished. It's where you like to have that Basil on turn 1 rather than the Rafiki.
Yeah.
Would have cracked back into the TPO or been available for the support
Yeah, I mean, or Basil rather is such a strong card, such a great inclusion into this Blurple deck. Just and has been around now for quite a few sets, and with good reason. I will say, I think that one of my favorite things about rotation, it's been a few sets now since we've had this rotation, is the fact that we have characters with support that are viable. Previously, support was a highly underutilized ability, a highly underutilized keyword on cards. I mean, it's effectively just primarily ignored, and rotation has really made cards like Basil and like Alonwi, for example, just so good for exactly this reason, to be able to deal with the board. So I love it. I like it when things are used and we are able to use all kinds of stuff like support.
Absolutely. So now, Hector, even though opening very, very strong, the Elsa has cracked back in, and we do see the Sven on Hector's side of the board. So he is playing that card. I think Blurple players, by and large, have enjoyed experimenting with it and working it in. So it's neat to see it over there, and that's the board as well. Guidebook going to come down, be cracked immediately to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, a guidebook, the draw card of choice. I know we do know that Colors of the Wind is a card that exists, but it's so difficult to justify. I think because especially if you're anticipating a lot of being involved in a lot of mirror matches, especially the Blurple mirror matches, we're hearing these numbers, Liam, that you've been sharing with us around the world of like how often I'm likely to play this mirror. If the average number of cards I'm going to draw off of something that normally costs 4 is 1, I'm probably not going to want to do that. I'm probably going to opt not to do that. Whereas the potential for Woodchuck's guidebook here lets you draw 2 for the cost of a total of 3. It's pretty good value if you ask me.
Yeah, absolutely. And Woodchuck Guidebook, another real great card because it insulates you against the bend. If you drop them on the board early on and accumulate 1 or 2 in the early game, once you get hit with a bend later on, you can immediately re-establish your hand with 1 ink, 1 or 2 ink. So they provide some value that way as well. They're kind of a card draw bank that you can sit on the board for later on.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see, just Hector I don't want to say dismantling, but I mean it is dismantling this board, essentially just making sure that Dave does not have any glimmers that can be used to great effect. Just trying to maintain this control of the board. Hector, of course, went first. The advantage here is that you get to play characters first, you get to do things first. Being able to keep Dave at a low number of characters, not letting him get too far ahead. That's the name of the game here. When you are on the play, that's how you make sure you win these games. Dave needing to find a way in. I like to compare it to jumping rope. Dave is trying to find an opportunity to jump in and start skipping rope. But if Hector's spinning that rope a little too fast, Dave may never get a chance to before this game's over.
Yeah, absolutely. And another note as we watch the sequencing here and Hector keeping the pressure on, Hector has managed to keep his foot on the gas, being on the play here. But Dave taking a couple turns, like taking a turn off really to play that Woodchuck's Guidebook, draw a couple cards without establishing much of a board presence indicates to me that his hand hasn't been quite where he wanted it to, and is trying to find the answers he needs to slow Hector down. So one player clearly on script, Dave kind of searching, it feels like, for what he needs. What is that there? Um,
It is a foil of some kind. That's a great question. I'm sure production will throw that on there. Is that an epic Tigger? I'm not 100%, but we'll see in just a moment as we continue forward. You got to
yeah,
love it, everybody. Winterspell is here, and we are still learning these cards. So we
yeah,
will learn them by images soon.
I feel like it's gonna be an easy one to as soon as I see what it is, but I
I
haven't.
believe it's Tigger. Like the more I'm looking at it, the more I see
Okay.
that springy tail.
Yeah. Okay.
And Hades is done playing games with it, so it is going into the inkwell.
Yeah, we're not bouncing around anymore. Off to the inkwell there, and
Yeah.
Hector being the first one to play Hades here, ramping Dave a little bit. But getting rid of that card in the board and feels better when you're the one with your foot on the gas and establishing the Hades not only sends that card away but puts another 2 lore on the board, allowing the Hector to really continue to push things forward and probably sniffing that Dave's hand's not quite where he wants it, although we are now in Hades range. Let's see if we see the response.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Dave counting out 6 cards. Oh, okay. No, still thinking through it. I want to make sure you're using your resources to great effect. Dave managing his hand, saying, "Hey, okay, so if I do this, I do that." choosing to play the Elsa. Okay, so Elsa the Fifth Spirit, challenging into it, which allows us to remove it from the board. And oof, unfortunately, a bit of a, was that a go? Was that a was that a pass? Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was a pass. It looked like Hector thought it was a pass, but maybe not. Yep, no, it was a pass. So that not a very high impact turn. We played an Elsa. We challenged into an Elsa to get rid of Elsa. Kind of a low impact turn there for Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like Dave is kind of on the back foot here, just looking for answers. Again, that turn where he spent an entire turn basically leveraging the guide to draw a couple cards. Felt again, like things were kind of slowing down. We are going to see the Hypnotic Strength played, augmenting the Elsa, which will immediately challenge in. That Hypnotic Strength oftentimes in there for vision. I'm sorry, vanish control,
Yep.
illusion control. But sometimes it pays off as it does here, giving Challenger to Elsa there as it rocks in to clear up that other Elsa.
Mm.
And
Yep.
Hector continuing to find answer after answer here, keeping Dave from establishing anything on the board.
Yeah, certainly. It turns out Challenger 2 is pretty good. Just as it by itself. It turns out that's not too bad.
And Dave here again, plenty of ink. We are in Hades territory, and one Hades can swing things. One Hades with something else small can swing things quite a bit, but hasn't seemed doesn't seem like he's fast.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of thought here. Dave, feeling a bit of pressure here, just not able to get his footing in it. I've been it's like a dance, and we can't get our footing. And Hector, of course, with 3 characters on the table. I mean, pretty strong ones too. We've got Demona, we've got Hades. These are pretty sturdy glimmers with a lot, with a huge amount of both strength and willpower. Just tour de forces. Just as Dave is trying to figure out, how do I get through this? How can I make a difference in this game? How can I figure this out? We're inking a Royal Guard to play a Demona of our own.
That isn't terrible. I haven't seen what the hand situation is. It looks like Hector will get 1. Dave will draw 2.
Okay, not too bad. Not too bad.
No, not a terrible card here. You are giving your opponent a card, but recharges you a little bit, but importantly establishes a big body on the board that you can use to do a little bit of control. And that feels even better. Okay, so it's into the unknown, sending that Demona away, and so that felt like a pretty good turn. Although anytime you have one lonely character sitting out there against an opponent whose deck is full of Hades and Let It Goes, I don't know, it does feel like Hector is likely to have an answer here, and he does.
Oh yeah, that Infernal Schemer schemed that card, schemed that Demona right away. As we see, just going ahead and questing. We got Woodchuck Guides out. That book is there just in case you got to learn something new today or tomorrow, even on your next turn, as it's just waiting to potentially draw 2 cards.
Yep. Now, Dave having to find number of answers. That genie doesn't terrible. Drawing a card establishes something.
Yep, it does it puts a glimmer on board. It helps to contribute to what we like to call the evasive wars. Of course, Elsa being evasive, Genie being evasive. So oftentimes it's who wins this game comes down to who plays the most high-powered Hades and who is able to use their evasive characters to the best effect. As we see Tigger bouncing all the way, but nothing to bounce. Or no, just kidding. Something. Wait. No, Sven. I'm sorry, not Tigger. Sven. We've talked about this. It is Sven with the rush and the challenge and the evasive.
Yeah, all the keywords.
Yeah, every keyword.
Guidebook gum now. Hector's going to crack it immediately. Do some learning and find a couple new cards. See what he draws into. Elsa going to crack in, clean up that Sven. Being exerted just because you can. And those Hades now doing work, questing up to 14. Now, again, one of the reasons Hades is such a good card. Once it was reprinted immediately, I mean, it hasn't left the competitive meta since. It does swing the board state by establishing a powerful card, but it also quests for 2. So it's control, it's board presence, and then it's also a closer. Dumbo being established here. That's a little bit extra card draw as well, and Hector just with his foot on the gas here, not letting up.
No, not at all. I mean, I think Hector, of course, correctly identifying that he's just got to run. He's just got to run for the finish line here. This game is almost wrapped up. But Hades says, no, it's not. I've got a little bit of fuel left on my blue fiery head as we send that Dumbo back into the inkwell.
Counting it out. Love to establish something else here if you can. I mean, eventually, excuse me, you are going to have to deal with those Hades. They don't have evasive, so you can challenge them the old-fashioned way. We do establish something else here, a Dumbo that's not awful. It pairs well with the Hades to remove a Hades, or it can give you some card draw in a pinch. So not a terrible turn here, given the situation. Genie is going to put another couple damage onto that Elsa.
Yeah.
Now, Elsa will be able to kill that Genie next turn, but importantly, if it's challenging, it's not question where, oh goodness, what are we doing? Oh,
Hey, Liam, I heard you like Hades, so I brought Hades to Hades your Hades.
Yep.
So that you can have more Hades.
Hades, your Hades, Hades, my Hades, back and forth. Instead, we're gonna Hades. Look at all those Hades out there. I almost thought we were gonna see another one, but no, it's Let It Go. Gonna clean things up quite neatly. And now Dave left really scrambling. I don't think there's much to be done. Now we can delay things a turn with the unknown, but why drag this thing out? Let's just scoop. Just to let you know, I could have sent that Hades away. I would have sent that Hades away. But let's just go on to game three here.
You're lucky I'm nice, Hector, because I could have made you very upset with the Let It Go. But we're gonna go to game 3. As Hector goes, so here's something else I know about Hector. When he sees 3 of the same card back to back, as he ends that game, notice the pile shuffle here. He's like,
yeah, right.
Let's make sure these Hades are separated at least somewhat, and then we'll do a proper shuffle, a proper randomization of this deck.
Yeah, funny.
It's too funny.
Absolutely funny.
And we've got 2 fantastic players, 2 players that have played. I mean, we've been here now. It is approaching 8 p.m. Eastern time here. These players have been here since really early. Since some of them have been here since 8 or 9 as well. I know Hector was here a little bit early too. Hector, of course, a member of the team for Triad, so came in early to help support them in other things outside of just like playing the game. So just making sure that the community has a good experience. Hector's yes, he's a player. Yes, he is a sponsored player, but he is a member of the community and was here early, just like the rest of us were, to make sure that this event went off without a hitch. Dave as well. Dave is a valued member of this community too. He was here a little bit early too. So they've both been here at least 11 hours. They have been playing multiple games of Lorcana, preparing for this event, and they've been playing multiple hours of Lorcana today alone. And they hopefully one of them will be rewarded for that, while the other one will go home sad and just frustrated with the mirror potentially.
You know who else are valued members of the community?
Who's that?
All of you out there on YouTube watching us right now who've hung out with us for at least part of this day. I appreciate you for spending you could have been elsewhere, but you're spending your time here watching some amazing Lorcana out of Triad group events, Triad games in South Florida. So thanks for spending time with us.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as they're shuffling up, we'll talk a little bit about Triad. I like to share this about them because, they're so good to us. Triad is, of course, a veteran owned company. It's family owned too. So it is not some large faceless corporation. This is just a family. It's a mom with her sons. Her sons are veterans as well. They operate this business out of currently a relatively small spot because they're trying to do this right. They're trying to build this company out right, and they want to take care of the community. They've been good to us. They're not just business owners. They're not just they're not just a business owner. These are people that I've played with in card games prior, so I know them from before even the Triad. So just to give you an idea, great people. You'll see an ad run after this game. And we'll talk more about that when we get there. But
a brief ad,
and yeah, because we're going to be jumping right into finals. But I just got to say, huge shout out to Triad. Thank you for everything you do. As we see Tipo, okay, we know this is critical here. Dave, of course, hitting that turn 2 ramp. Hector, show us what you got. Did you get your ramp, or is Dave going to be smiling a big, happy smile? Turn 2 sideways. Well, yep, it's the same one too. It's also Tipo. So both players playing Tipo.
Yep. And again, critical here. I know I talk about the turn one play a lot, but it's not something that's intuitive to a lot of people who don't religiously study this deck. The turn one play, Dave, electing not to do it here, probably had the option to, especially in a world where you get a lot of benefit early on from or later in the mid game puzzle. But when you're going to ink out of your hand from Tipo on turn two, you generally do not want to play a turn one play unless you're really less scared about an aggro deck across the way. So, Dave not having a turn one play actually the right play in this moment. So he's not behind at all.
Yeah, certainly. As as we kind of see both players hitting that ramp, and both players having what I'd call a pretty average start. To your point, not counting the one drop, it'll be interesting to note whether or not Dave elected to play that one drop or chose not to play that one drop, or as we see, we've inked, yep, and we're playing, of course, a very popular move here on that four ink turn, a genie, wish fulfilled.
Genie wish fulfilled. We'll see if Dave's wish was fulfilled with whatever he drew off the top deck. Yeah, that kind of worked. And now it's over to Hector to see the response. And again, the play draw to stand in this particular matchup because of the impact Elsa has on the board on turn 5 is incredibly huge. So we'll see now if Dave has that follow up Elsa. Both these decks definitely on script right now. Although sometimes, because of the presence of that Elsa, you see players electing, you talked about Dave earlier, electing to play that Iago instead in this 4 spot if you're worried about that Elsa cracking. And here we don't have the Elsa. Instead, we have the Genie looking for a deal, going to offer a decision for Hector. I'm willing to bet that Hector. I'm guessing Hector's going to elect to send that Genie to the bottom. I think that's what. There it goes.
Yep.
Rather than give Dave those couple extra cards. So not the typical turn 5 play that we see, but not a terrible one. Getting that Genie off the board. And now it's back over to Hector. Even if he does have the Elsa, he doesn't have the support to remove that Genie cleanly. So definitely going to allow Dave to continue to put the gas on.
Yeah, certainly. I think that Rafiki is a bit of a liability here. I think to your, more so than any other of the one drops that Blurple can play. For exactly that point, because I think that the one of the most critical moments in this mirror match is exactly right here. Seeing a potential Genie or Elsa, and Hector saying, "You know what, buddy? I got something for your poison. I got my own Hades." And of course, Dave learned from Hector what the right move was. So he said, "You know what? If this is what you do, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy you. I'm just going to go and send mine to the bottom of the deck."
Yep. And this has been a true mirror in every sense of the word here with the exception of that play.
Yes, it is.
Tipo now going on a cheeky little quest. I'm going to scoop out some extra lore, knowing that either response, the Hades response will open it up to a challenge. And Hector happy to make use of the risky in that regard. So
yeah, he paid fair and square for that Rafiki. He is going to use it. Gosh darn it, he's going to use that Rafiki Fiesta.
Yep. And Dave would love to have that Genie in play right now to utilize that Dumbo immediately. Again, on the play, so under a little bit of hand pressure. Did get the card off the Genie, but I think he's sitting with 2 in hand right now. Needs to find a way to refill if he's going to continue to ink and play every turn. So that Genie will be critical if it can stick around. Hector would love to have a let it go here or some way to deal with it before Dave benefits from it at all. Let's see what we have. It's an Elsa. That will, again, if we had the T-Pack play, but the Basilisk play, we don't. And so we'll exert the Genie and be able to clean that up. But that Dumbo will stick around.
Yeah.
There's that Rafiki.
Yep. Yeah, finally. Hey, Rafiki, thanks a lot, bud. We really appreciate everything you've done. Thank you so much for working so hard as we are initiating that challenge, taking some quests and saying, oh, are we saying go for it? We are, in fact, saying go for it. Yes. As Dave, is Dave readying? Yes, Dave is readying his ink right now. All right. So Dave, it appears Dave is up to 3 cards in hand right now going into this turn. Dave, show us what you got, buddy. What are you able to do? Can you muster together a strong turn? Is this going to be? Is this a turn where we play Demona? What do we got, buddy? Show us what you got.
Yeah, it's interesting turn here because we are going to go to 7 ink, and again, you don't want if you can avoid it. Sometimes you have to, but you don't want to be the first person to drop that Hades if you can avoid it, because giving Hector that extra ink here can make a huge amount of difference. And Hades, although I mean he does establish a board presence, he does quest for a lot, but especially if Hector has the answer here where he's able to benefit and ramp into the Hades with that Hades, it feels pretty good. So let's
It's tough, yeah, because I mean,
see.
if you really think about it, so what Dave ended up doing is pushing Hector into the Hades turn. So now Hades, to your point, can now do this in response. Was one turn behind, but is no longer one turn behind. Is now able to do it on pace. So a Hades on a Hades is gonna feel very, very bad for Dave, unless of course Dave has a third Hades to Hades, your Hades for Hades, and
Yeah,
then Hades
and
again.
yeah, they always do. If you don't see a Blurple mirror without at least 6 Hades in it, I don't know, something's gone wrong or something. But that Hades likely say that Dumbo, I think represents the bigger threat right now, able to draw Dave an extra card every single turn. So yeah, no Hades answer there. Instead, we're gonna have the Dumbo coming down. Is that Vanessa there?
Uh, it's 3 and 3, so whatever is that. It's hard to tell. But
No,
whatever it
cat.
is, it costs three. It
Sorry.
costs. Yes, it is Cheshire Cat. Yes, it is Cheshire Cat. So that is again of note here. Being able to utilize every drop of ink, and again, reminding that Dave got us there. Dave allowed Hector to play a turn with 2 characters. Tough one because Hades is so good. Like the ability to remove that character is so important, but to what extent? How important was that? Or was that Hades better utilized? Maybe holding on to it, maybe letting a character survive and using the Hades later on. That's always a tough call to make.
Yeah. So that Dumbo sticking around though feels pretty good. Dave now able to leverage it for an extra card. That beautiful foil Dumbo, an extra card for turn. We will get the lore out of it as well. Sometimes you have to choose between using a character's ability and questing for lore. Dumbo says you can do both. I'll
Yeah,
give you lore and you can draw a card. But top decking here into a royal guard, not great. Not what you want to see. Not completely useless, but not a super impactful card. But that could be a super impactful card. Let it go coming down, getting rid of that Dumbo. Unchecked Dumbos are how you win games in the mirror, and Dave checking that one pretty quickly. So the difference right now is Dave's managed to get his Dumbo to stick. Hector has not, and we'll see if Hector can answer this turn, because if it sticks around, it does feel pretty bad.
it certainly does. Yeah, Dave, of course, kind of on the kind of on the uptick here, on the upswing. Hector's going to have to respond appropriately. Is going to have to be able to mount a little bit of a comeback from this previous turn, as we see Elsa coming into play. Turning that royal guard sideways, exerting it. Can we do more with this turn? Are we able to use that ink effectively?
Oh
Uh,
yes. Oh,
that is
sorry.
going to
Go ahead.
yeah, that's going to decide whether or not Hector wins this game or not.
Yeah, that Dumbo is not going to stick around for long. Trying to figure out which way to move, but Elsa can crack in there, use the Cheshire Cat to sneak some damage backward to clear up that Dumbo, prevent that further card draw, and then we'll be left with the evasive Elsa on board. Yeah, I think that's the move here. So definitely finding a way to get that. That's not. Is that not a cat? Is that the Vanessa?
Is it? I don't think Vanessa costs 4. Or yeah, so like it couldn't have been. Or I'm sorry, yeah, Vanessa doesn't cost 3. It had to have been the Cheshire Cat.
Okay, yeah, it is a cat. Sorry. Um,
That was an interesting choice. I think that exposes that Cheshire Cat to that Royal Guard, depending on what Dave can muster in terms of card draw.
yeah,
Um,
no, yeah, but had to do it. I don't know.
yeah,
For some reason, I was taking, but yeah, I think that definitely the right play. But getting the Dumbo off the board is the most impactful part of that. Demona and looks like Hector managed to empty his hand pretty well as well. So
yeah,
benefiting a little bit from that Demona, drawing at least 2. So that feels pretty good. This is one of the downsides to Demona. Although you benefit from it as well, and you can choose when to play it, your opponent, after you've spent all your ink, can generally benefit from the cards that they are drawing off of it first. So if your opponent's getting 2 or 3 cards, Hector now able to spend a full turn leveraging all the tools at his disposal. Let's see.
yeah, and we see the Royal Guard is usually a card that is an option for Blurple. We wonder oftentimes why. Well, Demona is one of the reasons why you might want to play a Royal Guard. If you're able to draw for Demona, then that means that Royal Guard goes up in the strength for each of those cards in that Challenger effect. So not able to use it. Was able to use it here. Was a little bit helpful as Hades now coming down for Hector, targeting that Demona, and Dave having to make a choice here. to make a deal saying, hey, you know what, you can go ahead and draw two because this Demona is just too important to my strategy. If I plan on winning this game, it is going to be with Demona.
Yeah, always an interesting indicator of what he has in hand. Demona is one of the bigger board presences in this deck, and so knowing Hector is trying to turn the corner here, that Demona is going to do work to keep things under control. Probably might not have a lot of other bodies in hand, or at least not a lot of other big ones. Here we go, Hector dumping a couple more cards out here. That Rafiki with that Basil, and oh my goodness, that Demona is going to be removed anyway.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. As we see, Hector's making this comeback, just mounting, just a strong offensive here. We've got four characters staring down at Tipo. Poor Tipo, scared. You've got Hades, you've got a rat, and you've got I mean, whatever variant of monkey Rafiki happens to be, baboon potentially.
I think
But yeah. The frightening. If you're a child at a zoo at night and these are the animals and things approaching you, you got to be a little bit scared.
Yep, he's growing. He's not growing that fast though.
No, yeah, absolutely not.
Just a lot going on over there. Dave, now plenty of ink though to respond here. Responds with another Demona. Feels pretty good, but Hector again managing to dump all of those cards on board. Although he did draw two off the Hades, so he'll only get one here off the Demona. But more importantly for Dave, I think establishing that big body. Tipo does not feel great here. Just getting it great to get another body on the board, but not what you want to be drawing into. Although Tipo can do work such as clearing up Basils. Yeah, getting a little action there.
Yeah, absolutely. We see mapping out the ink, of course. Hector drawn for his turn. Hector, what do you got, bud? Let's see what you can do here. As both players just kind of just taking their time. No one's really got a huge advantage in lore. Dave's sitting with 5, Hector's sitting on 2. So just playing a very careful game. They're making sure that they're not giving up too much advantage. They're not exposing themselves to unnecessary challenges here. Just trying to be careful. Just trying to be very conservative about these turns.
Yeah, and let's see if we can do a cat here. Let's see if another response. Demona coming down as well. Gonna exert things, and that'll shut down that Demona from readying next turn, which feels pretty good. Hector now thinking about controlling his hand size. That Rafiki gonna do work cracking into that Tipo there. Else, oh my goodness. Well, it doesn't matter if it's ready or not. It's still exerted. Else is gonna sing. Great on theme here. Great flavor singing into the unknown. And all of a sudden, this board looks incredibly lopsided.
That is certainly that's a way to describe that. Lopsided is probably it was probably a good use of that word. As we see man oh man, so much control over here on Hector's side. Hector masterfully managing the board. I think one of the cool things about Blurple is that it does have the ability to deal with characters with this single target removal, with things like the Hades that we've seen so many times now in this game alone and just today period. But it also has a lot of what makes decks like Amethyst Steel so good, in that it's got some really great challengers, some great characters with a healthy amount of strength and willpower. And so we're also watching Hector kind of manage both, using the removal, but also managing the board through challenging and just being really good at that too.
Absolutely. Dave looking for some answers. It's gonna be a little slow. You're gonna have to string together a couple turns of answering characters here and hope that Hector isn't able to completely run away with things. Let it go now. Yep, isn't that Demona sending it to the discard pile? The biggest body on the board. Establishing a genie as well. So the nice thing for Dave is that board is kind of wide over there, but Hector is only and everything over there only quests for 1. So Hector not able to run too fast just yet.
Yeah, certainly. As Dave's kind of thinking about how do we get over the hump here. Hector, of course, in command of the board. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to get too quick with the questing and give up too much stuff. But you also want to hold on to this control. As we see Elsa coming in and turning that genie sideways. Currently in charge of the evasive wars is Hector, as he is able to challenge and remove the only evasive character on Dave's side of the board, sitting with 2 Elsas, still just commanding the skies, as they'd like to say.
It's one of the reasons why this deck it just has so many answers. Already at Into the Unknown, it had 4 Hades running around. It had 4 Elsas, which can establish characters while controlling your opponent's side of the board. Now you splash in 4 Let It Goes, and you just look at all of that removal. It is missing some wide removal, but even this deck in the late game can string together 2, 3 of those removal options in a single turn and deal with multiple threats. So this deck it's one of the reasons why it's so impressive. It's one of the reasons why people love to run it. It's just so consistent, but it has an answer for almost anything you're doing. Takes a little while to get there, but once you do, it's just such a challenge.
It is, yeah. I mean, notably, Dave put in a position where he had to pay the full price for a Let It Go. Singing, I'd like to say he sang that a cappella, even just had to pay the whole thing for it. Which is tough because that means that is less resources for you to be able to put characters down and absolutely needing to playing another non-character card here and Into the Unknown, which will deal with another character on Hector's board, but notably not establishing his own board. This is not where you want to be in this game. And then using the remainder of his ink to play another non-character and not even being able to pop that Woodchuck's Guide to draw yet. That's a tough turn.
That's true, but even if you do, I do wonder if you save on the off chance a Demona comes down, choosing to save that 1 ink and use it at the start of your next turn. Either way, to your original point, terribly like a rough turn. You were able to remove a couple threats, but can't establish a board. That feels really bad. And Hector here, luckily for Dave, not putting anything again super impactful down, but I mean 5 lore on the board. You have to answer it. Hector's all the way to 10, halfway to victory, and let's see what he manages to find in that guidebook.
It's got to be something big. It's got to be something that swings this tempo because it's just rough going. Because Hector just at this point just needs to turn sideways. A Basil, another Basil. Oh no! Another Basil.
Oh rats!
And what is that Tigger? Am I finally right in saying that it's Tigger? Is that still Sven? It's still Sven. Okay,
I've done that every single time.
I'm still wrong.
That's right.
The only thing I'm right about is that I'm still wrong. Okay, as we see, oh goodness, Hector able to now, So granted, Dave has at least characters on the board. 2 Basils. Basils are good. Don't get me wrong. We do love a good Basil, but Basil is good when you've got other characters that can utilize that support. Using Basil to support a Basil, not the best use of it. As Tigger says, hey, let's bounce you all the way back to Dave's hand, and we also play a Let It Go. Oh yikes! Yikes.
I mean, like half the cards in this deck are cards that impact your opponent's board, it feels like, and just once it's in control, it's really, really difficult. Really, really difficult.
Oh goodness gracious! Yeah, Hector at this point identifying correctly. Hey, I just need to get to the end of this game by turning as fast as quickly as possible. Yep, Dave revealing his hand does not have anything that can slow this down. Dave will end up losing this top 4 matchup. Hector, sponsored player for Triad, will move on and move into the finals here. So that is all they wrote. What a fantastic match that was. We talked about the mirror being very skill intensive, some people not having certain feelings about the mirror. I really enjoyed watching this mirror match. This was a good top 4 in my opinion. I don't know, what were your thoughts on the matchup, Liam?
Oh, great matchup. Well played by both players. Both decks clearly showcasing what they want to do. Both players on script for most of both games, although I'm in one game, Dave displaying with one of the Woodchuck Guidebook turns that he didn't have quite what he needed and was trying to dig back. But no, I really enjoyed it. It really, really fun. This expression that you see oftentimes is where you're like, what do you choose with the Hades? What are you trying to banish? What are you trying to protect? Looking through, the next few turns. Yeah, I don't know, it was a lot of fun, and I think we should get to it as well because if what we're seeing in the early tournaments here, any indication of where we're going, Blurple is here to stay. Once again, we're getting a lot of it, and buckle up because it's Blurple mirrors and top cuts for the next 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think we're going to find out shortly what decks made it into the finals here. I will tell you that if I'm hearing correctly, we've had a field of some pretty strong players here, and so we know that Jonathan Williams, Dragon John Z was here. Made it into top 8. Whether or not they made it into finals is going to be interesting to note because I will tell you that I know who Hector will be playing in the finals.
Yeah.
Hector will be playing a local named Michelle. Michelle,
Yeah.
so a local named Michelle who has been able to come out of this top 8. And would you look at that? The color pairing that Michelle is playing is actually, for those of you who don't know Michelle, Michelle's not. She actually went. They actually went to their first DLC in Richmond. That was the first time that her and her boyfriend
Really?
Roger went to that. She is a local player. In fact, funny story, I'll tell you. Roger was the one who introduced her to the game. Roger is her boyfriend. Introduced her to Lorcana. She'd never played a card game before. Roger had played card games before, but you want to take a wild guess which player repeatedly now places in set champs, and which of those two players repeatedly does exceptionally well at events?
Isn't that always the way?
It's Michelle.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna guess it's Michelle.
it's Michelle.
That's really fantastic. I actually, um, yeah, got some notes here. Yeah,
Oh, and the color pairing that Michelle did it with, by the way. So finals, a lot of you might have been anticipating a Blurple mirror. Michelle is playing Amethyst Steel. So it will be Amethyst Steel versus Blurple going into this finals. It should be interesting. We talked about this was actually our second round that we both saw. We talked about the concept of which one is at the disadvantage, which one is not. Michelle did pretty good for herself. She made it. She made it all the way through this tournament into the finals. She faced a few blurples on the way to get here. So the question becomes: does Michelle have the secret sauce? Does she have the spice in order to beat Hector, the sponsored player at Triad, and win this 5K tournament? We're about to find out, but before we find out, we are going to take a quick ad break in order to, to give Triad their space to do that. Give us a chance. They're going to be they're taking pictures right now too. They're taking pictures with their finals, but I want to give Liam just a window to share something as well. So Liam, please.
Oh, I actually I do want to make sure we get to that ad break, only because for Triad I want to make sure that people know where to connect with the store, and so I do want to see that in a second. But I was going to share a story. I don't have much to share other than I got a note from somebody who used to coach them before he left South Florida earlier in the day, talking about Roger and Michelle. So Criplin sent me a note saying all about how he or Monty rather, how he coached them and brought them along, and has been watching along today with great interest. So I'm probably pretty proud from where he's watching from. You love to see it, and yeah, I have some pictures here of them early on. So actually winning Maleficent in set champ. So
Yep.
anyway, I love that.
Yeah.
I do want to let everybody know we are going to go the ad break will be very short. Don't go anywhere. You're going to want to see these finals. And if you're watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I know we say that all the time, but this channel only has a few subscribers now because Triad events / Triad Gaming is kind of new in terms of developing this tournament scene. But you're going to see more and improved coverage here of Disney Lorcana and other events. So if you want to see things like this with commentators like us, hit that subscribe button to let Triad know that you're watching and what they're doing is valued, and it'll remind you to come back later. So thank you all.
I want this earth all by myself. I'm doing drugs that I have. stretch my hair, blow my crap, just goes up. I stretch my hand, but my grip just goes up. Nobody gives a fuck about me. That's what I think to myself when I'm alone in the city. I walk around the mall, but there's nobody with me. What do I say?
Yeah. Finals.
Finals. All right, so let's talk about the path that Michelle took to get here as they are doing their mulligans. They're shuffling up. Okay, so as we've discussed earlier, for those of you that are, the term I like to use is chronically online. For those of you that are chronically online and also Lorcana fans and fanatics, you know, you all know that Mitch was here, Jonathan Williams was here. Mitch, of course, I mentioned, won the Infinity event in PPG Orlando. Jonathan Williams, multi-time, I say multi-time, it's 2 times. I mean, that's 2 more than me, but multi-time Golden Mickey winner.
More than both.
It's more than the 2 of us combined, you know? So, Liam, do you want to, so in top 8 was when Jonathan Williams was knocked out. Do you want to take a wild guess who knocked out Jonathan Williams in the tournament?
I'm guessing the way you've meandered your way here, that you're going to tell me Michelle beat him in the top 8.
It is Michelle. Yeah. So you want to take a wild guess who beat Mitch in the top 4?
I'm going to guess, given that we watched the other 4 match, I'm going to make a pretty educated guess that it was Michelle.
It was Michelle. So yes, Michelle, in fact, took down some pretty heavy duty players here, and now she is going up against Hector. So if you know, granted, we're playing Lorcana, but here at Triad, we play all kinds of games, including Pokemon. If you want to talk about going through Champions Road, Michelle certainly did that here. She is walking through, and will she be able to take down Hector? That'll be a hard fought fight. Hector, as we've just seen, great player. Michelle is playing Amethyst Steel. Again, this is a color pairing that we often associate as being quote unquote weaker. I'll let you use the more eloquent words. My brain is fried, Liam. I'll let you use the eloquent words about how we describe this matchup. But Michelle's here, and she made it. Boy, oh boy, did she make it.
Yeah, it's a really incredible path. You know, we talked about this is a smaller event versus some of the stuff we're seeing in Melbourne, some of the events we're seeing up at the TFM 3K. But just because it's smaller doesn't mean that the talent level is any less. And when you have players like Hector, who's won a CCS, which is really, really big event, and also performed well at numerous DSCs, and you also have Jonathan Williams, a 2-time Golden Mickey winner, Mitch, who's taken down some pretty big events as well. Means it's a very, very talented field. And for Michelle to travel through numerous of those players, not only the Swiss field, but then a couple of those players to make it here to face Hector is a pretty amazing story, and it speaks to her talent. And so this is as good Disney Lorcana as you're going to be watching on any of the other streams this weekend. So if you're here right now and you're watching this, thank you so much for tuning in, and you're welcome for this amazing Lorcana. And in terms of the power levels of these decks, I think, you know, last set it was interesting because I did a number of interviews with players, and if you interviewed like a Blurple aficionado, they would say, yeah, I'm slightly favored into Amethyst Steel. And if you interviewed an Amethyst Steel player, someone like Tiago, he would say, you know what, I think I am slightly favored into Blurple. Now, one of the things they are saying, they think they're slightly favored into the average player. And so when you have somebody who is an expert on these decks, who have been piloting them for ages, against, you know, somebody who's been piloting the opposite deck for ages, it is a little bit different. Hector giving us a wave there, hamming it up for the camera. But I think that with 2 very skilled players, both of them will tell you that they're slightly favored into the other matchup. Now, that was in the last set. Amethyst Steel did get a few new cards we see trickled in there, like Sven this set, and sometimes Tigger, but Blurple got Let It Go. And in my opinion, Blurple getting Let It Go is such a huge swing in that deck, that I am tempted to give the edge here to Blurple just because of that additional to that. So especially being on the play, I think Hector has the inside track here, if this were speed skating, to running away with this. But either that could take it, and I'm really excited to watch this match.
Yeah, as Michelle gets to open up her turn one with an Olaf, of course, that Olaf kind of a setup here. We want to make sure that we are able to use it for other things. Might be indicative that there's not another one drop, but hey, you know the magic here. It's math. It's basic math. We want to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And speaking of basic math, Hector doesn't like math. Hector wants to skip math, so he did that by playing Tipo and ramping to 3 on his ink.
Good. So we will again, as we joke, we will get a game here. Blurple is doing the ramp thing. Hector didn't miss it the 9% of the time. So now Michelle for her turn two. We talk about the scripts for Blurple. We know what it is. It's ink on 2, and then hit that genie on 3 into the Elsa. But the ramp on 2 being the key thing. The way that Amethyst Steel gets its edge in this matchup or in any Amethyst clone matchup is with that strength on turn 4 if it can hit it. So the script for Amethyst Steel here is a 1, 2, 3 genie strength if it can do it. Or if you want to go a different route, go Iago strength or something like that. But certainly a turn 4 play and then strength to knock out your opponent's genie. So that's going to be what we're looking for here. Calhoun here, not terrible, but the other, okay, that, yeah,
I will say, notably too, the card that Michelle inked was a Madame Mim, what I like to call the tiny skater, but of course it's tiny adversary, and so that is indicative of potentially a thought process in terms of like, well, maybe I might be dealing with some I might need to get to higher strength level. So we did see that go into the ink. Well, might it be useful later on? Maybe not. And so we want to make sure that that we're really understanding this, because one of the things about Amethyst Steel, and I've said it a few times, is that that it is a toolbox. Like, it is a toolbox deck in the sense that you can really design this deck to do all kinds of stuff, and you're seeing that here. You've got the Calhouns. This is indicative of being, wanting to be able to answer aggro. You've got this genie, this dragon genie, which is indicative of the fact that you want to deal with evasive. It's a toolbox deck. That's what makes it so good. That's why it's so powerful. Is it fair? It's extremely fair. It is arguably the most fair deck in the entire game. But it finds comfort and it finds strength in its fairness, because it allows it to do exactly the thing that it wants to do every single turn consistently. And consistency is what wins you large tournaments. Consistency is how you win multiple rounds, three games each round, going into top cut over and over again.
absolutely. Michelle here, well said, by the way. Michelle here indicating these first couple turns that her game plan is really to try to go fast. Choosing to send that Olaf on a quest, losing the benefit of having on the board for the strength, but gathering the lore from it, and then questing with the Calhoun as well. Well, Calhoun safe from the challenge because instead that genie satisfied dragon taking the challenge from both the Elsa and the genie. And again, I mean, it does feel like Hector is right on script here with the 2 into the genie on 3, the Elsa on 4. So doing exactly what it wants to do. Michelle now a bit of an uphill climb against Hector on the play. So we'll see if we manage to establish that genie on turn 4 here. The one benefit is the Elsa has been dropped already. So if you do choose to drop the genie to get a card and set it up for the following turn, at the very least, the Elsa has already been drawn out if there's one. So that is a benefit.
Yeah, but the only thing scarier than one Elsa Fifth Spirit is a second one that could be looming in the way. So that's always a consideration too. Hector could be holding on to a second one. Is it likely? That's yet to be seen. As Michelle tries to map out how does this game going to look. Certainly she's put some characters down. She's played 3 characters. Only one of them has been able to survive a series of challenges in that Calhoun. We do see that strength coming out. And because that genie is 3 strength, all it took was 1 more. She's got 1 character though, and that's all she needs. As we see Olaf again, a different Olaf, however, making it its way to the table.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an awkward journey to get here. You're not doing things the usual way. Hard playing the strength there. Now that Calhoun is going off on a quest to in 1 more again, but looking at the board state here, it's not awful. The Elsa can't crack into the Calhoun without trading, and you have established that little toolbox Elsa there. Now it feels worse when the Cheshire Cat comes out. That damage is able to be immediately leveraged to send that Olaf away.
Yeah, tough. Olaf powerful in the sense that later in the game, when you play cards like Doc, or when you play cards with those interplay effects, Olaf being able to use that effectively, cards like Giant Cobra, being able to bounce those, play those multiple times. But having these kind of dealt with really, really early in the game is tough, because that means that later on, if you're put in a bad situation, maybe with a smaller hand size, and you do get those docks, you're not going to get maximum value from those docks. You're not going to get maximum value from those Cobras. You're going to have to figure out ways to gain value elsewhere, as these Olafs are slowly being, it was unfortunately and sadly, because they're supposed to be friends, dealt with by Elsa.
Yep, absolutely.
So much for friends. With friends like that, who needs enemies, Olaf?
With fronds like these, friends and enemies.
You know, so much for warm hugs. So much for warm hugs, buddy.
Yeah. All right, we are in to turn 5 here. Michelle, thinking about the play. It's
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, this is important too. We want to make sure, you know, they want to play, they're playing at the highest possible level, especially for Michelle. Michelle is identifying, I think, accurately that this is a critical moment for her. Every turn that she keeps getting an answer to one of the cards that she's putting down, she's realizing that she's setting herself back just a little bit more, just another inch backwards in the tempo, and she just can't afford it. So she wants to make sure that she's making the right plays. We do see that if Isma is able to successfully, if she's able to successfully turn sideways and use her exert effect, that could represent a huge swing in resources for Michelle, could represent a huge direction forward for her to potentially start putting her foot down and start to win this game. However, Hades, you know, always looking for a deal and is coming to Isma to see if she'll take one.
It's such a feels bad card, Hades, right? Because it gives you the agency. If that Hades, like the other Hades said, just come down and banish a character, it'd feel like, okay, you did the thing. But like when you are partially responsible for your character being banished because you have to make the choice, it just feels,
Yeah.
it feels bad. Now Hector cleaning up the rest of Michelle's board, sending that Calhoun away there, and also an empty board on Michelle's side there. Nothing super impactful over on Hector's side, although that Cheshire Cat able to do a lot of sneaky shenanigans. But that dot coming down here now,
Yeah.
hit it probably the right time, followed by a Dumbo, so that'll help. Amethyst Steel really needs to refuel itself in the mid game. It has to find the Dumbo something to like string together some card draw. Otherwise, it runs out of gas pretty quickly. And so those cards are pretty important for her to find here. But she'll have to spend a turn, hopefully, where Hector isn't able to remove one of those threats. Now we have the Hypnotic Strength looking for a card. She can get one turn breather here, perhaps. You know, she's able to benefit from the card draw and power herself in the end game. But you know, not going to get that breather here because Demona is going to come down. Although the nice thing is Hector had to find it.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the Hypnotic Strength. I was like,
Yeah.
although not bad, but yeah, that Hypnotic Strength there.
And
buffing Elsa.
what I will say too is like great foresight here. So Hector identifying correctly that the out to that Dumbo is the Elsa, hoping to get access to that Demona, doing so. But that's a very, very strong thing for any of our watchers or any of our audience members watching this to learn is you've got to know what's in your deck. You've got to know what there might be waiting for you on the other side of it. Because had Hector said, oh, you know what, I'm just going to pick the Cheshire Cat, I'm just going to pick Hades, and then you draw that Demona, and suddenly you created a window where you could potentially deal with that Dumbo and would not have been able to. Now, Michelle does my favorite thing that Amethyst Steels does, which is, and excuse the language, but we say vomits the hand on the table. And so that's happening right now. That's just my favorite thing that Amethyst Steel does.
That's what it wants to do. You know, Amethyst Steel is built to go wide in the late game. It does 1, 2, 3, 4, then it refuels in the mid game, and then the end game, the way it overpowers its opponent is just by throwing everything onto the board and building up a wide board state to close things down. But it needs to hit the first 2 phases of of the game to really do that right, and particularly that mid game card draw refuel. It needs to do. And Michelle has been really trying to do that. The doc did help. But not able to get a Dumbo to stick around here, and now forced into another tricky position where she has to decide: do I want to get the benefit from this Dumbo, and give Hector 2 cards, or do I want to lose it? She wants to do neither, but unfortunately forced to make a choice. And again, Blurple doing what Blurple does, doing what Hector does, and every single turn finding a different piece of removal to keep things under control.
Yeah, and you know Hector, of course, just very masterful at the use of this deck. understanding that you have to be as good at finding cards, as good as at finding removal as you are at challenging things at the right time, using the damage to your advantage, using Cheshire Cat to effectively deal with the board. Hector doing a great job of that here, as we see just a a masterclass really in board control and board management on Hector's side of it, just not allowing Michelle any window in. There's just no opportunity, no window here, just not giving any.
Yeah, this just really tough. Gabe, if you are talking, you did cut out there a little bit for a moment. I'm not sure if you're still there. Michelle here, though, really tough position. Hector's managed to go incredibly wide. There's just not a lot to be done, especially when, again, when Blurple gets going, it has so many removal options that one threat a turn is just not going to do it. Love to have this easement stick around, but Hector now representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, like so much lore, able to close this out in 2 turns. So it is a tough uphill battle here, and we'll see if there's just anything to be done.
Yeah, I'm back. I apologize. I had to take. I apparently had without my knowledge or choice. I had to make a quick escape apparently. So I'm back as we survive this. So we do see. It looks like not too much has changed since I last left you all. And thank you, Liam, for holding it down. I appreciate you, buddy.
I didn't realize you were gone for a few minutes. I was waiting for you to keep talking, and so it was funny. A little bit of silence there, but nevertheless, yeah, we are back.
Yeah. You know, they say let silence do the heavy lifting. I did a lot of it just there. You just didn't realize it. That's great. As we see Genie, all right, so Genie is now is drawing, gaining Hector more advantage. This is a very untenable board state for Michelle. I think, I mean, you know, we talk about percentages of your chances to win, and of course, every turn, at least for this game, Hector is slowly climbing. Oh goodness gracious, more and more. You know, it's funny because from what I understand, Amethyst Steel is supposed to be doing what Hector's doing, which is to just put as many characters down as you can. So it's kind of crazy that Hector's doing his best Amethyst Steel impression right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Blurple doing Blurple things. It just, it has to, Emerald Steel is a 3 phase game plan, and that middle phase people overlook sometimes because it's kind of transparent. When you're playing the genies and you're getting a couple cards off the Dumbo and or perhaps getting an Yzma, like these are plays where they don't see their phase, a scripted phase of the game in the same way that 1, 2, 3 strength is. But watch any Amethyst Steel player because they're trying to go with so many cards early. You're trying to hit on every turn on curve, and then perhaps dumping an extra card to the strength. Uh, if you're inking every turn, when you do the math, you're down to just 1 or 2 cards by turn like 5 or 6, and unless you manage to find those either replacement cards or cards that can net you cards, you're gonna fizzle out. And watch any Amethyst Steel game, you watch them run out of gas. So that middle phase is critically important. If you want to pay attention to, or if you want an indication of where a game is going to go, yes, pay attention to the 1, 2, 3, 4 strength. That sequence is pretty key in this meta. But it's even more important to watch what happens on turns, 5 and 6, as these Steelers players try to find ways to keep their hand alive. If they miss that, then they cannot hit their end game plan, and you just watch them fizzle out. And sometimes it feels like it happens pretty suddenly, but the next thing you know, they go bam, 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 and they're empty-handed.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, so now Michelle's gonna have to, she's coming from behind here. She is down a game, of course. She's gonna, in order for her to win this entire thing, she is gonna have to win 2 games back to back. So the question, of course, that anybody would be asking themselves, the question I'd be asking is, well, how do we do that? Like what is the strategy out here? Now, on this game, she will be on the play. So this experience will be a little bit different than what we likely saw. She will have to figure out how to do this again if she's able to win game 2, which, you know, I have high hopes that she will. If she's able to win game 2, she's going to have to figure out how to do it on the back end, on the back foot, something that she was not able to do in this previous game. So that'll be an interesting, I think, lesson for anybody watching this if she's able to muster that through. But even then, I think what we're about to see is really like some of the power of Amethyst Steel as both players are getting ready. They are they're shuffling each other's. Look at this, just true professionals shuffling each other's deck, making sure that the decks are properly randomized, not leaving it to chance. Making sure that everything is on the up and up. I love to see this kind of sportsmanship, this kind of respect for one another.
Yeah, absolutely. We should normalize shuffling an opponent's deck. I think. I think among, especially in the Disney Arcana community, among newer players, there's a bit of hesitance to control your opponent's deck and to shuffle it in that way. Um, but I think it's something that um, solves a lot of problems. And I think if it were normalized and were something that it was just expected that you do, I think it would be healthy for the community. So yeah, it's a fun thought.
I
Shower thought
agree.
uh, with Liam
Yeah.
Cosma.
Yes, there you go. Just really awesome thoughts here. And I'll tell you, you know who taught Michelle that, and you know who taught them that, and honestly, who taught me that was you mentioned him earlier, Monty. So Monty, no, Kriplin, he's in the chat. I know he's watching with bated breath. Something that Monty is really good at coaching those that he takes care of is how do you, so it's one thing to go to locals and it's one thing to just play with your friends. It's another thing when the stakes are higher, talking about DLCs, even set champs to a certain degree. So one thing that I've always appreciated about Monty's lessons, even with me, and like I said, I've studied under the tutelage of Monty myself personally, as he was a coach for the team that I'm a part of, the Illuminati. So that's certainly one of the things he teaches. He says, hey, look, not that it's malicious, not that people are, and although it might be, in some cases it might be malicious, but you make this just a normal part of what you do. Just make this part of your who you are, how you handle the opening of this game, and you'll have less to worry about. And the thing that you get to worry about the most is playing the game, which is what you want. You want to just worry about playing the game, playing it to the best of your ability, making the least amount of mistakes that you can make, and just making the right choices every single time.
Yep, 100%. And shout out to Monty in the chat. Shout out to Jonathan Williams in the chat. Enjoy, glad you're here watching. Excellent performance today. Also, shout out to, I think Wochuk is in the chat as well. So you have a lot of folks there from the community there taking this all in. Thanks for watching this. You have other places you could be, but we appreciate you being here. Watching this Triad 5 case event here. We're in the finals. We're in game 2. Hector could take it all down to the win here, or Michelle could force a pivotal and amazing and awesome game 3. One of the things I like to say, Gabe, is as a commentator, I don't have favorites on any particular day, favorite players. But one of the things I always cheer for is a game 3.
Oh, 100%. No, that's fine and all, but I'll tell you right now, I want Michelle to win. I mean, sorry. and Hector knows I love him. Hector knows that it's all in jest. But Hector's beaten me so many times. I want to see Michelle kick his butt. So that's what I'm here to see.
That's fair. That's fair.
As we see Captain Hook, which I'm sure is what Michelle would rather see. So game 1, we saw Michelle play Olaf on turn 1. Granted, Olaf is a 1-cost character. You could play it on 1, but it's not really what you want to do. You kind of have to do that, generally speaking, because as we mentioned earlier, there's that 1-2-3 strategy we're trying to get to. Of course, Michelle identifying that this Captain Hook questing is safe, as Hector has not put down a character on for that turn 1. So taking advantage of that and just trying to collect that lore, one exert at a time.
Yeah, I talked a lot about how Blurple doesn't always want to play a card in turn 1. In fact, the majority of the time on the play, it doesn't want to, but on the draw, it definitely wants to. And in this matchup, it definitely wants to drop a Rafiki if it can. So feels good. Michelle getting that space there to quest for that hook. Hector will hit the Rampart on turn 2 with that Sail the Azurite Sea, but doesn't establish a body with the Tipo as well. So again, freeing up a little bit of room for Michelle to get some questing in here early. That's one thing that she would love to do, is to push that lore total as much as she can. Let's see if we will find a turn 3 character. We do. It is that Genie Satisfied Dragon. 3/4 evasive, great board presence, but importantly, getting that 3 cost allows us to sing that strength. So now you're going to see, let's see if we see this critical sequence here. Hector has not managed to establish any board presence here. If he drops the Genie, that opens up an incredibly powerful swingy play with a Genie on 4 and a strength to accompany it. So that's what Michelle wants to do. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, let's see. Or there could be a third option. Don't forget there is that looming threat of Sven. There could be a Sven that might come in and disrupt this whole thing too. So we got to remember there are new tricks in Winterspell that we may be forgetting or considering. We might be making assumptions about our safety that may be unwarranted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh my goodness, like
Yep, you're
that.
right. Like that. So here it is, and again, Genie is the standard play here, but new options available. Sven is one of them, and that Captain Hook. It looked like it was questing with impunity, but all of a sudden, this new Rush character comes in on turn 4 and kind of wrecks Hook's day. There were other options for him, but not really any super safe ones.
Yeah,
Could have cracked into Calhoun, but you'd rather protect the Sven. So
of course.
um, but it is interesting here because I wouldn't be surprised if the Genie was available, but Hector, knowing how swingy that line could be, now changes the standard script a little bit, switches things up. And now we'll see how Michelle responds. A cat goes into the inkwell here. Or nope. So the cat. Okay. So we're going to see the cat and we're going to see the.
Oh, interesting. Yes. Being able to put down both the Cheshire Cat and the Captain Hook allows for that what I like to call a fully powered Strength of a Raging Fire at 4 ink. And so Hector, who might have felt a little bit safer because he was able to take a character off the board and make that a lower value strength. In this case, that Sven had already taken damage on it. That Sven was kind of primed and wanting to deal with the dragon, the dragon genie, not Dragon John Z, of course, different dragon. But we do see Hades coming down, and a deal was made for that Hades as we see a character going to the bottom. A second Calhoun will hit the table. Calhoun is pretty good, can be pretty deadly, depending on what sequence of characters Hector decides to put down. Because the goal here, of course, for Hector is going to be to try to get bigger and to try to put down what I like to call, often we talk about going wide, in aggro decks. I like to say that Purple tries to get tall, right? There's the wide and there's tall.
You know what Calhoun does not do, Gabe?
What's that? What does Calhoun not do?
Calhoun does not draw cards. And
It does
remember,
not draw cards.
I went on and on earlier about this three-phase approach to the game. Michelle dominating the early phase in the game here, both because Hector not able to put much on the board, but Michelle able to string together a number of low-cost characters, followed by strength. But now, solid board control in the early game here. That's where you want to be, 6 lore, but an empty hand. And that is incredibly problematic scenario. Michelle now needs to find one of those card draw options we talked about earlier. Even an Yzma will do. You need to stick something around in order to power you into the end game here, because here comes Blurple doing its thing, double removal,
Yeah,
and,
that was
and
tough too.
the lack of cards is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, now I will say that the just the sheer volume of potential card draw in Michelle's deck might be in her favor if she can draw them. Like, the idea here, of course, is you've got all kinds of things. You've got the Hades, you've got the Yzma, you've got Doc, you've got Genies, you've got all kinds of ways where you can draw cards. We talk about the ability of Amethyst Steel to just lay those cards down on the table. It does so, generally speaking, by stringing together things like a Doc. Cheshire Cat, not one of those options, but not a slouch in its own right. It can certainly help out this matchup. But to your point, Liam, it is not card draw. We got to figure that out somehow.
Yeah, I mean, not a terrible card to draw here. Better than a lot of other one drop options that you could have just dead cards off the top deck. Um, but this, yeah, I mean, you need to find a Genie. We need to find an Yzma. We need to find an Elephant. Of the Dumbo variety. Down here, going to choose that cat, send it away. So getting that ramp feels okay. Hades not he's super awful now that he's been played, but I gotta find the card draw. A Doc with 2 lights. Oh, that's not gonna do it.
No, it's a Black Heron. Black Heron again, just just a 2 cost character, 3 strength, 3 willpower, not a card draw. Just at this point, we are relying on the top of our deck. We need to believe in the heart of the cards. I don't know if that is IP restricted or if that is copyrighted, but we're gonna say it anyway. We got to believe in the heart of the cards here, as Michelle is looking for some card draw. Can she find it, or will Hector start to mount this comeback and start to take control of this game?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It's a tough spot here now. Hector has to have the removal options. Keep going now. This is not a removal
Oh
option.
no, it's
That
not.
feels pretty bad. Now it doesn't look like we have any ink available, so that feels okay. Gonna get a quest out of the cat here. But
Yeah, these are cards that Michelle wishes she wants to find that Dumbo. She wants to find Genie. She wants to be able to do that. She finds
Oh
Olaf though. Olaf
no.
not. Oh, if her next card on the top of the deck is Doc, it wouldn't be the worst thing to find. But we're gonna find out if she is that lucky. If she is just that fortunate. It's gonna be hard though. I'm praying for Michelle. I'm hoping that she can find it. Let's see what we can find here.
Yeah, I mean this is it's a rough string of cards here. It all depends what Hector does next. Able to leverage this Dumbo here, though. Draw a card. He can draw another card with a genie if he wants. Now the Olaf opens up a really fun line where, if she does draw into a dock and docks into some low cost cards, you can then send the Olaf into something, dock back to hand for later. But um, even then, it's the type of cards you're going to be dropping there are not super impactful. The other interesting note, I was thinking, Demona off the top deck would feel pretty good, but not enough ink. Would have enabled her to challenge him with the dragon. I'm just thinking through lines here. The nice thing is you do have the satisfied dragon to deal with the Dumbo,
Yep.
unless Hector manages to deal with it, so that feels good. Um, but really, really need to find
Yeah.
something.
Hector walking through those, like I mentioned before, walking through those turns. What does it look like if Hades is exerted? What effort is Michelle going to have to take? And Hector identifying that it will take. Oh no, it will take more than what she has, especially when you consider the fact that we are using it to play Let It Go and a Tipo. Because hey, why not? We just need characters on board now on Hector's side. As card draw is not an issue, as he's got the Dumbo. That's just kind of getting him one extra card every turn, at least right now.
Yep. And Michelle there doing doing the good luck shake, trying to find something. Although at this point, anything that she's going to establish for card draw, like the most impactful card draw, will have to set for a turn, making it vulnerable to any sort of removal. We do have four. It is a genie. I mean, it's not terrible. That's Will that I wanted to see one earlier. But we did draw. Now we can establish a character. We can ink for turn, setting us up for Demona next turn, or um, you can also establish a lower cost character. But um, Michelle here doing the tap of the card, indicating she's probably counting out lore, trying to see how close Hector is to game. I'm going to do the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So pretty close. It's
Yeah.
just yeah, it's again, it's like we talked about at the beginning. It's a function of this is a three-phase deck, and that middle phase is
Yeah.
incredibly important. Otherwise you stall out. And it's
That's
not
tough.
your fault if you don't have the cards, just like if you don't have the ramp, you don't have the ramp. If you have the mid-game card draw, you don't have the mid-game card draw. But
Yeah.
it's the reason why, the Dumbo, the Yzma, the Genie, they're so important on curve.
Yeah, Michelle put into a very tough position. Whenever you're forced into a situation where you have to use two of your characters to deal with one of theirs, that's not the math never favors you when you have to do that. But sometimes you're forced to, as Michelle was identifying. That Hector is very close to a two-turn clock. Hector ensuring that two-turn clock is unaffected by continuing to put down additional characters. Michelle just put in the worst position,
Oh.
playing a Palace Guard and realizing that unfortunately, there you go. That's right, Michelle. You show them.
Oh
You
no, there's
show
an
'em.
earthquake. Oh
Mm.
no. And I understand the action there. I understand the frustration because it just felt like for four turns in a row that deck was giving her, if not the worst possible draws, pretty close to it. With some of those one drops and two drops that she just didn't want. Nevertheless, a fantastic run by Michelle, and just the cards were not with her in the finals and against a very good opponent. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on the overall day, Gabe?
I had a fantastic time. First of all, I gotta say thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you spending some time with me today.
Honestly, I enjoyed
We,
it.
we've been telling everybody they could have gone anywhere. You didn't have to spend time with me. You chose this life, Liam, and I appreciate you for choosing it.
That's true. I did, and I would do it again.
Yeah.
It's always Gabe, and I have to say it's my first time working with Triad. I did get to meet them down at Miami TCG Con, as I mentioned before, and I enjoyed it very much. I'm not there in person, but getting to see the type of stream they type of tournament they're running, and doing some of the things that they're doing, as you talked about. To make this event a special one for the community there in South Florida, I think is really really great. We need LGSs, we need community hubs, and so I appreciate being a part of this, even though I'm several hours away. So thanks to Triad and everybody on the production team, Stefan, et cetera, for bringing me in and allowing me to be a part of it. And thank you all watching for hanging out with me today.
Absolutely, yeah, and so just a huge shout out again to Triad, to the staff. Huge shout out to the judge staff. Shout out to Freddie. Shout out to Nassif. Shout out to everybody that's really came together. I mean, we name these specific people, but the reality is there was so many people here that just came in to make sure that this event was able to run without a hitch as smoothly as possible. And were there hitches? There were some hitches, but you know what? We learned a lot along the way. We learned some lessons, and really the real Lurkana is all the friends we made along the way
Oh,
as we got there. So huge shout out to everybody there. I want to make sure that before actually I want to give you a window, Liam, because you've been here hanging out with us, and like, I mean, nobody knows who you are. Like, you don't even like what kind of, nobody knows. I want to make sure people know who you are. So tell me a little bit about where we can find you. Who where if I wanted to find more Liam, where do I get more Liam? Like, how do I get more Liam in my life?
I don't know who would want to do that, but in case you're watching this now or later and you're not sure where to find us, I'm on most social media as the Illumineers. Do some scripted content, some shorts, things like that. Probably our main thing nowadays, though, and our most consistent is our live shows on Monday night, where I hang out with Logan, aka Zenulus, and we talk about the goings on in Lorcana in any particular week. So I'm going to do my best to have Michelle on this week as a guest for a few minutes to talk about the tournament, because I think it's super cool. But yeah, check us out on Monday. And I think I haven't announced it yet, but I think I'm giving away one of the Disney playmats that they released. So if I can get that in time, I'm going to be doing a giveaway for that on Monday night. So yeah.
I'll be sure to be on there so I can see if I can win that thing. That'd be pretty sweet.
Yeah.
The other, you're too modest too. The other thing that you do that I really love is your TikToks. I love the videos that you do. And my favorite thing is when I get you like get you on your dancing videos. I think those are hilarious too. So.
Man. Yeah, I want to do those. I'm
But-
not so good at shorts, but I'm trying. But I appreciate you. Yeah,
and yeah, love watching your show on Mondays. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you watch the Illumineers on Monday. Pretty consistent with that. If you want to hear what I love about your show, so like there's a lot of content out there for what I consider to be like the hyper competitive player. And what I love about the Illumineers is the bridge. It's such a wonderful bridge. You've got Zenulus on there, so you've got that high level, high experience, just strong critical analysis of the game, and then you also bridge to the community. So having community members, understanding that there is a world for all of us, and that it is an inclusive experience, an inclusive event. So, Liam, thank you for everything that you do for Lorcana. I got to say, and I've never been ashamed to say this, and I'll say it to everybody's face. In fact, I'm saying it here, buddy. You are my favorite content creator. In fact, you were the first bridge to Lorcana for me. So I got to say thank you, because actually maybe my wife is not as appreciative of it, because if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have this cardboard addiction. But here we are anyway,
I apologize for that.
Yeah. No worries.
I appreciate that so much.
No worries. Yeah, you can find me on right now primarily on X under ill_Gabe. I'm not producing content at the moment. I should be. Everybody keeps telling me I need to start doing it, but you can follow me there.
You do.
I do post a lot on Twitter. I post a lot about Lorcana, primarily about Lorcana and other card games as well. Just this kind of interest. You can also catch me next week. I will be hanging out with one of my close friends, Willoughby's, in Orlando, as we're going to be casting the Versus Game tournament out there. So, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to cast here, and thanks for those of you that care enough to see me and enjoy the commentary that we do. We're going to have a fun time next week in Orlando. If you can be there, try to be there, and we'll love to see you there as well. But on behalf of Triad, on behalf of Christian and Yolanda and the family and just everybody who's put in so much work to make this day happen. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for taking part of this. We are going to go ahead and we're going to run that ad one more time. Please, please, please visit the site. Remember that when it comes to collectibles, yes, we're watching trading card games. We're talking about Lorcana. They're also playing Riftbound in this room. All card games and all collectibles. Disney is not just about cards, as we all know. There's pins. There's all kinds of stuff. They have all that. They have all that stuff.
Trinkets.
Yeah, trinkets and who's its and what's its galore. In fact, I would say. But yeah, check it out. You'll see on the ad where to go. But with that said, my friends, we love you. Thank you all for spending time with us, and we'll see you all on the next time.